people are in for a real treat. A lot of good.
No, you don't get to eat me.
There'll be a lot of time where we will have some treats to share a lot of different goodies. So I want to first invite in all the ancestors of this land, the Maidu people, the native people, that we're stewards of this land, and so we've created a sacred space for us here. And this primal diet brings us closer to the land. I know Aajonus has great respect for native peoples, and so to hold them as we hear this information today, that they're with us here in this room. So with that, I want to introduce Aajonus.
Well, I don't say my name again unless you need it pronounced Aajonus Vonderplanitz. I was born a very sickly child in a violent household. Everything was handled with violence. That's the way you solve problems in that household. And I had a brother who was about 18 months older than I, still in diapers, and he never forgave me for being born and taking away the attention from mother and the rest of the family. So he started off by hurting me very young and pushing me on rakes and nails and stuff like that. So I was getting tetanus shots pretty frequently, like every 6 months, sometimes every 3 months. My mother was a nurse, even though she knew a tetanus should last. In those days, they believed it lasted a year. Now they say it's 5 years. It depends upon what they want to sell at the time, what vaccine they want to sell. It changes. Anyway, at 18 months old, I received a tetanus shot, and the thimerosal, which is a liquid mercury they put in as a preservative in vaccines, almost so something like 92% of all vaccines have the thimerosal in it. It went to my brain and damaged the communicative center, language center in my brain. So I became developmentally autistic at 18 months old. I was unable to fathom language, couldn't understand what a word was. By the time I was 8, I had learned to pattern sounds like a parrot. And I could repeat those sounds when spoken to and get half the time an appropriate behavior, appropriate response. But a lot of times what I said had nothing to do with what was being said to me. And in school, when I was asked to stand up and read, I would just stand there with the book dumbfounded because I couldn't read. All this hieroglyph on the page didn't make any sense to me. And they thought, because I didn't look autistic, they thought that I was just a James Dean smartass. So I was constantly disciplined, constantly beat, and by nuns and priests. And when I got into my first year of high school at a Franciscan school, high school, they were really mean. I mean, I got hit with paddles, sawed-off canoe paddles, and had to shovel coal on Saturdays, all because I couldn't read. And they didn't understand autism in those days, and they didn't understand dyslexia at all. So they didn't see it as a problem. They just thought I was a wise guy not responding. So by the time I reached 12 years old, I had peritonitis that was misdiagnosed as an appendicitis. They went in there, took out the appendix. It was, even though it was in good shape, they thought, well, cause some trouble in the future. We want to make sure it may not. And that's what was written in the surgical report. So, you know, well, we have a pancreas. We have an appendix for no reason, don't we? So. I think so. Right. So this is the way the medical profession went with me. I was always being taken to doctors, always getting injections. And the more injections I got, the more mercury went into my head and the rest of my body and created havoc everywhere. So by the time I was 15, I developed angina pectoris, which is considered an old person's disease, which is muscle spasms in and around the heart that often cause heart attack and death. Also at 15, I turned diabetic, juvenile diabetic. That was in my mother's side, so it wasn't anything terribly unusual. 8 of my cousins were diabetic by the time they were 15. Some of them as early as 8 years old. So I was shooting up insulin. I didn't start shooting up the insulin until I was 17. Between the angina and the diabetes, it was pretty traumatic because I would have like a cardiac arrest and I couldn't breathe, so I'd pass out in school. They just let me lie on the floor for 20 minutes, and then when I woke up, I'd sit back down. That was it. And that was probably the best thing that they did. They left me alone. They didn't attack me with some, surgery or drug. They were very confused. They didn't know what to do. So the way I got through school was I always picked a smart, sensitive girl to sit next to, and I was always intuitive, so I cheated, copied her hieroglyphs, because there was no, I didn't know what I was writing. I was just writing these hieroglyphs. Sometimes it wasn't even the word, it wasn't even a word, wasn't even a proper sentence or anything. I just wrote what I could see from that distance. And I had a photographic memory as far as that goes. That's why I was an artist. And so I got to school with C's and D's that way. Then I got into college, and of course I was kicked out immediately because, again, they thought I was a disciplinarian problem. And then I went into a trade school for computer programming because I took a test. And they laid this test in front of me, and I saw these computer figures, and all of a sudden I knew what it was. The autism that, you have the answer without knowing how you got it. And I could write a program in about an hour when it would take people weeks or months to write. So I got a very good job doing that. Of course, they always had somebody sit with me to write anything out that needed to be written, and the professors were very, very conscious of all of this. So they helped me through all of that. And I got a very good job, made great money, and here I was autistic and couldn't even read. And when I was spoken to, I had learned enough patterns, and I was intuitive enough to know what most people were talking about. So I could give an auditory response that I still didn't know that they were words, how they were broken up into, adjectives or verbs or infinitives. I knew nothing of that. Still could not grasp that in my mind. So then by the time I was 19, I developed an ulcer. Still lots of tension and worry. I got married when I was 16, had a child when I was 17, and didn't work out. Of course, I was an idiot. I mean, how could I have a relationship with anybody else when I didn't even know how to have one, with myself that was nonviolent, because that's the way I was trained as a kid. I mean, it wasn't physical violence, but my family was physically violent with me. I mean, my father used to use wiffle ball bats, 2x4s, used a 9-iron golf club and put it through my skull one time, and took a paint can and knocked my 2 front teeth out one time. So this is the kind of behavior that I grew up with. So by the time I was 19, I had an ulcer, and they gave me lots of Maalox to take. So I took the Maalox, and I thought I was going to become a chalk factory. And we have a lot more people coming here. Well, we'll just go ahead. They can find their spaces, and hopefully it won't disrupt too much. The ulcer turned tumorous, and they said, well, we've got to go in and cut that out. So they severed the vagus nerve to my stomach, which meant that I would never again secrete hydrochloric acid, so I would be in the category of octogenarians who are so-called in danger of death from parasitical and bacterial invasions. I was told that I'd never be able to eat a raw food again. No salads, no nothing, no fruits. Everything had to be cooked. Water, anything. Had to be sterilized before I could drink it. So the incision turned tumorous, got quite big, sometimes a full 2 inches in width, and up to sometimes an inch or 3/4 of an inch of size here. So they decided that I'd had to have radiation therapy to stop that. And it was very high doses. I had 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy. And you know how clay is very malleable? And then when you fire it in a kiln, it's hard, becomes pottery or glass, depending upon how high you take it. Well, that's what the radiation did to my spine. They radiated me from here down to here. My entire spine was cauterized, so this was my movement after that. That was it. I couldn't touch my knees unless I sat, and it was very painful to sit, and I had to do all kinds of gyrations to sit. And it was always painful. It was an excruciating pain. So then, that gave me blood and bone cancer. Radiation causes bone cancer, causes different kinds of cancer when you have that intensive radiation. So I got blood and bone cancer from that, multiple myeloma. And they said, oh, you have to have chemotherapy. So I went through the chemotherapy for 3 months. It was AZT at that time. A week after I stopped, it was when they banned it. They said it was too toxic for people to take until the AIDS came up, and they said, oh, we can use it on them, with no tests. It was just arbitrary. So I took the AZT, and by the time they finished with me in 3 months, I was crippled from the chest down. So I crawled around the floor like a worm on my elbows. I had to urinate and defecate in jars and cans and pans, pots. And I decided after 3 months they wanted to continue them. And I said, no more. I came in here with an ulcer, and now I'm an invalid, with now several types of cancer. So, no thank you. And that was it. And I told them to eat the $83,000 in doctor bills, hospital bills, which they did. I mean, how was he going to get a dead person to pay it? And they just gave me a few weeks to live. At first it was 3 months, and by this point it was, a few weeks. So I didn't want to go to a hospice because I was still autistic. I still couldn't communicate. So I didn't want to have to deal with being ridiculed or people getting angry with me because I didn't understand them and couldn't communicate with them. So there were two volunteers that agreed to come and help me clean the house twice a week. And they would make food for me, and they would go shopping. And they were very nice people. One was 18 years old, a 6'2" black kid who was making a fortune as a kid because he was a singer for the Going Thing, which was a group for the Ford Motor Company that was advertising, in 1967 and 68 and 69, all that groovy thing, the groovy idea, get a new Mach 1 Mustang and stuff like that. But he was a volunteer, and he brought a 82-page book on a woman who had reversed her cancer by drinking, her uterine cancer, supposedly, by drinking a gallon of raw carrot juice a day. Didn't quite understand what he was saying, and the book was of no use to me because I couldn't read. But I was able to sense what he was saying because he kept holding the carrot juice up and explaining it. So I got it. He was trying to give me the carrot juice. And, of course, carrots made me puke. I had never eaten carrot juice raw, and I never eaten a carrot raw. And cooked carrots just made me vomit. Projectile vomits. Peas and asparagus and broccoli did the same thing. So I had wanted nothing to do with the carrot juice. Finally, to get him off my back, I took a sip, and it was delicious. So, along with my RC Cola and my powdered donuts and my 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filter cigarettes a day, I added carrot juice to my diet. And after and the more I had of that, the less RC Cola and less the garbage I wanted, because that really tasted good, and it made me feel better. In about 10 days, the autism went. And all of a sudden, instantly, I understood language. I understood that these were a combination of words, and that they were spaces to designate that, and there were adjectives and verbs and infinitives and prepositions, and how it all came together. So I was delighted. So I borrowed $110 from this kid, and he took me to the bookstore in a wheelchair, and I chose $110 worth of books on nutrition. So I went home, and I also got Siddhartha. Siddhartha was the first book that I ever read. And then a little bit of nutrition books as I was reading Siddhartha. Siddhartha is a very thin book, so it was pretty easy to read. However, I didn't have a vocabulary, so that was quite a stumbling block at first. So I just read and read and read, and the more I read, and I had 2 self-help books within 2 of the nutritional books. And they said the real objective is to get your mind so aligned and in tune with this earthen reality that it wouldn't matter what you ate. You could eat arsenic, take a bullet in the brain, and it wouldn't matter. And I said, well, that's where I want to get. So, after about 3 weeks of being empowered by reading, I was feeling, oh, I must be super now because I can read. So then I stopped drinking carrot juice to prove it. And within about 9 days, I was autistic again. Just like a light switch flipped off. So I was pretty traumatized. I said, oh my God, am I going to get back? Was it a coincidence with the carrot juice? I'm not giving the credit to the carrot juice and all this. So very mixed up, but again, began drinking the carrot juice again. And sure enough, within about 8 to 9 days, the autism went again. So I was able to read. So then, about 6 months down the road, I felt infallible enough to do it again. So I stopped the carrot juice, and within about a week, I was autistic again. So after the third time, I said, okay, I can't be stupid. The carrot juice has a benefit. The raw food has a place. So I began studying very heavily raw foods. And all of the books contradicted each other. I thought, oh my God, this is exhausting. What's true, what isn't? Vegetarianism, meat eating. You've got to have this protein. As a human being, you can't grow. Yet, don't kill animals. The blood is bad. All this contamination, whether it was from the Bible or whatever, it was all contradictory. So, but I kept on a raw food. I progressively, until February 72, I got completely on a raw diet. And by that time, I was able to function a little bit better, a lot better. I still, I had a lot of back trouble, but within the next year, all the way through 1973, I was able to recover enough to decide that I have to get out of society. So I got on a bicycle and toured the United States, Mexico, and some of Canada and Alaska for 3 years. And that was one of the best times of my life, except that I was a raw food fruitarian, and there's not much food out there. So you have to follow the food belt, Wherever it grows, that's where you follow, So it's like being what they call a fruit tramp. So, and I would work in the fields to make money to be able to buy, the fruit itself, or if I couldn't eat it all out of the fields. And it seemed to do me pretty good, and the hyperactivity that I got from it, from all that sugar, was a change for me, because I was always so sickly as a child. I would keep a cold from 3 to 5 months. I would be bedridden at least 3 months out of the year, bedridden. And I was never allowed to play with other kids because I was too sickly, so I was always baking with my mother and, following the women around, shopping and stuff like that. So I'm really a girl. So that was my, growing up. So on this journey of eating lots of fruit, it started deteriorating my bones, my teeth. After the chemotherapy and radiation, it rotted all the bone around my teeth anyway. So my teeth just dangled, they just wobbled in my mouth. And if I bit down on my own teeth, I would lose about a half a cup of blood at a time. A couple of times I had to have a transfusion, and I couldn't stop the bleeding. And they wanted to pull my teeth, and I said, I'm going to die anyway. I'm going to die with my teeth. I'm not going to go through the pain of the last few weeks of my life, suffering with pain from my teeth. So I refused that. But over the years, my bones solidified again. I still had to eat everything, through straws for about 2.5 years, and everything very soft. So the fruit diet was easy that way. I had to rip everything apart and mash it to be able to get it in my mouth so I didn't have to chew. But the bones started stabilizing. But then after 2.5 years of being out on a bicycle out in the elements, and out there in the elements, that's stress. People talk about social stress. Nothing like the stress of being outside every minute. The wind changes, the temperature changes, the heat, the sun, everything is constantly bombarding you, and the hunger. You can't go into a store and buy something. You have to get it off the land, and how far are you from any food? and I was a fruitarian, so I wouldn't eat meat. Would have been easy if I had, but I didn't eat meat at that time. And I was terribly against it because if I ate, after the surgery, if I ate cooked meat, I would get these boils all over my face, from my knees to the top of my head, boils that would blister. And I had a man describe me as looking like raw hamburger on bones. So that's what it looked like. And they were very sore and hurt a lot. So I stayed away from meat. I was terrified of eating meat. So during this 2.5 years of traveling around, I lived with coyotes, alligators, all sorts of different animals and different Indian tribes. The Mayans in Yucatan, in the woods, the jungle, and the Yaqui in northern Mexico, the Sioux in Dakota, North Dakota, and then in Alaska, the Yaqui Indian. Every one of all 4 of them told me that raw meat was what I needed. Raw meat? Are you kidding? I'm eating raw fruit, which I shouldn't be doing because I'm going to get a parasite or a bacteria and die from it. Do you want me to eat raw meat, break out all over, and die too? So I completely was afraid of the raw meat and didn't pay any attention to it, just figured it wasn't for me. So I ignored it. However, the Yaqui, the Inuit in Alaska had said that they had some medicine for me, and the whole tribe was around at the time, and they dug up out of the ground this hide and unwrapped it, and it had this horrible smelling stuff that gave me an instant headache. And they said it had to smell for half a mile downwind before it was ready. And let me tell you, it stunk terribly. So because it was black, it was white, it was green, it had all these molds in it. I didn't know that meat got molds in it. Gangrene is a mold, but I didn't realize that, And they would eat this, and they would jump up and down. The children would eat it like it was candy, and they did it one time of the year. This was usually in September. And at the, right before they go into the fall, to fill themselves with bacteria to get strong through the winter because the cold temperatures prevent bacterial growth. And bacteria is very important for body temperature and surviving that kind of coldness. And I didn't understand that at that time. But I thought this was some kind of herbs wrapped together and rotted. So I had a little bit. And at that time I was experiencing pain that was pretty severe from the bone cancer. If the temperature dropped below 70 degrees, I was in pain in every joint. If the temperature reached 48, I was crippled. I could not move from the pain. I was just a rug, just lying there, unable to move or anything. And I ate this about a ping pong ball-sized amount of this rotten stuff. Oh, and I just kept going into vomit every time I smelled it. So they took some cotton balls that I had and put some musk oil on them and stuffed them up my nose so I didn't smell it, so I was able to eat it. And for the next something like 18 days that I was in Alaska, hardly any pain. I was not crippled. They wouldn't give me the formula, I thought, because they kept telling me it was spoiled raw meat. They called it high meat. High in what? High in bacteria, high in molds. And it made everybody happy and high. So I poo-pooed it and ignored it, and it came back to Los Angeles. I was so weak that I threw my bicycle on some freight trains and hung my hammock across the doors so I could just swing back and forth and watch all the scenery go for the last time, because I was going to go to an old Indian burial ground near the Salton Sea below Palm Springs and fast myself to death, because I was not going to live with pain of the bone cancer again. So I got back to the California desert, where I was going to fast myself to death. And there's a den of coyotes that lived up in the canyon. They'd come down every night about midnight, wake me up and play this game. So after 2 weeks of doing this, they brought me a rabbit, a raw, fresh, warm, bloody rabbit. And they put it on my feet. And I thought, oh God, here's the Easter Bunny. And one of the reasons I stopped eating meat was because I loved animals and I didn't want to hurt and kill them. You know, I didn't realize if we rip a leaf off, you know, or ripping the arm off of or appendage off of a plant, and that is also killing. But my concept was animal because it didn't have a face and didn't have a voice that I could hear it scream. So here I was looking at this rabbit, and all of a sudden the sound bites of when I was a child, about 8 or 9 years old, rang through my head. My uncle and father were explaining to their children, my brothers and cousins, that when they went hunting one time, and I wasn't allowed to go with them, if you kill a wild rabbit, you have to cook it completely, severely through and through, because there is an enzyme or a bacteria or a parasite that will cause severe cramping in the intestines, and you'll die within 2 days. So all of a sudden that rang through my head, and I said, these coyotes are my friend. They're going to help me die in 2 days instead of 60 from fasting. Because I had fasted, you know, up to 41 days. And, you know, with headaches every day, it was miserable, and still on my way to death. So at this point, I knew that it would be a long time, long, painful death. So 2 days of pain in the stomach, I thought, I can handle that. That's a breeze. So I picked up the rabbit and started eating it, and of course it came right back up. You know, this slimy, warm, bloody thing. So and then it came back up again when I tried to eat it. So I sat down and said, okay, I have to psych myself into this. I have to take the time to adjust my thinking. So I sat down and I'm having this conversation. The coyotes are just sitting there laughing. He's sitting there, you know. So I picked up the rabbit and started eating it. And, you know, as a child, I hated everything I was served because my mother overcooked everything. So I usually sat at the table for an hour and a half eating. And I wasn't allowed to eat until all of my food was gone. They had all of the little nooks under the table all posted, you know, because they knew that I used to stick food there. And, you know, in the milk glass and everything, they would find peas. And so they learned all the tricks. So I had to sit there for an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours to eat everything down. And usually I would wash as much as I could down with milk, and I would learn to swallow a whole mouthful of this putrid food to me with a teaspoon of milk. So I developed that. So when I started eating this rabbit, that's the way I thought, okay, that's what I have to get into. I have to do that. I have to settle down and do this. So I did it. But after about 10, 15 bites, it became pretty tasty. So I began eating it and eating it and eating it. I ate about 3 pounds, and it was about a 7-pound jackrabbit. It was only about a year old because he was pretty tender. So the coyote shared the rest, and I went back to my campsite to die. And I knew I was dying because I felt good. So I went back to my campsite, and the reason I knew I was dying was because I had 3 near-death experiences, 2 on the operating table and 1 on an overdose of drugs. And it lowered my blood pressure so badly that I died for 3 hours and 17 minutes before I revived. And in that near-death experience, when I left the body each time, there's no pain. It's all euphoria. The only thing is guilt, you know, in that stage. So I knew I was dying because I actually felt good. I felt lighter. Things felt like they were moving, and I felt unhindered by some of that weight. But you know, I still knew there was a slight connection with all that pain, and I didn't quite let it go. So I went back and laid down. I woke up the next morning. I'm still on the planet. I said, this certainly isn't where I was before. This is not heaven. This is the same place, Earth. But it didn't take me 2 hours to fall out as it usually does after a night. I usually had to wait till the sun hit. I'd wake up always around 4:30. I have to wait till the sun rose somewhere around 5:30, 6 o'clock before it hit my sleeping bag, and then 2 hours after it hit my sleeping bag, I would be warm enough and in as little pain as I could move. and it was still painful. So I was very stiff, very sore, and I would crawl out of my sleeping bag and lie in the sun directly for another 15 minutes. But after this, after the rabbit, the night after the rabbit, it only took about 40 minutes. I didn't put it together until 3 days later, and I said, wait a minute, I'm feeling too good. The Indians told me raw meat. Raw meat. That's the answer. Raw meat. That's got to be the answer. So at that moment, a sidewinder rattlesnake came right past me. And I had seen Indians just go up, put their foot on it, pick it up right in front of the rattler, spin it around, whip the head off of it, and strip it and eat it. So automatically, I just copied it I copied sound bites as an autistic kid. I just went up, I know how to do this, picked it up and went like this, and then realized, what the hell am I doing? What if this thing comes back and bites me? So I spent 5 minutes changing arms, trying to figure out, is this going to work? Is this thing going to bite me? Or what? So I was getting so sore, terribly, that I finally snapped the head, and it came off easily, and I stripped it back and ate it. And some cats that lived in the canyon came and shared the snake with me, and they loved it. So I got all this. I started getting more and more energy. The Latin Americans, the Mexicans, revere the snake as a medicinal food, and so it's full of vertebrae and everything. So it's not easy to eat all the bones, and it tastes like fish when it's raw, not chicken. And but I was able to get it down and eat it, and it did. It did have some very great effects on my bones. So I started hunting for eggs, and I realized, what the hell am I doing hunting in a desert? There's no frickin' food in the desert. So I went down to bicycled to the farms, made deals, shovel manure, milk goats, milk cows, anything I could do for my food. So that's what I did. 3.5 months later, I'd gained 50 pounds. I looked like a scaled down Arnold Schwarzenegger. I was 118 pounds at that, 118 pounds at that time. This is 113 pounds, so I was pretty small. Right now, I'm about 175. So you can imagine what I was like then. But I had all this muscle, and I looked, healthy, and I felt healthy. I still had some bone pain, but I was much better. So I decided I'm going into Los Angeles to spread the word. So I got to Los Angeles, and they said, are you out of your mind? You're going to get a brain fluke, and you'll be an idiot. And I said, I've already been that. This makes me feel good. This is the only thing that's really made me feel good and whole and one. Some kind of a balance that I've never felt before. So I have to keep doing it. And, over the years, I kept hearing it every day from somebody that would see me eating raw meat or, raw butter and raw milk. There's always somebody with that fear bred in them. So I took it in, and I started saying, oh, shit, I hope this isn't the time I get the brain fluke, So I went through 13 years worrying every time I ate meat, and I had to do it because there was nothing else that gave me what that did. So 13 years I worried, and then I woke up one morning and said, you are an idiot. Definitely an idiot. 13 years of worry for nothing. The doctor said that you had no hydrochloric acid. You were definitely in danger of death from parasitical and bacterial food poisoning. And one time I had fasted and was so hungry, and it was a Sunday night and nothing was open. I went into the garbage can of a fish market and got out this salmon that was undulating with pinworms, and I ate it. I was so crazy with hunger. And the next day, of course, I went for medical tests. I went, laboratory tests. I had my urine checked, my feces checked, and my blood checked for 10 weeks. Never got a parasite. So I'm wondering, after that 13 years, Mark, that was that was a couple of years after that parasite thing, and I thought it was just a fluke. I was blessed. God took care of me. And then, after the 13-year mark, I said, wait a minute. Where have these tests been done that prove that people get parasites and bacterial food poisoning from raw meat? So I went to all the major medical schools. Nobody had done any tests by animals or humans eating parasite-infested meat to see if it transferred into humans. None, anywhere. So I put a laboratory test together. I started, started acting on General Hospital, and Santa Barbara started making a lot of money again. And also painting, I would make anywhere from 100 to 125 an hour, doing murals and paintings in very wealthy people's homes. So I had enough money to do these laboratory tests. So I spent a lot of years spending a lot of money on laboratory tests. So one of them was I took these animals who were very weak and very old that had tested for no parasites, fed them the parasite-infested calf's brain, chicken tripe with pinworms going crazy in them, like I ate with the salmon, and what was the other one? Oh, liver worms and heartworms. So all of these animals ate it raw, including me. Blood test for 10 weeks, urine, the feces checked, not one parasite. This is all supposition. This is fiction. It is myth that bacteria in raw meat causes disease. Absolute myth. And I have to think back and think, how did man live? Because he didn't cook his food. If you live outdoors, making a fire is a huge, tremendous chore. And the Native American Indians and all those tribes said that they eat most of their meat raw. Only on certain celebrations did they cook it. And they always cooked it when a white man was around, because the white man prevented them from eating raw meat and having their ceremonies on the reservations. And they also got to the point where they didn't want the white man to know their secrets of health. So they wouldn't tell them about the raw meat. They wouldn't eat raw meat in front of them. Of course, the Eskimos were so remote, and they weren't slaughtered like the Southern American Indians, the southern northern continent Indians, like in America and Mexico. So they still ate raw meat all the time in front of the white man. So here we have this whole myth that is causing people probably to be very deficient in lots of proteins, amino acids, and B vitamins, even calcium. Vitamin C. You can assimilate more vitamin C in a pound of meat than you can in 5 oranges. In fact, the only food that has been proved to reverse scurvy in 1.5 days is raw meat. And those are in the annals of Dartmouth University under Vladimir Stephenson's research when he was living with the Eskimo. And there was a sea captain who got scurvy, and the only thing that was available was raw meat. Scurvy was gone in a day and a half. So all this stuff is documented, but certainly doesn't get out there to the public. I was supposed to die 36 years ago of 4 incurable diseases. Oh, after they did the chemotherapy, I was also diagnosed with lymphoma. I didn't go back for the biopsy to prove it, but by that point I had been diagnosed with 4 cancers: stomach, blood and bone, and lymph. I also had diabetes, psoriasis, angina pectoris, and bursitis, all incurable. I have none of them today. And I just turned 57 in April. So I'm here to share that information with you. We're going to go into a workshop now, and the workshop will last at least 3 hours, probably 4 hours, and then I'll do mini consults, which means that I will look at the palms, and I see mounds on the palms which tell me which glands are working, how well I can tell, how your blood's doing. And I'll give you a mini evaluation. It takes from 6 to 10 minutes each. It's $30, and we'll do as many as we can, up to 30. And if you want a full consult, you can come either tomorrow or the next day. And I photograph the irises. I read the irises to see where there is toxicity in the body, how the system's doing. and that takes about an hour and 15 minutes, and that's $300. So if you would like any of that, see Jill at the break. We're going to just take a 10 to 15 minute break, and then when we go into the 3.5 to 4 hour workshop, we're only going to have one break in there, and that break will be to get some nutrients to keep your mind alert, because I'm going to be giving you a lot of information. I'm going to tell you how foods work, how your body works with the foods, which ones to have to make your mind and body the most focused and clear and precise and happy. So with that, I'm going to take maybe 2 or 3 questions only, if there are any, and then we'll move on for the break and then start the workshop. Any questions? Yes?
How do people get parasites? Did you test it with cookies?
Well, you have to understand what propagates parasites. Parasites feed on degenerative tissues. They don't feed on healthy cells. You can bruise a cell, parasites will be there to help break it up. They are the janitors of the body, and they help you. That's why the Eskimo eat those molds. To present the molds into their body and the bacteria into their body to eat up that degenerative tissue, because when they suffer those cold temperatures, a lot of tissue is bruised all through the late fall and winter. And the only way they can get rid of it is to have either parasites, bacteria, or molds in their bodies. So they supply the molds and bacteria, and rarely, I don't think there's an incident of an Eskimo ever having a parasite that lives in the tribes. Now, the Eskimos' first case of dental caries was in 1986. 1986, no cavities. And that was in a fellow who had lived in the German colony there, British and German colony, for 50 years eating the cakes and sugars. The first case of cancer in an Eskimo was in 1936, first case of cancer. And that was among the civilized Eskimos that were eating the sugars and the processed foods of man. So parasites, I did one test where we got a hermetically sealed environment, cost me $36,000 to set up the room, have the room set up. It was sterilized. There was a room that supplied the oxygen, and in that environment we did a glass, a sealed environment, and it had a duct going up and then a HEPA filter, so the oxygen passed through would not have any bacteria in it, and it went into the chamber, which is also glass enclosed, hermetically sealed, where we placed freshly butchered meat. We butchered it ourselves, completely sterile, and then put the meat in that environment. We kept the temperature of that sealed environment, the animal's body temperature, or temperature degrees above, so it was about 96.2 degrees, and we kept it to 97.3 degrees. In 3 days, parasites spontaneously erupted in that meat. They are part of every one of your animal cells. They are a natural part of your body. But you have to understand the pharmaceutical company which runs the medical profession wants you to be afraid of these parasites and all these bacteria, so you'll take their medications. Yet their medications are the ones that's causing almost all the diseases. There's a book that just came out that showed that the highest rate of death is not heart disease and not pancreatitis or diabetes, but iatrogenesis, which is doctor-induced, medication-induced death. So when a baby dies in a hospital, they say, oh, bacteria, E. coli, salmonella. They erupt as a matter of decay tissue. They don't erupt to eat the human body or any animal's body. They are a response of degenerative tissue. Drug goes in, damages the system, bruises the system, disrupts the integrity of the cell. The bacteria and parasite are there to help it. It's like, You see a crow and a vulture eating a carcass out there. You don't blame the vulture and the crow for the animal they're eating. And that's what happens with parasites and bacteria. But the medical profession will not ever understand that, because they would have to blame themselves. They would be out of a job. Nobody would take medication. Nobody would go to them. So they have to hold on to the bacteria theory, which is complete bunk. That was a long answer to that. Two more. Yes.
I have a friend that has a tumor in her lung and in her stomach. And she loves raw meat. Is there any particular food that...
Well, you're getting into specifics there in a difficult situation, but 95% of all the diseases, people who've had diseases, and I mean all diseases, have gone on this diet, and it's reversed 95% of them. 95%. Except for lung cancer. The doctor give them more antibiotics than they can't. They're so full of pain they can't eat, and they waste away and die. And that's what happens. I've only lost 16 patients, cancer patients out of 300 without medication. But 15 of those 16 wasted away because they couldn't eat, because they were in too much pain to eat. So this diet works for most diseases. Okay, last question.
Is there any meat that was not appropriate to eat, like there used to be the taboos against eating pork, right? Is there any sort of meat that you can't eat?
No, if you know the pig. As long as it's organic, be fine. If it's plastered with hormones, you're taking some risks. But shellfish, they say it's a bottom feeder. It eats shit. So there are tribes that eat fecal matter because they can't get meat protein. So they'll follow, and it's illegal for them to slaughter these animals because it's part of their religion. And they'll go around eating the cow patties. First time I saw that, it was in National Geographic. You see this dark, black-haired woman, these beautiful blue eyes, and this smile on her face, and these rosy lips, and there's no makeup. She's in a field. And you see this, they pull back, and you see this, and you see her eating something, you don't know what it is. You see this tail swishing behind her, and then, it pulls out, and you see the ass of a water buffalo, and you see her reaching down, pick something up, and you pull out, and it's this huge cow patty. And she's eating this shit. Really. But the vegetarian animal digests, by 2/3 to 3/4 all of the matter they put into their system, but they have to chew and regurgitate, to keep bringing it up. They have 2 to 4 stomachs to handle it. They have 60,000 times more digestive enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and the protein. It takes 48 hours to go through their system, and you see lots of fiber still in it when they poop. When it goes through the human system, we digest at the most 1/3, and it's mainly vitamins, enzymes, and minerals, and that's it. No protein and rarely any fats. So if a human eats cow shit, it's pre-digested. It's like eating milk that's pre-digested with different types of bacteria, Coccus, Acidophilus, Bulgarius. So that's the way it works, and it works. And there are people who reverse their diseases by eating fecal matter, E. coli. The University of Toronto, in association with the Hospital for Sick Children of Toronto, has been using E. coli, the barotoxin produced by E. coli, for 32 years to completely shrink and dissolve human brain tumors in 2 to 7 days, including the vessels going to the tumor. Vion Products 2 years ago came out with a attenuated salmonella that was created by Yale. You know what they did? They found that the salmonella goes in, chokes off the oxygen to the tumor, and then eats the tumor. So they attenuate it, so all it does is choke off the oxygen to the tumor. Then you have to get an injection, a $12,000 injection of a solvent that dissolves it. Why not let the salmonella eat it up? $8,000 for that injection of salmonella, $12,000 for the solvent. $20,000 of treatment. Hell, let an egg rot. Eat your own salmonella. And a lot of people do. And it works. We are deficient in bacteria. Joel Weinstock, Dr. Joel Weinstock of Iowa University. Now it's all over the place. He did this, work 10 years ago, and it's just now hitting the news. We're talking 10 years ago this was available. And probably received 10 different publications of it in the last 2 weeks. And I quoted it in my book, my recipe book that was released a year ago. And it said that Dr. Weinstock found that in his chronic, chronic bowel syndrome cases where there was no hope, he fed them whipworms from the intestines of a pig. 5 out of 6 cases completely reversed their symptoms. These were people who suffered anywhere from 10 to 30 years with this. They ate a bunch of whipworm eggs in a solution of Gatorade, which is alkalinizing, which neutralized the hydrochloric acid so it didn't destroy the eggs. The eggs incubated in the intestines, and they got parasites, whipworms, and it took care of their problems. All animals out in nature have parasites in their intestines, which is part of digestion.
I always wondered about that, because it seems like, you look at I saw in the belly of an alligator, it was covered in parasites, and they're perfectly healthy.
They're perfectly healthy.
Yeah, and we have all these programs where people are supposed to kill all the parasites in their body.
Yeah. And basically you're killing your health. We have been working in a symbiotic relationship for millions of years with these creatures. And we're supposed to believe that they're out to get us. And yet we get more diseases every year. In 1957, 1 person in 1,000 got cancer. Now it's 1 in 2.5 people. Gee, medical profession is saving our lives, aren't they?
They're winning the war on cancer.
Yeah, that's a joke. Anyway, that's it. Okay, we're going to take our break. And for those of you who want to stay or get a consult, see Jill, please. Thank you. Good. Okay, we're going to get into is, first of all, the human digestive tract. So you understand what we are so-called intellectually rationalized to eat. Now, as I said earlier, an herbivore, those animals who eat vegetation, that's leaf, stalks, and roots, bark, that kind of thing, they have a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. They have 2 to 4 stomachs. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule. It takes 48 hours for vegetable matter to pass through their digestive tract. We have 1 stomach. Vegetation passes through us in 24 hours. We can only get the vitamins, enzymes, and minerals from it. No protein, and practically only a trace of fats from vegetation. Unless it's cooked, then you've destroyed all the enzymes and vitamins and all the nutrients in it, but you'll get protein and some fats. But, of course, it's going to be toxic. Our digestive tract is like like a pig. The pig eats more meat than anything else if he can. Also chickens, animals, except having a gizzard, our system is very much like theirs. Birds, yeah. Now they have the herbivores have all flat teeth, grinding, crushing teeth. Most of ours are cutting teeth, ripping and cutting teeth. We just have a few molars for crushing. And if you've ever been with the natives that eat raw meat, they don't chew their meat. They crush it, swallow it. 2, 3 crushes at the most. And they'll take huge pieces of meat. 3 chews, 2, down their throats. The tylen enzyme in the mouth is for food digestion, vegetation digestion. But like I say, we have only a fraction. So we can get some vitamins and enzymes and minerals, and the digestion is very poor. If that tylen enzyme gets mixed with the meat too much, it neutralizes the acids to digest the meat. Not a good thing. So don't chew your meat. Swallow it.
That's good news.
I have lots of people who, they get repulsed as they're eating it and they can't eat much meat because they're chewing it 1,000 or 100 times to 500 times because they're used to being vegetarians, chewing and chewing forever, which is what you have to do with vegetation to get anything out of it. So the best way to get your vegetable juices for the enzymes, vitamins, and minerals is to juice vegetables, not eat the pulp.
Some cell phones.
Anybody have a cell phone with them that's on?
Probably not.
Okay.
It's okay to do.
I am now a robot.
So don't chew your meat at all, or
No, you can chew it, but I mean, don't
like 2 or 3 or 4?
don't have a relationship with it.
Don't flex for us.
Seduce your girlfriend, not the meat.
And what happens, but you are supposed to chew your vegetables, but you said...
Yes, and fruit too.
But what happens if you chew that too much, you said?
You'll turn alkaline, to over-alkaline in your system, but I'm going to get into that heavily.
I'm glad you said that because I started eating raw meat and I kept on chewing it, didn't get any flavor. I didn't hold it. I went immediately I tried high meat, which I felt better about, even though I had to deal with the smell. But because it was broken down to a certain extent.
That's right, predigested. Yeah. So, I have probably 40 clients who are repulsed by the meat, but they will not get well without the meat. And I'll explain that later why. So they wash it down with milk or kefir. If it's high meat, they wash it down with water. And I'm just going to throw a little note in here because I usually forget it. If you're going to have high meat, it needs to be 15 minutes before a meat meal. No milk with high meat because the lactic acid will destroy the bacteria. And that's what you're after, the bacteria in the high meat.
What about Tabasco sauce?
I'm not going to answer any questions. We're going to go to the end. If I don't answer your question, then ask me at the end. Okay? So digestion is very much like a carnivore. Now a carnivore, the difference between a carnivore and us is they have only 10 times the intestines the length of their torso. We have 22. So ours is a little bit more than double theirs. But an herbivore is 2.5 times longer than ours. However, the hydrochloric acid concentration in canines and felines is 15 times greater than ours in the stomach. However, we secrete hydrochloric acid throughout the entire small intestines, where they don't. So we have the same amount of hydrochloric acid secretion, it's just not in the stomach. So when vegetarians throw this information to you, it's not complete. We have just as much hydrochloric acid as a canine and feline, just in different locations in the system. Ours is slow digesting, a dog's and a cat's quick digestion. They digest their foods in about 10 to 12 hours, their meat. It takes us 24 hours, 16 to 24 hours to digest it. And it will be complete. I have complete digestion with mine, even though I have my vagus nerve severed and I don't have that concentration of hydrochloric acid in the stomach. However, I always make sure my meat's in very small pieces. And I don't chew it. What I do is I like a relationship with my meats. So I'll hold it, I like to get warm, and I'll rip it in small pieces and swallow. Maybe one crush and swallow, and that's it. That's the way I eat the meat. Or I put it in a food processor like a Cuisinart and grind it. And shovel it down quickly. Very easy that way. And I can eat, up to 3 pounds in a day, that way. But if I sit there and chew it and chew it and chew it and chew it, I'll be lucky if I get a half a pound in a day. Because it starts interfering with the digestion of the meat and it causes repulsion when you over-alkalinize the stomach and the body. That's another problem with eating vegetation. Because we don't digest vegetation and it runs through our system, it over-alkalinizes the intestines and stomach and the bowels, both intestines. We need to preserve an acid environment everywhere in our digestive tract. Eating vegetation is so slow digesting, it constantly secreting these alkaline fluids in the system. Interferes with digestion, causes a repulsion to meat. especially cooked meat. So that's why I say don't eat whole vegetables unless it's the last meal of the day, and do it very, very rarely. And if you have a problem with constipation, 1 or 2 salads a week would be good as the last thing in the day. So no meat comes behind it for 8 hours, 5 to 8 hours. And it'll be okay, because the digestive tract and stomach will start acidifying in that time, getting ready for the animal foods. Basically, that's the intellectualized analysis of why we're meat eaters and dairy eaters. But let's take a look at what's most important. The people who do eat raw meat and dairy, the Fulani, the Samburu, the Maasai, and quite a few other tribes, the Eskimo. They live 99% on these matters. The Maasai it is a law, like in our Bible, don't eat the apple, don't eat the fruit, is a law in their community against eating fruit because it causes over-emotionality and confused thinking. They have no disease. They are considered the smartest, healthiest, tallest race in the world. Now, they can be thin because they were raised that way. They don't have the toxicity, except for that time that Shirley MacLaine and the bunch went over there and gave them candy and garbage and got them sick. Within about 15, 16 years after all of that, they got wise and said, oh no. So they went to the government and said, we do not want the white man within 20 miles of our villages. And they made an agreement. They would hike out every day. Some of their entertainers would hike out every day, 20 miles, to do rituals for the white man, as long as they would not come within 20 miles of their villages because of the contamination. Smart people. Now, the Fulani mainly live on dairy. 90% of their diet, 75 to 90% of their diet is raw milk. There's a period in a man's development that he can eat nothing else but raw milk for 10 years. And he has to drink so much that he has to look like a what are those, sumo wrestler? Sumo wrestlers, you know, they have to look real huge. And that's the guy who can get that big on the raw milk becomes the next chief. So, because they know that if the body has a lot of excess fat, any poison that may come into it is arrested in the fat and does not penetrate the cells and destroy the RNA and DNA or deform it. So being fat is very important. The whole fat myth, you know, makes more sickness, more people will be dying from it, so the medical profession makes even more money. They've propagated the cholesterol myth. Without cholesterol, you wouldn't have the fats to protect yourself, nor to clean out the system. But I'll get into that. I'm going to jump into that real quick. So, digestive-wise, intellectually, and experientially, raw meat and raw dairy has created the healthiest races. Now, the Samburu eats about the same amount as the Maasai. The only thing that they do not eat is the milk, the blood with the milk that the Maasai drink. Whenever the calves are nursing, 3 months out of the year, the Maasai don't have enough milk. So they'll take a bamboo shoot, cut a sharp angle at it, have this huge slingshot apparatus, and shoot the bamboo into the jugular vein of a bull. And they'll cork it. And they'll bleed that bull for about 5 days. And this is the reaction from the bull. Be eating, go right back to eating. Doesn't seem to phase it, the bull. Just go right back to eating. Not phased at all. So what they do is they fill half of the pouch with milk, and then, the cow's milk, the water buffalo milk, and then the rest with blood. And, they wouldn't let the Brownsville Indians wouldn't let me enjoy their mixture of goat blood and goat milk, way back in the mid-'70s when I passed through them. So the first time I got to have blood and milk together that I, freshly slaughtered from a goat, in Hawaii was about 3 years ago. And let me tell you, we had 15 people there at the ceremony at Pangaya, which is the community that's mostly on this diet. And they asked me to, because none of them ever butchered because they all come from vegetarian backgrounds. And 6 of these people were diehard vegetarians. So they were there for the ritual. We put the goat in a harness, put him on a pulley, and spun him around till he went to sleep. And then I cut his jugular and bled it into gallon jars that were half full with milk, the goat's milk. And then after, we did that, then we passed the gallons around after we stirred it. And there were 6 people who were diehard vegetarians, but because they were in the ritual, they felt they needed to have a sip. So you see these people going, and all of a sudden you see them sip, and then you see them starting to gulp. It tastes like ice cream. Now, blood, when you have it alone, it coagulates and it tastes metallic, heavy in iron, and all that stuff. But when you mix it with milk, it turns into this sweet, rich, tastes just like ice cream, vanilla ice cream. And it's incredible. So we all downed those 2 gallons in like 25, 35 minutes. 15 people. And then I slaughtered the animal. Nobody knew how to slaughter and skin and butcher. So I did that. And then we enjoyed all of the meat for days. So even the milk that the Maasai eat is very helpful. I mean, the amount of energy and charge that it gives is exceptional. Also eating glands blended with milk, 50% milk, 50% glands with a little honey, and it also is a terrific energy booster. So let's talk about foods and what they do. I mentioned that fats are very important to protect the body and to dissolve toxicity in the body. The body makes about 60 varieties of cholesterol, and they are all important. Again, this myth created about cholesterol was created by the industry, the vegetable oil industry. Their concept was that vegetable oil does not solidify at cold temperatures the way butter and animal fat does. And therefore, it must stay fluid easier in the body. So saturated fats, which butter and cream and meat fat are less desirable. Even coconut cream, which is considered one of the best solvents in the world, solidifies at refrigeration temperature. When it hits about 53, 54 degrees, it starts solidifying. So does butter. Butter will start solidifying as little as 65 degrees. But in the human body, it never gets to 65 degrees unless it's dead. So it stays about 96 to 98.6 degrees. Always fluid in the body. However, if you take vegetable oils, when your cells make nutrients and soaps and stabilizers and protective cholesterols from it, guess what it does? It hardens 4 to 5 years in the body because the molecular exchange stops happening. Especially if the molecules are hydrogenated. So if you have hydrogenated peanut butter or hydrogenated vegetable oil, it's plastic. That's how plastic was invented. The guy fell asleep while it was hydrogenating. When he woke up, he had plastic. The molecular structure of vegetable oils that are hydrogenated are identical to plastic. That is the formation of plastic. If you take a vegetable oil, even if it's raw, and you mix it with dirt and let it sit for a year, you have rock. If you take animal fats and you mix it with dirt, it will mold and turn into earth. It will feed the earth. So all this hardening of the arteries and all this nonsense about cholesterol is all a myth again, created by the vegetable industry that did not prove their assumptions. They were just out for marketing. They did not prove what they were saying. And the myth still exists up until Harvard came out 2 years ago or 3 years ago and said, Oops, we made a mistake. The people who are on fat-free diets get 36% more disease. So eat fat at one meal. Eat fat at one meal? How did you come up with that conclusion and that decision? No tests. Just out of the clear blue. Eat fat only at one meal. Okay. Well, prove it. I can prove to you that fat at every meal is very helpful by the results that I get when people do it, especially if they're ill. So fats lubricate the body. They protect the body. They shield invasion of toxins that can come in. Let's say you're out in traffic and you're on the freeway and you're inhaling all this cadmium and this other garbage and lead from, diesel fuel. And all of these poisons are going into your system. If you have a good coating of fat on that cell will never be destroyed. It'll never be ruptured. It will hold its integrity. Vegetable oils won't do that. Vegetable oils will go in and burn and rupture the integrity of the cell wall, because vegetable oils are 90% solvent reactive. They don't protect the body. They are there as soaps. Coconut cream is 60% solvent reactive. And coconut is one of the best solvents there is. If I take this lid and I put on here some coconut cream, in an hour that'll be gray. 24 hours it'll be black. Because that coconut cream just starts ripping up the metal, tearing it apart, disintegrating it, dissolving it. If you put a vegetable oil in there, olive oil or flax oil, those are really fruit oils, but safflower, any of the other oils, you put those on there, and it'll take a week to turn gray. 100 years ago, even 50 years ago, 55 years ago, 70% to 90% of all the soaps on the market contained coconut oil because it was the best. Now everything's petroleum and garbage and poisonous. You have to understand that our society is run by marketing of the food industry. They do not have your health in concern. I ran in when I was bicycling in 1975 through Oklahoma. I ran into this old guy, he saw me eating raw foods and stuff like that. And he said, I worked at Purina. It was General Foods. I don't remember, it was General Foods or Purina. And he said he worked there for 37 years. And he was part of the team that was to prove from 1926, I think it was, to 1937 or 38, that the team of scientists that were going to prove that cooking and processing made your food healthier and safer and got rid of disease. All the tests proved just the opposite, so they destroyed all of the test results. All of those years of test results, destroyed it. Because they had billions of dollars invested in manufacturing food. And then to boost it, they got into the World War II. Canned foods, processing, big storm with the rationing. And let me tell you, they jumped on it. And all that wasn't necessary, not in this country. If you took, a ride, even in your car, and you went past all of the fruit fields and grain fields and cattle fields in this country, there would be enough to feed everybody on the planet. Do you know how many fields I watched them let the food rot in the fields? Because the market had to keep the market down. And the government pays them $100,000 a year not to farm, not to produce. So it's all a myth. You've been given a myth, a big myth. There is no deficiency of any kind of food. Thailand now, they're doing the same thing. They've driven the price of rice so far down that the families have to send their children into Bangkok in the cities to work to pay for the land and the taxes because they don't make enough money on the rice paddies anymore. The same thing they did in this country. Wipe out the little farmer, big conglomerates take it over, and they've got full control. And next will be, Cambodia, and they're already doing it in Vietnam. So this is the system. This is geared for good business sense. These people don't consider it morally objective. It is good business sense. And it is. It's good business sense, but it has nothing to do with morality, and it certainly has nothing to do with you and your health. So, fats are very important in the system. I like people to be fat. It protects you. Let me give you an example. Last September, or every September, I go to New York City and New Jersey area and Brooklyn, and I'll spend a whole week seeing patients and doing one seminar for the whole area. And we'll have 60 to 80 people, sometimes 100 people. And, I work very hard for 6 days from 8 o'clock in the morning to midnight, seeing people for the rest of those days. And then I go down to Asheville, North Carolina to do it again. But it's a smaller community there, so I'm doing, just 2 days, 3 days of work there. These people in Asheville, North Carolina come from the hippie generation. Long-time vegetarians, anywhere from 18 years to 27, 32 years as vegetarians. I have not seen a community sicker than this community. And they're called Earth Haven. So one of them was so sick that he found my diet on the internet, tried it. In a year, completely turned his life around, and everybody at Earth Haven says, "What are you doing?" And he's keeping it quiet because it wasn't vegetarian. He didn't want to be ridiculed. But he says, "I can't keep it quiet." So he started telling everybody what he was doing. Man, it caught on. So last September, I went to see them, and everybody, is a hippie that comes to see me, or a retired hippie or evolved hippie, and like I was. I'm still a hippie, and just not a beard and long hair anymore. And this one guy came in, and he was probably 35 pounds overweight at most, and he looked like he was in a motorcycle gang. He looked like he had years of drugs and years of alcohol abuse. His skin, had that adipose tissue look, heavily scarred, thick. And, I said, "What is this guy doing here?" And I took his photograph of his eyes, and he was clean as a whistle inside. And this man was about 49 years old, 47, 49 years old. And I said, "Okay, I can see you've had maybe 27 years of drug abuse, maybe 30 years of alcohol abuse." He said, "Yeah, that's about right." And I said, "It doesn't make sense. You're only 30, 35 pounds overweight, and you've protected yourself this well. It just doesn't make sense. You're an anomaly." He said, "Well, if you want to know, 4 months ago before I went on your diet, I was 300 pounds. And he believed that was always bad for him. But the people who are very fat always have the most protection for the glands in their cells in every part of their system, because that's where the fats go. That's where the toxins go if you have the fats. If you don't have the fats, guess where they go? Right into your cells. And it rips the fat out of them. It alters the prostaglandins within the cell. You've altered the RNA and DNA, and the cell is no longer healthy. It's a mutant. Fat is good. Only reason I'm this thin right now is because I'm on the downside from an accident. And I was in a pretty serious car accident that should have been fatal. 3 months before that, December 2nd, was my last day in Bangkok, and I decided I was going to go out with my video camera, my digital video camera, and video nightlife in Bangkok at Soy Cowboy, and I filmed 3 guys that didn't want to be filmed. It's 2:15 in the morning. And these guys got very upset. One of them came after me with a bottle, beer bottle, empty beer bottle. And one of his buddies that were involved there stopped him. And I just went on filming people, And then a block away, they jumped out, and I didn't know it was them at first until I got away. They jumped out between some cars. And one of them hit me with a board here and split my eye open from here to here, so my guts were hanging out. And the other one, a second later, hit me with a crowbar or a hammer right here. Put a hole completely in my lip here, and knocked these 3 teeth and the bone all the way back under my tongue. Shattered the bone. Crushed the bone back. So I'm getting attacked, and they're just hitting me. The 2 in the front, and the third one was coming from behind. And when I got hit with a hammer or crowbar, that's what the forensic detective said that they had to have hit me with to cause that kind of damage. So when my head went back from that, time stood still. I was able to decide what I was going to do, and I knew I had to get my face away from them. So in that split second, I was able to completely turn my body around and hit the ground, raise one of my legs, kicked one right in the knees, and got out between the cars and ran into a restaurant. One of the waitresses in the restaurant, and they were there, they stayed there, they wanted that camera. And I had it strapped to my hand, so they didn't get it, because I got away. And if I had known they wanted the camera, hell, I would just give them the camera or the tape or whatever they wanted. But I didn't know who they were until I got away in the restaurant and saw who they were. These were the same three guys. So they wanted that camera, and they just stood out there. So I'm telling everybody, you're a witness, these guys right here, these are the guys. And my guts are hanging out here, and, my lip is completely open, and the blood's gushing out down here, and my teeth are under, and I'm talking, like this. And, but the pain wasn't bad. It was like I was numbed, or maybe in shock. But then the pain did not get excruciating until I went into surgery the next day. One of the waitresses said she recognized one guy, he was an undercover cop. So I must have caught them doing something bad. However, when I went to the police station, before I went to the hospital, because they had to take pictures and everything, it was so dark you couldn't even make them out. So they got away with it. Anyway, I went to surgery the next day, about 11 hours later, and they wanted to pull these 3 teeth minimum and 5 teeth preferably. Because when he hit me, you have a whole hose of a nerve which all the teeth attached to. And when he had hit me with that, he split the nerve in half. So from here to here, there was no nerve connecting to these teeth anymore. And so I said, well, let's get another opinion. So I had 3 dentists give an opinion. They all wanted to remove the teeth. And I said, you know what? You don't know how I heal. So I would like you to take your time, put it back in place, whatever the cost, and let's take a chance. Wire my jaw shut, wire the teeth in place, and we'll see what happens. I can always have them pulled in 3 to 6 months as they atrophy, as they go into necrosis. So they're laughing at me. So they do it. It cost me $118 for that surgery. In this country, it would have been $30,000 to $50,000 for that surgery. And they were very good. So this, and you can see, these two are slightly loose, and this was in necrosis because it split the bone all the way down to the bottom. This was completely open and pussing a week, about 5 days later. So it's all grown back, and these teeth are solid in there now. A little numbness, but the nerve is growing back because I can feel it. So then I go back to Bangkok 3 months later, and I'm going to Bangkok and Thailand because I'm going to open a health center there. I don't have to worry about the government trying to bankrupt us because we're eating raw meat and raw foods and going against the medical profession, because that's what they do in this country. They run doctors who have specialized health clinics out of business, so they go to Mexico or somewhere else. Well, I don't want to go to the desert in Mexico. I need to be in a more moist climate for most patients. So I have these people offering, these government officials who own some construction companies, offering me 300 rides, which is 120 acres in Ubon Ratchathani. And then I've got patients who live in Bangkok who are on my diet in reverse. One is 72 reversed his prostate cancer on the diet. So he's funding the buildings and all of that. So now I've got the whole put thing together, and I was looking at this property. Went to dinner, going home, and this, it was 1:15 in the morning, and this kid in an RV, twice the size of our RV. We were in a brand new RV, 2004. It was the Mitsubishi, and I was in the 3rd seat in the back, and there were 5 of us in the car. There was a monk sitting here. An official up was driving. It was his car, and then his interpreter was next to him, and I was in the back with the girl who put the package together, was putting it together. She was a real estate agent and for a few days, my girlfriend. until she deserted me after the accident. But we were sitting in the back, and I was harnessed in. But this guy, I was the only one who saw him at the last minute. I see this car, no lights on. This RV, big RV. No lights on. So I thought he was parked, and I'm realizing he's moving, and the next split second he hits us. So he's going about 50 miles, 5 miles an hour. We're only going about 25. He flipped us over several times. So the harness, of course, if I were hit from the front or back, it would do something. But we were hit from the side, and the harness went this way, so I flew out of the harness, put my head through the plexiglass, and plexiglass is a hard glass, and I shattered it, and there was, glass in my skull, and my shoulder hit the panel, broke the clavicle, the collarbone, and 2 ribs. How the 2 ribs got broken, I don't know, but I passed out at that point when my shoulder hit the panel. And I woke up 40 minutes later, and they're jackhammering. The car's upside down. She's on top of me. Everybody else they'd gotten everybody else free, but we were locked up in the back. And one guy had a sledgehammer, was bashing the window because he couldn't get the doors open. So he's bashing the window to get me out, and all this glass is flying on me, so I'm screaming for him to stop. And then when I started moving, I realized how bad I had been damaged because the pain was excruciating. And I realized that I had a pretty serious head injury because when I scooted out, it took me a good 3 minutes to scoot out. And then when I stood up, that was it. I mean, my mind was, in another lifetime, and, all kinds of images were passing through me. And I was dizzy and I was collapsing. And so I realized it was a pretty serious head injury. And when I had wakened, of course, the girl was on top of me, the woman was on top of me, and she had blood all over her face, so she had gone through, because she was leaning up, she had gone through the window in front of my window that I went through. So she went blind for a few months. But anyway, we got out of there and, went to the hospital, and they strapped me to a stretcher, my neck and arms and everything, so I wouldn't move in case I had a broken neck. And I didn't tell them about, the head injury, because they think you have a head injury, and I tell them, I don't want x-rays, I don't want anything, I don't want your medication, I don't want your painkillers. They would think I had a brain injury and therefore not rational, and they would have done what they wanted to me. So I didn't tell them about my head injury. I just, just kind of put the hair over it, to hide it. And it didn't open wide, but there's an indent that was about 1 inch wide by about 3 inches long. So it crushed the skull. And so I just didn't have them do anything. I said, because I want to know how serious it was if I was dislocated, because I could feel that the clavicle had gone through my neck. And most people die like that if it hits the jugular. So I wanted to know how serious it was. So I said, you've got 2 shots with an x-ray, and that's all you get. You better make it count. So they did. They made it count. And they handed me all this medication, and I just put it right in the garbage can. And I went back to the hotel. I got back to the hotel. It must have been 2:45 in the morning. They supplied me with the food. They knew what I ate. They knew all about the program. And I had them slice some steak. So I put strips of steak over here, like a boxer does for bruises. And I was unable to rest or sleep because the pain was so excruciating. And the only thing I do is lie on my right side and keep the arm like this or like this. But if it held it for much longer and I had to use my fist to hold it up on the bed, or this was an excruciating pain. And then after 5 minutes of that, it would be too excruciating. So I put the steak on, 20 minutes pain was gone, and I slept for about 4 hours. I woke up, and the girl was packing her bags to go back to, and she just got had a brain injury, wasn't blind yet, and she was going to get on an airplane where there's high pressure. I said, you don't want to do that. I said, call the hospital. The doctors will tell you not to get on a plane. She said, well, I have to go home. I can't be here. I can't stay here. So she got on a plane. She was blind a few days later from the pressure, ruptured the optical nerve and glands from the eye. So as you can see, this is 73 days since the accident. They told me it'd be a year and a half before I had full mobility of this arm. And I do have pain if I go like this through here, not here, and not here anymore. This was some of the worst pain in the ribs. But almost all of it's gone. I still have a grayness to this area because it looked like all the poisons came down into these lymph glands and was detoxing through the skin here. So I lost 50% of the muscle tissue and it turned black, and you can see it's still slightly gray compared to this side. So those are results, but I've healed from it rapidly and quickly. And no treatment whatsoever except for eating lots of meat and egg and butter and honey. That's it. Eat honey, butter, and eggs and stayed away from fruit for about a month till I healed. And then I stayed in Bangkok after 36 hours. I flew back to Bangkok. I stayed in Bangkok for about 5 days where I had patients there who would bring me the foods that I needed, and then I was on a plane back to America. And then spent a lot of time sleeping. Now, my normal sleep time is only 3.5 to 4 hours a day, 4.5 at the most. Since the accident, I was getting 8 to 16 hours sleep a day because cells reproduce in the sleep state. 90% of cell reproduction happens in the sleep state. So sleeping is very important if you're healing. So I took full advantage of it and tried to eat up to 3 pounds a day while I was in all this sleep phase, so I would heal rapidly. So, within a few days, nobody noticed. In a week after I got back, I went to a potluck, and nobody could believe it. The only thing that was visible was I had some restriction of the arm movement and the rib because it was in pain. But your body forms its own cast where a bone is broken. So you see this lump here. That lump was the size of a softball within a week after it happened. Now, as the bone mends, it gets smaller and smaller. So it builds its own cast. And it will disintegrate and go away. So the body will handle anything, if it gets the right concentrated foods. So fats lubricate the body, protect the body, make soaps, solvents to dissolve toxicity. A third of the cholesterols are used for that. If bacteria, parasites, and molds can't do it for you. Even candida is a good thing. It's just don't eat the things that cause, candida to have to flourish in your body. You don't eat the contamination that cause cellular destruction where you have to have those kind of creatures in your body. But we spend a lifetime eating garbage, so we have it. So we have to deal with them. We have to deal with candida. We have to deal with all kinds of molds. We have to deal with periodic gangrene, with parasites. Whatever it is, we have to encourage them because they make the road very quick. If you don't, you're not going to heal very well, and you're going to live your life with your disease. So all this bacteria, all these molds, they're all important. They are your janitors. They're out to heal you. They're not out to destroy you, as the medical profession would love you to believe. Just think about this. The medical profession and pharmaceutical industry, which runs the medical profession, wants you to believe that millions of years of symbiotic interaction between all of these microorganisms, is a deadly thing, whereas our 50 years of all of these toxic chemicals are supposed to be jewels and golds and, and magic bullets and things from gods. But the chemicals are what's destroying us, not the microorganisms in nature that we've been dealing with, that we've had good relationships with. So, the next would be protein that we'll take a look at. The protein in nuts is very difficult for the human body because of all the phytate involved in it, the phytic acid. It's a compound that's in all seeds and nuts, and it causes the loss of zinc and a lot of other minerals, and when you lose those, you lose digestibility of proteins. So basically what you've rendered is inability to digest proteins for 24 to 48 hours after you've eaten nuts, even if they're raw. When they're cooked, you destroy the phytic acid, but all you've also caused all the heterocyclic-amines and the lipid peroxides and the acrylamides to form from cooking, which are toxins that are formed from cooking. So, nuts aren't really on the diet unless you know how to eat them to destroy the phytic acid, and that's something I've learned and I put in the new recipe book. Because what I was doing with the cooked starch in the original book was to bind with neurological hormones that we all have from trauma or stress. Anytime you have any kind of interaction in your life, emotional or thought process, there are chemicals. There are always byproducts of those chemicals. If you want to understand an in-depth analysis of them, you can go to put in Elnora Van Winkle, E-L-N-O-R-A-V-A-N, new word, W-I-N-K-L-E, and look for her paper called, she has one that's technical and one that's for the layman. It's called The Biology of Emotions. Now, she was a biochemical scientist at New York State Medical Center in New York City for almost 50 years. She cataloged every neurological compound, every neurological chemical in that time. And she found that whenever a person was going through emotional garbage, upset, yet nothing was directly in their life to cause that upset, she found these waste products floating in the blood and in the nervous system and in the lymph system. So detoxification process. Well, I found that starches bind with those and arrest them and help calm the body. But the cooked starches that I originally put in the book, because I couldn't find another starch, was causing a problem of acrylamides to still collect in people's bodies. So I had to find a way. So I came up with the nut formula with the help of Awanza. And that's, if you mix eggs, honey, and butter with the nuts, it takes care of it, neutralizes the phytic acid, and we get to digest the starch and the proteins and neutralize those byproducts, those neurological byproduct chemicals. So, nuts are important only if you eat them in that combination. Otherwise, you have to deal with the phytic acid and the indigestibility that follows that. Most people don't need to eat it. When they're on this diet, they don't need to eat it. I recommend once a week to be careful, just to be safe. But most people don't eat the nut formula very often, just when they find themselves stressed. If you're a person who is normally stressed a lot, then eat it once a week. Be a good thing. The next is vegetable juice. That's how we get our vitamins and enzymes, and we need extra vitamins and enzymes and minerals. You have to understand that whenever food is cooked, you cauterize the minerals, you destroy the vitamins, you also cauterize them. They turn into very sharp instruments like vitamin A and vitamin C. We're going to start lacerating cells and your intestines. They don't tell you that, but that's what happens. And so all supplemental vitamins are that way. All of them are sharp and rigid. So you've got this damage to the vitamins, enzymes, minerals, and you have byproducts that form too. Acrylamides, advanced glycation end products, those form from even raw foods, but your heterocyclic amines and your lipid peroxides. These are just the major ones that have been proved to cause cancerous conditions in people. Acrylamides, the test came out from Sweden, 2 years ago, and they wanted to outlaw French fries, all chips, all cereal. And they had strong evidence that proved that something like 60% of the laboratory animals that ate this stuff got cancer. So they were out to ban it. They came, before the British board, everybody, the whole trade industry, and said, we've got to ban this. This stuff is poison for the human body. Let me tell you, 2 weeks later, it was all hush-hush. Big industry came in and, government said, you're fired. Every one of them were fired from their position. They were all full professors.
What country is this?
Sweden. And the work was on acrylamides. So, again, they destroyed the evidence and said that it was not, the tests were not properly performed. And these were geniuses doing this. So, to get the vitamins and enzymes and replace the enzymes, vitamins, and minerals that are cauterized from cooking, We need to resupply it. And vitamin supplements are all hardened, dead substances. If they're not heat processed, they have to be solvent processed. And there isn't a solvent out there that is non-toxic. Most of the solvents that's used for that process are almost identical to turpentine. Would you soak your meat or any other food in turpentine before you ate it? Would you allow it to etch the whole wall of a cell and all of your substances before you ate it? No, absolutely not. So the only place we can get concentrated vitamins and enzymes and minerals is from vegetable juice. Green vegetable juice, low carbohydrate. I'll explain why low carbohydrate is important in the next step. So we have fats, we know the importance there. We have the protein, and the protein from nuts, even if you have it, with egg and butter and honey or another fat, it still will not make human growth hormones. It will not promote human growth hormones. So it does not encourage cellular division. Eggs don't either. They have the protein in them can be used to rebuild and maintain cells, but not to help them reproduce. Only meats do that. Now, I'm not talking about just beef. When I say meats, I mean all flesh food. And they all will help you regenerate cells and become younger and more alive. And you see the elderly people that when they're walking across the street, can you imagine how few cells are alive in their body and how weak those cells are? Usually the body will collapse and die at 22%. Those people are right on the edge. And in order to reverse that condition, like I did with me, probably 80% of my body, I was near death, was in that form. I was crawling on my elbows on the floor. 36 years later, and I'm not doing that anymore. And I get healthier every day. And I've only been eating meat on a daily basis for 21 years as of December. I'm only halfway. It takes 40 years to get the body clean and rebuilt. 40 years. I'm halfway. I'm more than satisfied. So I can imagine what the next 19 years is going to be like. Because every day gets better. Even if I go through a detoxification, it's a breeze. Even these accidents, basically it was pretty much a breeze. I wasn't angry that it happened. I dealt with it. I realized that I brought it on myself because last September I was rewriting the first book and also writing my detoxification book. And I said, wait a minute, what am I going to tell people if they have an accident in a foreign country? How are they going to deal with it? Well, I certainly got my answers, didn't I?
You asked for it.
Yeah, so I asked for it, and I know it. Just like I know I chose all I chose my brother, I chose all of that stuff to explore this, to be able to give to the people a way of reversing disease because they're not going to get it in any other way. So I chose to play this role. So don't feel sorry for me because I went all through it, because I chose it as a role I took on. And just like I chose to have those accidents.
What are you asking if we can see you here next year?
I've had my answers.
Did that change
Two
the
seconds.
thing about setting up a clinic in
Not at all. I mean, most of my accidents and disease were created in America. Should I blame America? No. The government's bad. That's why I'm not going to do it here. But I may do one in Cambodia or Vietnam. It depends upon. I'm going in a couple of weeks to spend a month looking again. But there'll be no accidents this time. I've had those questions answered. My near-death experiences, I think, are over. So, I'm pleased with that knowledge. So, the carbohydrates, the vitamins and enzymes and mineral supplementation we want to get from green vegetable juices. Not anything that's high in carbohydrate, because now we're getting into carbohydrates. What is the purpose of carbohydrates in the human body? Well, if we look at the research that's been out there, the non-biased research, it shows that sugars are used only 5% in the body, either in the form of vitamin C or a carbohydrate, to run the system, to utilize fat as energy. If the body doesn't get fat, it'll take those carbohydrates and turn them into an acetone, which is fat. But fat made from carbohydrates is very poor burning and very poor utilized and isn't utilized well in the system. so it creates a lot of bloating and a lot of problems. Protein can do the same thing. You can eat and eat and eat. However, protein is more difficult to turn into an acetate, a fat. So most people who eat tons of meat will be skinny if they don't eat fat with it. And that's the clue. Always eat fat, especially butter or cream, mainly butter, with your meat. Otherwise, it'll turn into fuel that'll just burn off, and you won't get younger or stronger and healthier. Always. Everybody I ever did tests with and observed that ate lots of meat with little fat always stayed skinny, always stayed hyperactive, and, they always thought they were infallible. But, years down the line, they'd end up with constipation and all kinds of other problems because they weren't well in the first place. If they had been well, like the Maasai and the Samburu, you wouldn't eat all that excess fat. You'd be fine and healthy. You wouldn't have to deal with all those poisons. But because we are toxic, we need those fats. So, vitamins and enzymes and minerals we get from green vegetable juice, not carrot, not beets, except maybe 5-10% of the juice at max, if you need it. Only 5% of your diet should be high in carbohydrate. That usually means 1 fruit a day, max. Most people don't even need 1 fruit a day. And it should be had in the afternoon. The reason for that is the body decides what fuel it's going to create the first thing you eat in the morning. So we wake up after a long night's sleep, and our body's eating itself. It's a cannibal. After 5 hours of not eating, the body eats itself. And we're pretty toxic. Not a good diet. So it turns the blood very acidic. Then people get anorexia. They wake up and don't want to eat. So go an hour, 2 hours and eat until they start getting uncomfortable, a headache or something, and then they'll go eat. Don't do that. As soon as you wake up, you have a vegetable juice. Alkalinize the blood. Get that acid condition of the blood out and gone so you won't be anorexic. It'll also get the vitamins and enzymes into your system and ready to digest whatever you're going to eat. The next meal is the most important of the day. And if you were to eat milk or carrot juice or fruit, guess what happens? Your body makes a whole load of glycogen. And the byproduct, the advanced glycation end product that is a result of using carbohydrates, even if it's raw, is 70 to 90% storage in the body, according to Columbia University. 70 to 90%. If your body makes pyruvate as its sugar fuel to run the brain, the nervous system, and lymph system, there's only a 7 to 8% byproduct. It doesn't store. We can handle 12%. So we don't have all this waste products that makes the blood, the neurological system, and the lymph system sticky, confused, gets rid of the confusion, makes people direct, solid. And if you eat that sugar product, guess what? You're going to be turning more alkaline in your system, and meat's going to repulse you. So you go the whole day and maybe never eat any meat because it will repulse you. So you have to watch the chemistry of the body. So if you eat the meat as your second meal of the day and the first solid meal of the day, you are going to direct your body calmly and sufficiently. And like I said, always eat butter with it or some other fat with it to make sure that it's not converted into a fat and just wasted. You want to build the body, strengthen it, have more cells, become more alive, become younger, so-called. We connote feebleness with aging when it has nothing to do with that. We just keep destroying ourselves. But look at the animals. I had I go out and feed the animals. I have lots of patients who have this high meat. They overmake the high meat, and they bring it up to me and to feed all the animals around. I got a whole school of coyotes, a den of coyotes that comes up, frequently, and I've got 2 hawks, or I had 2 hawks. And I've got about 4 crows. I feed them all and lots of squirrels and everything. So I feed all of the other animals other than the squirrels. They eat my walnut trees. But they eat the meat. There's one of the hawks is very old. I could tell because he'd been around a long time. I'd been there 6 years. He'd been around there the whole time. And I watched him produce the baby, which is his friend that went around with him all the time. And I found that hawk in my hot tub, a week and a half ago, in my hot tub, dead. Of old age, nothing crippled or anything. And that animal was healthy to the day. By maneuverability, you couldn't tell the difference between them. And also natives, tribes. Look at the tribes down the Andes. They do have a football game where they run 200 miles kicking a ball through the Andes. We're talking high elevation. People up to 90 years do this. 90 years old. Deterioration has to do with our polluted environment, our polluted foods. So that meat meal is so important for the functionality, the clear functionality, and the non-stickiness of our systems. The first solid meal should be meat. And depending upon your weight and size and what you want to develop, then and how quickly you want to get more cells alive in your body, depends upon how much meat you want to eat. Like I say, I love people to be fat. The people who are fat get well quicker. And I mean considerably fatter. I don't see you're a good weight, you're close, you're a good weight, a little bit more, you're terrible. You're very thin, you're a good weight, you're a little too thin, you're fine, you're way too thin, you're a good weight. You're a good weight, good protective weight. So you just have to look at these differently, this whole thing differently. You will be protected. You will have, when you start detoxifying, if your body can do that, you'll get the poisons dumped into the fat and then eventually out the skin or the mucous membranes or the tear ducts or the earwax or built into the nails or hair or vaginal discharge or in the fecal matter. But most of the poisons that leave your body leave through the skin. So expect to have rashes and other problems, skin problems, because that is going to happen. And the Primal Facial Body Care Cream on page 145 of the recipe book reduces the chance of scarring from skin detoxifications. So if you apply that every day, you're going to reduce the scarring somewhere around 80%. And most people won't even notice the scarring. You'd have to look at it very closely to notice that. And most people can't see that well, that close, so they'll never see it anyway. Let's say if a magnifying glass. No questions yet. But anybody who's got a question, write it down in case I don't answer it. Okay? Because we will come to that point. Okay, so fat, like I said, is important. I like people to be overweight. Eating meat is important to gain fat because if you don't have the muscle tissue to hold the fat, you're not going to get a lot of weight that will be easily discharged and move out of your system. So if you're eating lots of fat with your meat, you will progress much quicker. And you'll gain a weight that'll come off fairly easily. Now in my book I say do 6 months cycles. 3 months gaining the weight, 2 months gaining the weight, 2 months holding it, 2 months to lose it. The only reason I said that was because people get paranoid about being fat. Oh, am I ever going to lose this weight? Oh my God, I'm so fat, I feel better, but I'm so fat. Am I ever going to lose this weight? So I said, okay, if they go 6 months that way and lose the weight, then they won't be frightened. And they do that after a few times, and it usually occurs that they don't even have to do the cycle every 6 months. Maybe gain the weight and hold it for a couple of years, which is the best.
But you do have to go sorry.
You do have to get rid of that fat eventually because it fills up with all kinds of poisons. And I had 2 patients that refused to go into a weight loss program. After 3.5 years, they went into lupus, which means there were so many toxins in their connective tissue it started dissolving the connective tissue. I mean, I've had clients that were fat and stayed that way for 6-7 years and no problem. But those 2 had a history of chronic fatigue and some very bad conditions. So One had 9 very serious conditions, and she reversed 7 of them within a year on the diet. But she was born and raised in Auschwitz. So she got that skinny. She was down to 68 pounds, 67 pounds. So she looked at it in the mirror. All that came back to her. So she was panicking. So when she came to me, and within 6 months I had 48 pounds on her. Or she developed 48 pounds with my direction, and she was happy, but she would not lose it. Would not lose it, and she was in a condition that was not good. She had to lose it. So.
Not all.
Oh no, but shouldn't not all the way back down to 60-some pounds. No way, no. She get down to a normal weight. Like right now, I'm probably just maybe 2 or 3 pounds over a low weight. I need to get larger again. But it's been very difficult with this injury because my nutrients have just been, I can just wolf it down and sleep, and, it's finally starting to come on again. I'm finally starting getting my tube back again. But it took, 2.5 months after the accident. I lost 20 pounds in 2 weeks, after the accident. So, but thank God my body had it. The nutrients stored to deal with it. Because who knows where I would have been. And what stage I'd be in right now if I didn't have it. So eating plenty of meat is important. If you're anywhere from 5 foot up to, let's say, 5'7", 5'8", you should have 1 pound of meat a day. That's 3 cups of meat. Depending upon your particular system, it should be a certain percentage of red and white meat. White meat is any kind of fowl and any kind of seafood or fish. Red meat is beef, buffalo, venison, lamb, goat, any of those. And then in between is pork. So there'll be a certain ratio, and if you're coming to me for a consult, I'll give you the ratio, what I think that you should have, depending upon the health of your bloodstream, what I can see from the palms, and the scleras of your eye. I'm going to take a break now, or we're going to take a break now. So we've got about, let's say, 10, 12 minutes. So anybody who has to have something to eat to fuel up their minds, be best to have some meat if you can, or something that's going to give you pyruvate, because I can see that we're losing some people. Started now. Okay, we're talking about carbohydrates. Now let's take a look at some animals in nature that are similar to us, the primates. Now primates, the apes, the gorillas, don't eat fresh, ripe fruit. They eat only green fruit. They not only eat the banana inside, but they eat the peel with it. Lots of hormones, especially female hormones in it, make the skin and make them more gentle. They don't eat ripe figs. It's all green figs. Everything they eat is green when they eat fruit. When they eat meat, they may eat 14 to 28 pounds in 24 hours. So they don't hunt often, but when they hunt, they eat a tremendous amount, worth about a pound a day minimum. But they aren't toxic like we are, so they don't need as much. They started off in birth very healthful, so they don't need the excessive amounts of protein and fats like we do. The primates, the monkeys and chimpanzee and the killer monkeys, they eat their fruit ripe. Whenever they do, they go on a killing binge. When they go on a fruit binge, a ripe fruit binge, they go on a killing binge. And you hear all these fruitarians that say, we're so peaceful, yet whenever any one of the fruitarians attacks me at the health shows, they foam at the mouth. And I was just like you. I said, wait a minute, you're saying that I am violent? And I always take a mirror, and I'll say, look at that. Who's violent? And it throws them back. I mean, they'll actually stop and think when you throw a mirror up at them, because they have to look at it. Their eyes are intense, actually foaming at the mouth. Foam in the mouth, white and crusty. They get so upset about meat eating. So you have to understand what the carbohydrates do in the body, including the advanced glycation end products, the byproducts of utilizing carbohydrate glycogen in the body, whether it's in the nervous system, blood, lymphatic system. Like I said earlier, it's only needed 5% to do what? Most of it's made into either a vitamin C or a alcohol. Alcohols are used to make solvents, to cleanse the body, and also to utilize fat as energy. Let's say you eat an overabundance of the high carbohydrate fruits that are high in sugar and low in enzymes. What happens? This starts going into the nervous system and ripping fats out of the nervous system, making lesions. You're even more fat deficient. The nervous system is overloaded. The nervous system starts panicking. And it's exhibited as violent behavior. Because the body has to burn it up. If it doesn't burn it up, it's going to cause more and more damage. So the monkeys, in order to burn that fat up, to utilize the alcohol, will go on a rampage. Excessive muscular energy and violent activity. And when I was a fruitarian, I mean, you couldn't get anybody more excited than I. And I was passionate. But I was right. I was one more spiritual because I was doing, the raw food fruitarian business. So that was all a concept that I look back and I'm ashamed, at moments about it. But that's what I was. And it's hard to be anything else when you're brought up in a violent household that handles all your problems with violence. Tries to handle them, which it never does. So carbohydrates in any high amount is dangerous to the system, dangerous to your relationships, dangerous to your work. It's dangerous to everything. It will throw you off. You go to one of those, any one of those seminars by the raw food fruitarians, and they will be all over the map with their logic. And they never find their way back. It's all confusing and it doesn't make sense. And they think that they are right on, that they've said everything perfectly. It doesn't make sense. And you see me go off on tangents sometimes 10 or 15 minutes, and I get right back on track. Because my mind isn't stuck with all that sugar that makes the cells sticky and bump each other. Makes everything slow. So, carbohydrate, high carbohydrate is a bad thing for your nervous system. That means a bad thing for your relationships and all parts of your life. So, we'll go into patterns of eating. As I was mentioned earlier, if you start off with a vegetable juice to supply the vitamins and enzymes that you've been missing from eating cooked foods for all of your life, and when you ever ate a cooked food, your pancreas had to send out hormones to reach, send out the thugs, to reach enzymes, vitamins, and the minerals from every cell in the body, a little at a time. So it's robbing your bank account every time you ate a cooked food. Every time you eat a raw food, unless it's high in sugar, you're adding vitamins and enzymes and minerals to the bank again. You're building it back up. The only way you're going to build it drastically is to have the vegetable juice. Because as toxic as we are, to replenish the body without having a concentrated vegetable juice will be literally impossible. You will never get quite ahead. You will get better every time. Some people say, well, do I have to do this diet 100%? The quality of your health, the degree of your health is all up to you. It's not me. I'm not invested in how healthy you get. I'm just here giving you the information. If you want to suffer and have cancer and die, I have no relationship with that. I want you to be happy, and if suffering is what you want, be my guest. Not a problem for me. But it's up to you, and I tell everybody that if you ate one raw meal in your whole life, you'd be doing your body some good. So every time you eat a raw food, unless it's too high in sugar, then carbohydrates, then you're adding life to your body and better health to your body. After you have the vegetable juice, don't wait more than 45 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes max. Remember I said if you slept over 5 hours, your body is already into cannibalism, eating itself, eating its own cells. Toxic, very toxic. your blood's going to get acrid. You're not going to feel like eating when you awaken, so you're going to have anorexia. But if you force yourself, you say, okay, as soon as I open my eyes, I'm going to go get vegetable juice, you're adding the vitamins and enzymes and minerals in there. It'll alkalinize the blood, so you have appetite. It'll also give you the vitamins and enzymes and minerals and get you ready for digestion. So it'll start up an appetite. So you get hungry sooner, because some people can go 4 or 5 hours without ever eating. Go a half a day without eating, because the body eats itself. If you have that vegetable juice, most people can't go 2 hours without eating. But I'm saying don't wait for that, because your body's still eating itself. It goes back into eating itself after about an hour and a half after you drink the juice, because it's looking for protein and fats now. So have the meat meal. 45 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes later. If you're 5'8" to, let's say, 6 foot, try to get 1 1/4, 1 1/2 pound a day. If you're 6 foot and over, try to do 2 pounds, 2 1/2 pounds a day. As you go up, add more meat, and you get stronger and healthier. Most people. Now, I've met 8 vegetarians that did well as vegetarians for a long term. There was one man that did raw food, fruitarianism, was a hygienist for 52 years. This man ate tremendous amounts of fruits. 60 to 80% of his diet was fruit. Well, guess what happened to him when he hit 72 years old? His spine started deteriorating. Started getting a weak back, heavy pain, just like Bragg did. So guess what he's doing now? Eating raw meat. This is a man who didn't eat raw meat, ever. And he used to come to the health food shows and, rip on me. And now he's doing it. Because, there comes a point when most people have to do it. Now, he's the oldest one. The other 6 men that were doing the diet for long periods are just getting to the point where some of them are getting toxic. One girl hit her peak at 36 years old. She was an athlete. And then her spine started deteriorating, and she was getting scoliosis, and she had to stop playing volleyball, because of her problem. Now she's been on the raw diet, eating raw meat for about 2.5 years, and she's back to sports. 39 years old and back to sports. Doing great. A lot of energy, feeling infallible again. So, like I said, some people can do it, but most people cannot. And for how long depends upon their particular bodies. If it hasn't worked for you and you're weak, there's something else. Something else. I just want to stress again that if you eat vegetation, whole vegetables with your meat, you're going to interrupt digestibility. The meat and dairy need acid nutrients, acid digestive compounds, acid bacteria to break down the properties of the meat and dairy. If you put whole vegetables in there, it secretes all this alkalinity and they neutralize each other. So neither gets digested properly. If you're eating cooked meat, it's a perfect thing to have a raw salad with. Because you've got no enzymes, you've got no vitamins, you've got no uncauterized minerals in your meat. So it's going to sit and putrefy. You eat some raw salad with it, it'll add some vitamins and minerals and start pushing it through. So you can digest it to an extent. But on a raw meat diet, you do not want to eat whole vegetables unless you've got a severely impacted intestine, severe digestive problems, and maybe 1-2 salads a week is the last thing that you eat in a day. Now I suggest that to keep from going into that 5-hour cannibalism, you set an alarm for 5 hours. Wake up, have an egg or two, maybe have some honey and butter or some cream or a milkshake, drink it, go back to sleep. Now, several people in here were not doing that, and I don't know if you mind me using you as an example, but we're having a lot of people wake up in the morning and they were very sluggish. They're sleeping their 7 to 8 hours, even 9 hours, and they wake up sluggish and feel nauseous and all of this. Why am I feeling like this? I'm 100% on the diet. I'm doing exactly as you say. And I say, are you sleeping more than 5 hours? Well, yeah. Well, change it. All of a sudden, they wake in the morning and they're charged with energy like they hadn't had before. The body eating itself is too toxic. Don't do it. Set the alarm, wake up, chug some food, go right back to sleep.
Set the alarm after for 5 hours?
5 hours. Yep.
So 5 hours.
5 hours after you go to sleep. Yep.
Should you eat a bunch of meat before you go to bed then?
Pardon?
Do you eat a bunch of meat right before you go to sleep?
That's up to you.
Is it okay?
Yeah, that's fine. You can eat anytime. You can eat right before you work out, before you go to sleep. So remember that raw food has all the enzymes and vitamins and minerals that it takes to digest the food. If you eat cooked food before you go to sleep, the body has to do all this work to rob and leach all these vitamins, enzymes, and minerals, this nourishment from the cells. That takes a lot of effort. So you won't sleep well. And you get even more toxic. The food will putrefy in your system. You're not moving around. You're not mobile, so you're not having the exercise to even help you digest a little bit better to at least move things through. So, set the alarm. Eat, go back to sleep. And you wake up with more energy and not feeling so lethargic and depressed and weak. And then when you wake up, discipline yourself. Go have that vegetable juice right away. Do not let your body get into those syndromes. You get into those syndromes and you feel bad and then you just, oh fuck, why am I doing this diet? You know.
What do you eat at that spot in after 5 hours?
Like I said, take a couple of 1-2 eggs with, a tablespoon of cream 10 minutes later, or half a tablespoon of honey and butter mixture and go back to sleep, or have a milkshake made and drink it right before you go to sleep, right when you wake up, so you can go right back to sleep. Or if you like meat, you can have meat. It's up to you. But when you finally get out of bed and wake up for the day, then have that vegetable juice. Next, have a meat meal. Then, a couple of hours after that, what we've done is we've provided proteins and fats to make the body work properly. So there's been a lot of work done. There are a lot of byproducts. A lot of them are going to be heavily acidic because your body's used to being toxic. So it causes an over-acidity in the blood. But we don't want the vegetable juice at this point because that's too much. So what we do is have cream or milk or eggs, something to start absorbing this toxicity. If you have cancer, you have more difficulty in digesting cream and milk with eggs. The liver's a little bit more difficult. Butter's a little bit better, so have eggs and butter. If you don't, you can have a cream shake. Maybe 3 ounces of cream, or 2 or 3 ounces of cream, 2 or 3 ounces of milk, a couple of eggs and a tablespoon of honey. No fruit until the afternoon. The honey will give you enough carbohydrates. Now, the honey, the bees collect its nectar from flowers. They swallow it, they pre-digest it, they manufacture an enzyme-like substance which converts 90% of the carbohydrate into enzymes for digesting and utilizing meat. So, it's bee vomit. Honey is bee vomit. Good, tasty, delicious bee vomit. So you never be afraid of it anymore. And just think of all the chicks that go around, they get fed by their mothers regurgitating pre-digested worms and stuff. Basically, the bees are very nice to us. Pre-digested it. Put that insulin-like substance in it. That's why diabetics can eat honey that's never been heated over 93 degrees. As soon as the temperature of the honey goes over 93 degrees, the bees abandon it. They try to keep it at 92.8. They fan it. If it gets too hot, like it's in a desert and it's in the direct sunlight, they'll abandon that top of the hive and stay and keep the rest of it cool. And they will never eat that honey unless they're starving, because it makes them crazy. You're likely to get stung if you get into a hive like that, just eating that heated honey, because they go crazy. That high sugar, it's converted it. So honey is a very good thing and very helpful for protein digesting. And if you utilize your proteins properly, you'll be able to digest your fats properly, and vice versa. One doesn't work without the other. That's why I say always eat fat with your meat meals. If you don't, you're going to be deficient. Okay, so you've had something that cleans up the blood a little bit, takes up the acids, absorbs them, so you're feeling more calm and relaxed. Everything is going nice. You're feeling groovy. The day's going good. Okay? An hour and a half, 2 hours later, a vegetable juice. You need to resupply vitamins and enzymes and minerals again. You remember, you're deficient from a lifetime of eating cooked foods. So you need to resupply it. Now, in the first juice in the morning, it could be anywhere from 4 to 16 ounces, depending upon your size and thirst and your activity level. The second one could be anywhere from 4 to 16 ounces again. Now, children under the age of 17 years old should not have much vegetable juice. Maybe one a day is all they need. And most children under 10 years old shouldn't have vegetable juice, but maybe once a week, twice a week max. Because they have a tendency to be over-alkaline. It's because of their high human growth hormone function, which allows them to be naturally alkaline and reproduce lots of cells, even without a lot of protein. However, the more protein you get, the bigger the body will be, if it digests properly. Or if you have some very deformed and mutated growth hormones, like some people will get, like who's that guy that just kept growing after, 8 foot tall? I forget what they called that. His body just wouldn't stop growing, and he didn't eat an excessive amount of meats or anything, but he just kept growing and growing. But that's a freak thing. That doesn't happen normally. It's a very unusual circumstance. So eating meat is important to regenerate the body. So the second juice meal is there to alkalinize the system so that you won't go into anorexia, you won't lose your appetite. So you can keep functioning well, because the idea is to keep the nervous system, the blood, and the lymphatic system at an optimal functioning. So they're not too acidic, irritating the cells. The fluids don't irritate the cells. You know what it's like, let's say, if you get acid eyes and you have burns all the time. Well, the cells get that same experience if there's not enough fat coating the cell. So in your blood, in your lymphatic system, in your nervous system, they have that irritation from the acids. They're constantly irritated, like your eyes would be irritated. Even though you may not know why, you're a little irritable and off, there's a reason. So the vegetable juice helps rebalance that again. Helps alkalinize the system, provides the vitamins, enzymes, and minerals to do that properly and to get ready for the next foods that come along for digestion. It puts you ahead. If you only had 2 in a day, that would take care of every day's supplemental needs. If you want to get ahead further and start storing some in the cells that have been robbed and leached from all those years, then eat more than 2 vegetable juices a day. Then let several hours pass, and if you're going to have a food meal, you have it at this time. And always eat green.
After the juice, wait several hours?
Yeah, an hour if you get too hungry. It depends upon you. But at least an hour after the vegetable juice and up to a couple of hours. So have a fruit meal. And when you have fruit, nothing ripe. It should be green and hard. Pineapple, no matter what it is. And have it with fat. Because here you're making a strong fuel and a strong solvents to help detox the body for the rest of the day, and then you'll have them available when you sleep at night. So, eat your food meal. If you're 5 foot tall and under, about 3 to 4 ounces by volume. About a half a cup. If you're 5 foot to 5'8", maybe 5 to 6 volume ounces. If you're 6 foot and over, a whole cup. But keep it small and always eat it with fat, because it's going to look for fat. And if the ratio isn't 5% to 80% fat and 15% protein, you're going to have some trouble. You're not going to be clean. You're not going to work as well. Your robotic body is not going to function as clearly as you'd like it to. So, like I said, Coconut cream is the best solvent there is in the body. So if you want to have a cleanser in your body that's optimal, have 1 to 3 or 4 tablespoons of coconut cream at this time. Yeah. Then the coconut cream, and the way you have to make your coconut juice, because nobody makes it. No matter who tells you it's raw on the internet and everywhere, David Wolf, any of them, it is not raw. I said, give it to me in writing. He gave it to me in writing, and it was on his stationery. I said, wait a minute. This doesn't tell me anything. You're not there processing. I want it from your supplier, your distributor, your manufacturer. I want it from the person who makes it. You can you can black out their name and their address and their telephone number, and you get the letter to me. And guess what? They steam it, pasteurize it before they cold press it. So it's all misrepresentation. He says, but we need this. I said, hey, David, that's up to you. I've got cream and butter. You have your cooked, you cook coconut cream. Knock yourself out. That's his choice. That's anybody's choice. But when you have a solvent that is that cleansing, you're going to have a lot of waste products. You're going to have a lot of detergent left over and the compounds it dissolves. So you need butter and or cream with it to bind with those byproducts, those waste products. So have 1 to 3 tablespoons of butter, half to a tablespoon of raw cream, tablespoon of honey if you like.
With the coconut cream, is
Yeah.
that what you meant? And
Yes, with the coconut cream and the fruit.
Okay.
Yep. Then let several hours pass, because that'll be a heavy meal for a lot of people. And if it's too heavy, you cut down the coconut cream to a smaller amount, because it gets real heavy on the liver and the stomach, because it causes poisons to start dumping into the stomach, sometimes from the spleen, gallbladder, and pancreas, and liver. And that causes nausea. If you have nausea, take some cheese or some clay, and eat it. If you're eating cheese, cheese is better. It is a nutrient, much like ours. Like our bodies, you will use this as a sponge. You're not going to digest much of that fat, none of the protein, and very little of the carbohydrate, the lactic acid, in cheese. It is there as a sponge. It's to absorb toxicity. However, it can dry the system, digestive tract. So you need to eat an equal amount of butter with it, or more. I'll eat sometimes 1.5 to 2 times the amount of butter that I will cheese. But I had a history of constipation as a child. By the time I reached 17 years old, my rectum and sigmoid colon were 90% scar tissue. And every time I had a bowel movement from the age of 8 on, I bled, sometimes a half a cup at a time. It was so bad. I was so constipated. I only moved once every 3 to 5 days. So it collected. So now I make sure that it never happens again. My rectum is still maybe 40% scar tissue, so I do bleed once in a while if I go several days without a bowel movement. And especially when I give seminars, this happens because I'm walking around, dancing around. I guess I evaporate some of those fluids. So, I may not go for 2-3 days, and then when I go, there's just a spot of blood, maybe a teaspoon at the most. But it's minimal. It seals up right away. There's never any danger, The doctors love to get your thousands of dollars when they see blood in your fecal matter, and they say, if you've got blood in your fecal matter or in the toilet after you move, you're in danger. Yeah, you're in danger of losing thousands of dollars. Bled heavily. She would have up to 3 transfusions a week. Nobody in Europe was able to help her. So they sent her to this country to go to UCLA and USC to see if they had doctors and scientists who could help her. They cauterized her. They burned the tissue to, melt it together. Didn't work. They grafted skin. Didn't work. They sewed it up, put mesh in there. Didn't work. Everything caused her to bleed profusely. So she was at a health food store one day and saw this guy who was pretty vibrant and healthy, who was on the diet. She says, what do you do to be healthy? And he says, you really don't want to know. Because, he could see she was a vegetarian. She'd been a vegetarian for 28 years. And half of my cancer patients are long-time vegetarians. Long-term vegetarians. Half of my cancer patients. So the whole fictitious thing about, you're vegetarian, you'll never get cancer, like Linda McCartney found out. It's a myth. It's a belief that doesn't have, experiential truth to it. So the guy said, well, I eat all this raw food. I eat raw meat and, raw dairy. She says, oh, my God, you look so good. How can you be that healthy? She says, well, and he said, well, this is the way it is. That's the truth of it. So if you want to find out how to get help, call this fellow. So he gave her my home number, which I tell him never to do, but she was in a dangerous situation. You get the number out of my book. They have to read the book before they call me. So that's the best way to do it. So anyway, she called, and, she says, I've got the situation. She explained it to me, and she said that she was probably going to die, pretty soon. She couldn't keep taking the transfusions and kept losing the blood. And I said, well, if you really want to get well, you're going to have to eat the raw meat. She says, no, I can't eat the raw meat. I can't do that. I said, well, if you just want to stop the bleeding, drink green cabbage juice. Drink a cup tonight, and it'll be okay probably by tomorrow. She said, if it were that easy, the whole world would know about it. Slam the phone down on me. So I get a call the next morning. It worked. She's ready to go on the diet. She went on the diet for 3 months. You should have seen her. I mean, she did it religiously. And here was this white woman who was just shriveling up and looking, sallow and placid and weak and, emotionally drained. There was vibrant, rich, good red flush color to her skin. Her blood was flowing. Everything was wonderful. Then she got guilt for eating the meat. Stopped eating it and was dead 2 months later. Started bleeding again, even with the cabbage juice. You have to take care of yourself. The body can do as much as it can, and you will be helpful and it'll work for you. But if you keep trying to use the same methods without adding protein, you're going to lose. You're going to lose if you're in that state, of course. After the food meal, like I said, you have a tendency to be over acid again, and low in vitamins and enzymes if you've been a person who's eaten cooked foods your life. Like I said, if you're a child, no problem, you don't need it. Your body will handle it. But if you're an older person and not diabetic and not have a hypoglycemic problem, you need more juice. However, people who are diabetic and have a hypoglycemia or any blood sugar problem, their blood is always too alkaline. So 2 juices a day maximum. So then you skip that juice. Maybe have some milk. If you have the juice, wait about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and have your second meat meal. If you're diabetic or have a sugar problem, instead of having the fruit meal, you have a meat meal in place of the fruit meal. Because the protein is going to be important to rebuild that pancreas. And then you could have a little bit of fruit after that. Then you have milk and then another meat meal. If you're not diabetic or don't have a sugar level problem, then you have the fruit and fat, the vegetable juice, and then your second and last meat meal. If you're diabetic or hypoglycemic or sugar problem, then you'll have your third meat meal at the time the people who aren't that way, don't have that condition, eat their second meat and last meat meal. Always eat it with fat again. Always eat it with fat. Then, several hours later, eggs or a milkshake, Rocky style. If you have eggs Rocky style, 10 minutes, 15 minutes later max, have some cream or honey and butter mixture. I know there's a lot of fat in that yolk, but the yolk starts pulling out medication and chemicals out of the system. just like coconut cream does. And there's not enough to arrest the toxicity. So having the cream or the butter and honey with it will help arrest those problems. If you don't, I've seen people who've gone into tooth aches, jaw aches, joint aches, problems like that when they started dumping metals, headaches. I don't know, can anybody tell here? I'm going through a heavy detox. I have a splitting headache right now, and it's not affecting me. It does not limit my ability to communicate with you and to get things put out in a fairly good pattern. First time I've had a cold or a flu in a year, and I like to have 2 a year. 2 a year to clean the body. I want colds and flus. I want to dump all that garbage out of my brain. Because you have to understand, I was only 10 to 20% alive. It takes 40 years to clean out all that garbage. I like 2 to 3 colds a year. But I went a whole year without them. Of course, the accidents, sure, probably stopped a lot of other normal detoxifications because my body had to rebuild that. But I have heavy congestion, I have a headache, and I'm up here functioning, and it is not painful. And it's not even throbbing. Yeah.
With the eggs, can you do that like with a milkshake, mixing the eggs and the milk and
If you have cancer, it's better not to have the milk with it. Some conditions you don't want to have the milk, but most of the time you can have it in the milkshake, cream shake.
I didn't understand why you had to wait 10 minutes after the Rocky-style egg.
Good question. Okay. I don't like questions right now. You should save them later. But what happens is when the egg yolk starts pulling out the garbage, the proteins bind with it. And there's not enough fat to deal with all the toxicity that will be pulled out of the system if the body uses the eggs that way. Whether it does or not, it's always safe to have the butter or cream 10 minutes after. You will have digested the fats and the proteins properly. The proteins in the egg white. You will have enough protein level left over to handle the cream or butter that's coming in. But if you put it all together, it doesn't work as well. It's slower in digestion. It's more difficult to arrest the poisons. So, preferable to have 10 to 12 minutes later, 15 max, after you have the eggs. If you're not blending them in a milkshake, a cream shake. Cream shake I call is something as a milkshake that has almost equal cream to milk. And it's preferable, even though you may have 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5 eggs in it, depending upon the size of person that you are. Then some people, they're still too alkaline, hyperactive types. They need another vegetable juice before they go to bed. If not, just go to bed. Set your alarm for 5 hours, wake up, and have some eggs or a milkshake. So there you have your pattern. And it works the best. Anybody who follows it. Like I say, if you get off the pattern, you'll start getting into old cravings, old habits. Oh, well, when I used to feel this way, I used to go for the coffee or the cigarette or, the garbage food. That was the automatic travel of your mind went to that place because you were going for a stimulant. It was caffeine, nicotine, or high sugar. It was somewhere to give you more energy. But you go to that place and you're stuck in a catch-22. If you can discipline yourself, then you can move and enjoy your life more. Why struggle so hard? And it's so easy when you can just be disciplined. And like I say, a lot of the people who are repulsed by meat, they can just wash it down with a lubrication formula or milk. No problem. If that's the part of the diet that bugs you, that irritates you, that repulses you, wash it down. No problem. Makes it easy. We're going to get into questions now. So, yes.
I just wanted to say if at some point later you'd like a brief testimonial about the 100% issue on the diet.
Yeah, come on up.
Can I sit?
Give my mouth a break.
Can I sit here?
Yeah, go ahead.
I met Aajonus about 9 years ago, and I went was very impressed with the manuscript pre-publication edition of his book after having studied natural healing and practiced it to some degree for 20 years. So I went down to LA and spent 5 days with him and just was blown away by this whole thing after having been through macrobiotics and everything else, experimenting with every diet you can imagine. So my wife and I did the diet, I'd say 60 to 70% for a number of years, which is not really doing the diet. And then gradually strayed. We were in a colder climate, so we occasionally have a stir fry. Let's put the meat in last and just stir it for the last 30 seconds. So it's still pretty raw with the broccoli and the garlic and all the rest of it. And then it gradually metamorphosed into, let's get an Amy's pizza and raw cheese and raw meat on it after it's baked. And garlic, whatever. Anyway, so it was a strange pattern, and also I had no grasp of. It's so much more evolved now, but even then, you've got to read the book about 6 times, and you've got to study it and get intuitive and get instinctive, like the man says, and learn how to apply it. So the straying took place over time, and eventually. We weren't really on the diet that much. We'd still eat raw meat, and I was making sauces with tons of olive oil without ever really considering whether olive oil was good for us and so on. Anyway, about a year ago, I started to get neurological symptoms in my head, my feet, my hands, my arms, and never been sick really in my life except for small things. And this gradually progressed. It started off with a band or a pressure around the head and so on and so forth. And this gradually progressed and turned into a deep fatigue and shortness of breath issue to the point where I became dysfunctional and had to go on disability and could barely, the thought of raising my arm was a struggle. And I'd force myself onto the computer for hours every day researching. 2-3 hours, that's about all I could do. And I forced myself to do it. And I tried just about everything known. From, you just can't imagine just about everything. And I talked to Aajonus at one point, and he made a recommendation. And I did it for a few days and felt I couldn't maintain it. And I carried on with, I hadn't talked to him in a long time at that point, years. So I did Reich therapy, I did everything you can imagine except drugs. And I went to a couple of doctors and nobody could figure it out, but it looked like Lyme's. There's a panorama of symptoms that varies from person to person that they call Lyme's. I don't believe in it anymore. People have been suffering for years and years and years and years, suffering like you can't imagine. I had to stop reading the stuff on the internet. It was so intense because it was bringing me down. I talked to practitioners, to doctors, to patients, everybody you can think of, and I was taking supplements, and I was never big on supplements before, but I was taking supplements. And then I really felt that I was on my way out. And then one day, just as grace would have it, Aajonus called about, I had written the introduction to his first book. It's called The Raw Truth. It's an essay in there. And my wife and I do book indexing, and he called and he asked us if we could index the new book. And so we got into a long conversation, and I explained what I had been through and what I was going through, and that I can't tell you what it was like day after day after day for 10 months of not functioning and having all these symptoms in the head, and the extreme fatigue and the burning sensations in the feet and the numbness in the left leg, and on and on and on. Cardiovascular stuff, palpitations. So we talked, and he said, look, I said, they're calling it Lyme's. I don't know if it is. I said, you've had people come to you with Lyme's? And he said, yeah, about 16 of them. I said, how are they doing? He said, they're all well. He said, the shortest one took 3 months, and the longest one took 2 years. So he said, I'm going to suggest something for you to do, and I'll monitor it. And I said, okay. So he told me, have a raw egg every hour. 15 minutes later, have a tablespoon of raw cream. And then after a few days of that, start with 3 meat meals with honey butter, 3/4 of a cup of meat 3 times a day, with 3 tablespoons of honey butter with each meat meal. No other foods. Maybe a little fruit once a week, and maybe vegetable juice, 8 ounces or a cup once a week. So I started the first day, the second day, very difficult. Something was moving deep in my biochemistry. I could feel it. I'd never had problems with bowel movements before, and prior to that, it was sort of, I thought I was going to end up with one of those, ulcerative colitis or irritable bowel syndrome or something, because it just weren't right. Well, that was the first thing that started to change. The digestion started to change. And very dizzy. As soon as I'd get up in the morning and get up out of bed, dizzy. Have spent the last 10 months virtually reclined on the bed, up and down, but not doing much. And the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, difficult, weak. But I was already weak, but I was weaker. The seventh day, something started to shift. And from the seventh day on, every single day, there was an incremental improvement in most of the symptoms. And so at the end of 30 days, so much had changed. I was still pretty sick, but so much had changed. I was blown away. And I called him up and I said, I had no idea. First I thanked him profusely because I felt like he saved my life. And then he said, don't thank me, it's the diet. I said, I can't thank the pint of cream. It doesn't respond. So he said, okay, now do it for another 60 days. That 60 days ended yesterday. So it's been 90 days. And day by day by day, the symptoms in my head have lifted 75 to 80%. My eyes are clear. They were sort of yellowish. They're white now. The numbness in my left leg alters here and there. It's lighter. There's more feeling in it. I don't care if that takes 2 years to heal because it doesn't bother me that much. I can sit upright like this and talk. I couldn't do this, before. I can go places. I went to my first store about a month ago in months, and was able to stand there without feeling completely. And the stuff comes in and out. And what I guess I don't want to take up too much time, but what I want to say is I understand now about 100%, and I'll probably do this diet 100% for the rest of my life. My wife has had chronic fatigue on and off, fibromyalgia, joint, muscular aching and so on. Aajonus put her on a program 5 to 6 weeks ago, and her transformation in 5 weeks was amazing. Amazing. It's like she never had it, never had the problem. Comes and goes here and there, little bits, but it's like, it was unbelievable, so dramatic. So all I can tell you is that if you think you're not having a result, or if anybody says they didn't have a result, it's one of 3 things. Either they did not do the diet 100% no matter what they say, or they did not pick the right foods within the diet per his suggestions or their own intuition, hopefully would develop over time, or 3, they didn't do it long enough. And I've seen these symptoms, as Aajonus says, like pistons. One goes down, another one pops out, another one goes down, and they come back, and a little less, and then they go, and then they come back a little less. There's a constant play, but measuring it by the week, it has been, the graph goes up. And I figure we're going to find out later today what I should do for the next 3 months. But I know that I'm healing now, and if it takes another 3, 6, or 9 months, it's more than anybody could possibly offer you, any medical practitioner. And I guarantee you, I talk to people on the internet who have suffered with these kinds of things for 25 years, and they're still alive. And it didn't kill them, it just tortured the hell out of them. So, I no longer believe that even one supplement is useful. I think he's absolutely right that it creates toxicity in the body, even spirulina and chlorella, which I never considered a supplement, and he'll explain why. But my thanks to you.
You're welcome. Also tell them the weight that you lost and gained.
Oh yeah, I never had problems of being thin before, and I did do the so-called master cleanse on lemon juice for 12 days, and a lot of the symptoms toward the very beginning of this syndrome seemed to back off, except for the head thing. But then as soon as I started eating again, it all started to manifest. So from the time I finished that fast, even though I had 3 meals a day constantly for the next 10 months, it was a no-carb diet, but it was cooked food. I basically had dropped about 30 pounds. And nothing was putting on weight. And I was eating raw butter with this no-carb diet, not a huge amount. In the last 90 days, the last 3 months, basically my face is filled out. Aajonus still thinks I'm thin, and I am probably, but
A lot heavier now,
there's a roll of fat here now that wasn't there before.
which he's proud of now.
This thing here is, a lot meatier than it was then, and just amazing. And the color of my complexion changed. My skin was drying up, and all became much more supple. So this is a technology to be reckoned with, I tell you.
It's really difficult to share those painful experiences, I know that, but I'm used to it. So I have fun with it. Like you said, chlorella, all of those super green foods, you have to take a look at it. A fish has, like an herbivore, a complex array of digestive enzymes and ability to eat algae, sea vegetation. We don't have enough to digest a third of it. A third of it. Maybe we get 10%. However, once it's dried, that's the major problem. Even raw, fresh, it would be a difficult thing. But when it's dried, you will not assimilate anything but some minerals. And because it's dried, you no longer have the ionic balance. It is no longer linked to vitamins. It's no longer linked to any other nutrient. So everything disintegrates. Everything falls apart. So what happens with those minerals? You got high mercury. You've got all kinds of minerals in there. They become toxic. They become anything that's or metallic become heavy metals. They poison the system. So a lot of people will get good results from it. In other words, they'll get energy that they didn't have before, only because it creates an adrenaline reaction from the toxicity of the heavy metals. It's not because it's healthy. It's like an adrenaline rush or a cocaine rush. Your body produces and dumps adrenaline into the blood to give you that energy. But that's not the way to do it healthfully. So chlorella and all that stuff are not foods. You take a look at your fecal matter. You'll find that 90% of it doesn't even break down. Doesn't even break down. It's all theoretical. But in the laboratory tests, nobody does them because they do, or they have done them and want to keep on selling what they believed was true, just like the food industry with Purina or General Foods when they did the tests a long time ago. So vitamins are the same way. Once they're dried, they are no longer in food. Like I said earlier, you have to solvent extract them or heat extract them. The solvents are always like kerosene. So supplements are all toxic, no matter what they say. Sure, some people will get high and have lots of energy, but is it healthful energy? Will it promote better condition? Will it make them happier? Some people it will. Some people can live a whole life on cocaine and drugs. I mean, take a look at Jack Nicholson. I mean, that was a man who lived on cocaine, but boy, he loved every minute of it. He doesn't care how unhealthy he is now. But that's a choice, and I don't begrudge him for it. I mean, if you can do that and get away with it, hey, more power to you. I can't do that. I suffer too much. Ron suffers too much. Annie suffered too much. So they had to choose something else. So I'm here to give that to you.
Anybody want to buy our cocaine?
Okay, questions? You mean I've answered everybody's questions? Okay.
The first book, you do recommend the starch for high stress situations, so you're no longer recommending
Correct.
foods in nut formula.
Right. No popcorn, no bread, no potatoes.
Okay, and so only if you're feeling extra stress, then do the nut formula.
The nut formula,
Otherwise, don't even do that.
Right. If it doesn't work after a few times, then go back to some cooked starch, but only have it rarely. You know, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know. Yes?
Is there a difference between grain-fed meat and grass-fed meat, and what's better?
Yeah, of course. There's a difference. There's all kinds of theory about what's healthier. And Price was a theorist. He wasn't really an experimenter. So when he went around, he made assumptions that definitely were not provable or that he did not prove. I've seen people get very well on grain-fed meats as well as they do, grass-fed meats. However, I would say that coloring is better and blood is more vibrant on the grass-fed. However, the quality of the skin is sometimes smoother with the grain-fed than with the grass-fed because there's more fats that are made. Now, an herbivore handles lots of grain. They'll go out and eat grain all day long from grass that's seeding. You know, if it's methodically put out there and the whole thing is planted at one time, all the seeds are going to come out within a few weeks of each other. But in nature, the seeds are coming out all the time, every day, are being produced because nothing is grown in an agriculturally disciplined fashion. So these animals are used to eating a lot of grain every day. So the whole theory that the CLA is more important than anything else is theory. You know, there's not been enough tests to do on it to prove it. Like I said, I've seen much grain-fed meat give me as good as results. A little different, but good as results for healing. Now you're talking about hormone-fed and stuff like that. That's a whole other ballpark. Yes.
Do you recommend monitoring your pH levels, like with pH strips, testing your urine or anything to...
Only in your dreams. Forget it. You are never going to know enough about what's going on in your body to be able to determine whether your body's doing it right or not. That's why I say if you just consciously focus on those foods, you'll always go in and out of your acid and alkaline balances constantly, and they change every about 15, 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes. You show me any human who can say that this is good, that's bad, and that's... They don't know. It would take a test every 20 minutes for at least 6 months to be able to see the patterns of that body, whether it's favorable or unfavorable. And I guarantee, with what I've been around and what I've seen, that the body, if you give it the right foods, always does the best. I've seen, let me give you an example. Last weekend, I was in Chicago, and a little girl who was 4 years old was brought to me. She became autistic after one of her vaccines at 1.5 years. She got a virus or a bacteria. Parents really couldn't explain it to me, but she started having a lot of problems, diarrhea, vomiting, lots of problems, difficulties. Lots of mucus discharge, unable to sleep, constipation, then diarrhea. So she was just all over the place. So they put her in the hospital, and she stayed there for a week. When she came out, constant seizures. Little girl. I was with her for 1.5 hours. An hour and 15 minutes. And for the first hour, constant seizures. Not 1 second without a seizure. And the parents say this is what they did to her in the hospital. And we tried everything, nothing works. So after an hour, I said, okay, I know what this girl needs. So I took some honey and butter mixture
And I gave it to her. In 10 minutes, she stopped all of her seizures. Not one seizure came after that. And then I gave the parents our jar of the honey and butter mixture.
How much did you?
I gave her probably a tablespoon altogether in 10 minutes, and the seizure stopped, just like that. And the parents were so relieved, and they were black and very skeptical about the whole thing, but they were desperate. And the father, this is crazy. We are crazy for doing this. This is poison, raw meat for my daughter. But they came anyway because the mother was very insistent. And he's on the diet now. He's on the diet because of what he saw. So sometimes it doesn't react that easily or that quickly. It takes time, like he had to go through some detoxifications to get to the point where he was feeling better. Some people react instantly, like Annie. You just have to be patient. Rome wasn't built in a day, and according to the research by Pottinger and Edward Howell, who did long-term experiments with cats and rats, they found that when an animal was unhealthy, it took 5 generations for them to get optimally healthy again. And for us, that doesn't mean my offspring has to have another one to have another one. We need to go through 5 generations of cells. And it takes us about 7 years to 7.5 years to rebuild every cell in the body, down to the bones. So 5 times 7's about 40 years. You have to be patient. Like I said, I'm only halfway. And I can still see the scar tissue that I have all over my body from where I've been. But half of it's gone. 3/4 of the toxicity in my body that isn't scar tissue is gone. I'm already vibrantly healthy compared to what I've ever been in my life. When I was 3 years old, I was deathly ill. Here I am 57 and more health than I've ever had in my life. And every day I get better. Still. There's no brick wall here. I mean, there's times like I'm going through a detoxification right now, and I went through a brain detoxification for 3 years. And after these accidents, it stopped, but now it's back again. But my brain was 90% dead with scar tissue. Now it's only about 60% scar tissue. So my body has spent the last 3 years. So I go through the symptoms. I'll get headaches. I'll feel nauseous. Maybe I won't sleep well, or I have to sleep too much. Normally what's too much. But I go with it. And I always come out much better. Much better. I'll go through times where I'm so sore, I can't move, I feel like an old man, and then all of a sudden, a week later, wow, I've got more agility. And from going from this, to not being able to touch my knees, now I can touch my knees, I can touch the floor, I can do any of it. So I've come a long way. Just have to be patient. Yes?
When you're detoxing, do you shift your diet at all to compensate for that?
Yes, like I said in the recipe book, if you go through a flu or a cold, you need a lot more eggs. You need a lot more mucus because it's easiest to throw it out through the mucous membranes, the heaviest poisons, which are usually the heavy metals that come from the brain. And remember, every time you cook a food, you cauterize the minerals. Most of that metallic mineral goes to the brain because the nervous system needs the metallic minerals to transmit information through light. So you get most of the heavy metals in the brain and nervous system. And when that comes out, you can burn your sinuses, your eyes, because of it tries to throw it out the mucous membranes, the tear ducts, the earwax. It can burn holes in your skin. I've got a burned hole in my ear right now. Burned hole. It just popped up a few days ago. Burned, crusty, bleeding. My sinus is dumping and dumping and dumping. And that's what I want. I want to keep getting rid of it because I get healthier and healthier. Yes?
What about milk, raw milk, drinking raw milk? Do you still recommend drinking that periodically as part of this? Or?
Absolutely. Yes.
So about how much would you recommend?
It depends upon the individual. But, to avoid drinking a lot of water, which we're going to get into next, forgot that one, and salt. 2 things I have to get into, salt and water. It's better. There's lots of people who have the hands up. So it's better to drink milk and eat tomatoes because you will absorb almost 100% of the H2O because it's enzyme vitamin active. It's bound in a coupling, so it's absorbed and utilized properly. When you have water by itself, the body uses 10%, and then those minerals start leaching onto healthy stuff in your body and then prevent it from being absorbed and utilized properly. It leaches the bloodstream, the neurological system, and the lymph.
Do you still recommend the mineral water when you have to drink?
Yes. Yes.
How about the liquid minerals that come from like Utah or wherever they come from? And also, what about frozen meat, like frozen deer meat?
Okay. The mineral supplements are the most toxic substances in the alternative world. Chelation therapy is the most dangerous alternative therapy there is. You have to understand, you're eating rock. You don't eat rock. Plants eat rock. It rains. The rain is water. It dissolves the rock. It dissolves it so that plants can eat. We don't eat rock. If we eat rock, we get toxic. Very toxic. These heavy metals can't be utilized properly. And to have them in a ground substance that had been once, unicellular plant bound, you're going to poison your cells rapidly because it's so small it can get right into a cell. Cell opens up, it doesn't have a choice, it can just invade because you have two ions in the cell. Whenever the cell needs to eat, it opens up and attracts a mineral that is carrying nutrients with it. It's carrying, if it's a sodium ion, most often it carries H2O. If it's potassium, it may be carrying carbohydrate or pyruvate or some other nutrient, or vitamin A or vitamin D, carrying along. So the cell opens and attracts that mineral and pulls the nutrients in with it and digests and eats. Let's say it opens up and you've got these radical magnetic substances that don't have any minerals and nutrients bound with it, gets right into the cell, poisons it. Like opening your mouth and a poisonous fly gets into it. In my experiments with animals eating frozen meat, they all got mange from 10 to 6 months on the diet. Yeah. And all the animals who ate the same meat, unfrozen, got no mange at all. Yes.
Yam. Would that be considered a potato? And then yams?
Yes.
You eat them raw?
High carbohydrate. Any root is high in carbohydrate. Yes.
I tried the lubrication formula for with coconut cream and butter.
Uh-huh.
And after a couple of days, it was like my liver just felt totally overloaded.
Oh, yeah, it will.
And it was passing through without being fully digested.
Yep, that's what I say. Coconut cream is a hell of a solvent. So you have to go lightly, especially with somebody as thin as you. I wouldn't get near anything that is detoxifying. For you, I wouldn't advise using any coconut cream until you're 30 pounds heavier. You only utilize only foods that are building, nothing that causes detoxification. Otherwise, you're going to go into diarrhea and you're just going to lose more and more weight.
So building would be like eggs, meat.
Eggs, meat, butter, cream, and honey. And a little vegetable juice, but not much. Like Ron, 1 cup of vegetable juice a week.
But I get so acid then. It seems to acidify.
Yeah, but you're going to have to deal with it for a while.
So
That's why I say he had to go through it for a week before his body balanced on its own, the acid-alkaline balance. But it takes about a week, sometimes 10 days, sometimes 2 weeks, depending upon the person.
So what I heard you said, when you're not feeling good, just take more cream.
I'm talking about if you're already at a balanced weight. You're not at a balanced weight.
Right,
to me, you're in a sick, dangerous situation. Not deathly ill, dangerous, but, progressing toward ill health.
The fats will absorb the toxins.
Yeah.
So eat more fats if you're feeling bad.
Yes, badly. Yeah, definitely. Like I say, you can eat the cheese or the eggs to help absorb those toxins. And the cheese with the butter, of course, so you don't get constipated.
I eat a ton of cheese.
Okay, let me go through salt first. Everybody says, but Wade, I have sun-dried Celtic sea salt. That's a natural substance. Go drink ocean water and what will happen to you? You'll get very sick and probably die. Okay, and that's because The sodium ions clump. If you use 1 grain of salt, the ions will clump 2 to 3 in units. The magnetism of the 1 to 2 ions in each cell opens up to attract the minerals in, and it only opens so much. The traction out here, the clumping of the sodium ion is so great and the magnetism so great, can't get absorbed in the cell, so it pulls the ions out of the cell, rips its guts out, never eat again, shrivels and dies like a raisin. All salt is bad, period. I mean, I learned that in high school biology class, and I was an idiot. But I certainly understood that. I didn't really understood it until I got out of macrobiotics, but I understood it, after macrobiotics. Yeah.
Do some animals need that? I mean, you talk about salt licks and...
Well, what happens is in those, usually in those feeders, they feed them so much carbohydrate that they absorb too many fluids, and they don't drink enough. So what they do is they can retain more water if there's more salt in the system. So the animal will naturally go toward the salt and eat it so that they will retain more fluids and bloat so they can digest better when they're crash-fed dried foods and grains. So, and like I said in the book, if you've got an adrenaline problem, 1 or 2 grains, a week or 2 or every, few months can be helpful.
Yeah. But where would an animal in the wild ever get a salt lick?
Well, some monkeys, crazy monkeys, they dig up potatoes and they'll take them into the ocean and wash them and get lots of salt in them, and then they eat the potatoes. But then they, get in arguments and have lots of social problems for the next few days. Yeah. And then they want to drink more and more water, so it creates a catch-22. So they end up in the waterfalls drinking and bathing to absorb the fluids. Because, 90% of that H2O is not cellularly absorbable unless those sodium ions can get into the cell, and they can if they clump. And the more that's extracted out, the greater the clumping in the blood. So it's, a catch-22. Snowballs. Yes?
Is there a way of increasing the rate of H2O absorption into one's body?
The increases what absorption?
When I drink water, I would like to add like unheated honey, lemon juice, ginger juice, stuff like that. Would that make the water more absorbable?
Yes, it will, because you've got some nutrients bound with it. And I do that when I'm in Bangkok and can't get juice all the time. I'll do that. I'll have lime juice, cream or butter, and maybe some king, which is ginger, and some honey with that. Definitely do it. But if I can get the milk and eat tomatoes and things like that more often, that's what I will eat. And sometimes I'll get watermelon rind. I don't eat the red part of the watermelon, just eat the rind, and boy, that is so satisfying. It's incredible.
You don't juice it, you eat it?
Yeah, eat it. Yeah, not the very hard green part, the outer green part, but that white to the green, all the way to the very outer green skin.
What's the juice to drink in the morning? I mean, of a variety of...
A good balanced diet, juice that won't cause any detoxification is 80 to 90% celery, 10 to 20% parsley.
No beets?
Pardon?
No beets?
No. High carbohydrate,
That's true, yeah.
High carbohydrate. 80 to 90% celery, 10 to 20% parsley.
And if that's all you had, that gives you enough variety?
Yep. You say, well, there's not enough foods, there's no variety. You look at all the animals out there, they eat the same thing every day. The Maasai, the Samburu, the Fulani, the Eskimos, 99% of what they eat is the same every day. Every single day. Maybe they get some berries, with the bears, at 1 month out of the year. Some blueberries, but that's it. Yes?
Do you know does bush eat red fruits?
That guy's alcoholic dead, his alcohol destroyed his brain a long time ago.
about is orange juice, like fresh squeezed orange juice. In the morning, my father makes it for the three of us.
Terrible.
Every morning.
That's what I'm saying. It's terrible. High in carbs. Terrible thing to have.
Start off.
Makes it sticky. It makes you more aggressive. It makes you more upset and more emotional. It makes everything sticky. Yes.
What about wheatgrass?
Like I said in the first book, it causes the blood to go acid. Raise your hand? No? Okay. Oh, okay. I'm not repeating the question because I thought it was loud enough. Is it? If not, I'll repeat the question.
We're doing all right.
Okay. Yes.
In the second book, you said something in the section about travel,
Uh-huh.
and you said you didn't use strawberries when you were traveling. I think I can't remember. And it suddenly hit me. Why?
I'd rarely use strawberries anytime. It wasn't for traveling. I don't use strawberries because they're so hybrid. They're raised to be high in sugar. When I bicycled around the country, the whole continent, from Alaska to Cancun, any wild strawberry was tart, was not sweet, and they were always small, little bitty things. They have bred and hybrid the strawberry till it's nothing but sugar. So that's why I stay away from those. Yeah. Yes.
What about, you were going to mention eating fish daily instead of the raw meat? Fish as raw meat instead of...
Right. Now, the benefits of meat, you have to take a look at that. Why red, why white meats? Now, I found that if you have a heart problem, if you have a muscular problem, if you have most of your glandular problems like liver, gallbladder, spleen, and pancreas, they require red meat to rebuild them. Your blood, your muscles, certain glands. Almost the rest, and the bone marrow. The rest of the body functions on white meat. But the red blood cells are usually so weak in the body that the body needs mostly and mainly red meat for a very long time so that oxygen can be transported to the rest of the body. If it doesn't, you're going to have lactic acids and uric acid, byproducts of muscle movement, store in the body. Because one of the uses of oxygen is to convert those into non-toxic substances so that it can be perspired out of the pores. So, red meat predominantly is most important. Unless you've got somebody who's very dark and very acid, then they need predominantly white meat. Now, fish will help replenish neurological fluids, but it doesn't help rebuild the myelin. That was a mistake that I made in the first book. I spoke a little too soon until my experiments were over, because it looked like it was, but it wasn't. So neurological progression and development did not happen by eating fish alone. Mainly white meat of fowl, pig, shellfish, oysters. Those were helpful along with the poultry. But without the poultry, it did not rebuild the nervous system as well. And also the lymph system, the bones, except for the bone marrow, the neurological system depends upon fowl. And look at it, it's much easier for us to kill birds like turkeys and things like that than it is to chase down a buffalo. So, but if we weren't so unhealthy, then the buffalo would be better. If we weren't so unhealthy, then the fowl would probably be a better thing for us on a majority. However, the American Indians thrived mostly on red meat and buffalo, and the Aztecs and Mayans thrived on red meat. So it wasn't a big issue. It may have made them a little bit more aggressive, but they were not necessarily a warring country, a warring people like we are, with our high carbs. Yes?
I have a few short questions. I've been trying to think about how we were as a people before we had farming and agriculture. But we had we had fire. And I'm wondering if we used fire to cook at all.
I doubt it. You know, when I lived outdoors for 3 years, the wind is frequent. The things are wet, moisture all the time. You know, it depends on where. If you lived in the desert, you might be able to make a fire every day, like some Aborigines. But if you're in a place that's tropical, most of the time you're not going to be able to cook a thing. You're not going to be able to have a fire that you can keep going. And unless, you know, you've got a cave that you're staying in. And there's no evidence of cave dwellers living very long in any place. The only place where we have, you know, for tribes living 75 to 100 years at a time, nomadic tribes, is in, you know, Illinois and Ohio and that whole belt there where they would come and live for 1,500 years at a time, get so sick that they run off and, you know, and leave that and become non-agricultural again and just meat eaters.
So then with the advent of farming and agriculture, we started having grains. And what did that...
Well, you have to take a look at your Chinese and your Egyptian hierarchies. In those communities, they wanted workers, slaves. So the slaves were allowed to eat 10% meat, 90% carbohydrates. That was the law. Same in China. That's why they have so much grain in the lackeys. However, royalty lived 90% on meat and fats. The warriors had to live 50% on both. So they could be strong, but not strong of mind and mental acuity to overthrow the ruling parties. So, yes?
I have an elevated cholesterol, and I've heard of cholesterol flushing cleanses with grapefruit olive oil, things like that.
We talked about cholesterol. It's your best friend. Get out of that. You know,
cholesterol?
All kinds, all the good and the bad. It'll be 2 years in October. I went to University of Washington Medical School in St. Louis. They were doing tests on people on raw foods, but mainly fruitarian. They wanted to check, this was a cardiac department that was checking for cholesterol levels and plaquing.
Which school?
Washington University Medical School in St. Louis. So I flew there on my way to Chicago, and I went through their battery of tests for 2 days. I ate sugar for the first time for the glucose tolerance test. Now, I was type 1 diabetic. I was shooting up insulin when I was a child, okay, and I cut it out and dealt with my, comas and my seizures and my dizzy spells all the time. I was bicycling all around. I passed out here and there and just let myself go through it. Never bit off my tongue. I bit it a few times pretty badly, but I never killed myself going through those seizures. So here's a guy that had type 1 diabetes, and they say it's absolutely incurable. When the test results came in, my pancreas was exceptional. It lowered the sugar levels better and faster than anyone they had ever seen. Also, my cholesterol level was horrendous for them. So they expected to find all this plaque and congestion in my carotid arteries and my heart. So I've got 5 doctors that are, all part of this study. And they're just trying to find all kinds of way to find plaquing around my heart and arteries. They usually, 10 minutes the test is over. They work on me for a half an hour trying to find excessive plaquing and heart congestion. And you have to understand, I had angina. I had plaquing on my heart since I was a child. And here I didn't have anything that was excessive. I still had a little plaquing, and I've got 19 more years to get rid of it, but nothing dangerous. So then the head cardiologist, John, I forget his last name, is a world-famous sports heart doctor, cardiologist. So he says, he says, how much you work out? And I said, I worked out 25 years ago. And he said, well, you work out a little bit. What do you do? And I said, like Cary Grant, this is it, my exercise. And he said, no, seriously, what do you do? I said, seriously. This is my exercise on my computer. I may walk once a month, once every 2 months, a couple of miles on the beach, 3 miles at max. That's all I do. Besides carry my groceries once a week. And that is it. That's all I do. Unless I've got a girlfriend and have a lot of sex. That's it. And that doesn't happen very often. So, because I'm too busy. So, he says, well, let's take you up to the exercise room. I'd like to, do some tests with you and see how your heart rate is and your strength and all of that. So I said, okay, fine. He says, okay, we'll sign this release, in case I have a cardiac arrest or something. I had to release them, and I didn't mind. So I signed it, and we went up there. So they had me, running on a treadmill for about 6 minutes. My heartbeat never went over 110, 115. Within 90 seconds of stopping the exercise, no matter what it was, my heartbeat was normal, 90 seconds. And they put me on, this bench press for the legs to see how much I could lift. So they started me off with 25 pounds, and I was like, we're wasting time, So we got up to 210 pounds. And I just started straining a little bit. He says, that's enough. And then we went over and did the bench press. I got up to 190 pounds before I started straining. And he said, okay, that's enough. And and again, the heart rate within 90 seconds was completely normal. 90 seconds. So he says, we have people working out here 3 to 5 days a week. They can't do what you do. I said, there's your proof. He said, no, we've got to see other people on this diet that have been on long term. So I sent him a couple of people, been off and on the diet since 1977, 78. And they all favored well, except for one person had deterioration in their hip bone. But he stopped eating meat for 10 years because some vegetarians talked him into stop eating the meat. Yes?
So, are you saying that if cholesterol levels go up, do not worry about it?
You should be happy because you're going to get rid of old toxic cholesterols.
But I guess maybe I should go back a little bit. I guess I was under the understanding that if you eat raw foods like dairy, that cholesterol's, it didn't affect cholesterol levels the way cooked meat and dairy did.
Oh, yes, it does, because it goes down and cleans out old toxic cholesterols in your body.
So don't worry about rising cholesterol.
No, if you have 600, I'll be happy.
But someone who's
Really?
eating cooked food, cholesterols are top, you need to be worried about it.
No proof.
No?
You read that book, The Cholesterol Myth, and scientifically he unfolds it and say, not even in cooked diet is there proof. The only thing that seems to be the real kicker is the hydrogenated vegetable oils that cause hardening because it's plastic. That's what causes all the plaquing. Not even, all of the tribes that eat cooked meat don't have don't have high cholesterol, or they do have high cholesterol, but no heart occlusions and no arterial occlusions. So it's a myth. It's all a myth.
Yeah.
So the higher the cholesterol level, just understand that at least 50% of that toxic cholesterol is old garbage that's cleaning out of the body on its way out. It's like if you're remodeling a house and you don't see anybody taking out the old material, it's going to stay there, right? Well, you better see them carry it out. You better be happy they're carrying it out because they couldn't rebuild the house.
Good story about Paul Cohen.
Oh.
I mean, that was a great example.
Yeah. Okay, here's Paul Cohen is he was a famous athlete and coach. He coached, what was his name? McEnroe for 10 years. This is a hard, intense guy. Very intense. Been on the diet for about 7 years, 6.5, 7 years. And, he would allow himself to get fat, did everything I said. And then all of a sudden, this infection got in his brain, in his logic. Wait a minute, all this cholesterol, I can't handle all this cholesterol. I might end up with a heart attack. Because he was getting shortness of breath and all of that. And I said, you're just going through a stage where your lungs are cleaning and your bronchioles. He said, no, I can't take that chance. Show me the evidence. I said, I'm the evidence, and everybody doing this diet doesn't have excessive, plaquing or artery problems, congestion, or anything. So that's your proof. Well, I need to see it in a laboratory test. I said, well, it's up to you. You can go off if you want. So he went off for about 6 months, cut way down on his butter, got very thin, got hysterical, got constipated, Every problem. Started drying out, started having problems in his business because he wasn't relaxed anymore. It was horrendous. So, he came back to me and said, oh, please help me again. Because I told him I wouldn't help him anymore because he was getting belligerent and nasty, with me. Very belligerent and nasty, and wouldn't even pay his bill. So I said, you pay my bill, you can talk to me. Don't pay my bill. And he got desperate and he paid my bill. And he got help, so he's normal again. It only took him 2 weeks to get back to a good place.
No shortness of breath now.
No shortness of breath, no. Yeah. Yes.
I had a double bypass and I had a stent also, so I had a lot of arterial sclerosis stuff going on. If I go on this diet, it increases the cholesterol, am I risking it?
No, you're helping yourself. Because the cholesterol still has to be broken down from your arteries and veins, those that still exist in your body that aren't plastic. You still have to clean those because the occlusions will keep building. And on this diet, you need to remove it. So it's good. Nobody, even who's had a heart attack on this diet and has had heart bypasses, has died on this diet. And I've had a lot of people, probably around 22 people. Now, one of them has died on the diet from a heart attack. Yes?
Another quick question about being alkaline in our body to keep us cancer-free.
You do not want to be alkaline in the body. The digestive tract needs to be acid. The blood needs to vacillate. This whole myth about alkalinity is, again, somebody's wishful thinking, but it's not scientifically proved. If it did, more than 25% of the people coming out of the Optimum Health Institute would survive cancer. They don't. A lot of them get sent to me.
Then if cancer can survive in an alkaline blood system?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I keep reading.
Take diabetics. They're almost always over-alkaline because of the high amount of sugar. And the sugar is very alkalinizing in the system. Many of them die of cancer.
But when you said people wake up in the morning acidic and they want to drink that juice to bring the alkaline back in.
In the blood, not the intestines.
In the blood, right.
Yeah.
Does that have to do with cancer prevention at all?
No. 65% of the cases, like I said in my first book, reversed just by eating the raw fat. The other 35% had to have raw meats with the butter, or mainly butter, to reverse their cancers.
So my second question is just about vitamin supplements. I know you said minerals are horrible. Why are vitamins?
All of them. All of them. I just told you. Oh, you were sleeping. Yeah, you slept through that. Pardon? I'm not going to answer that again because I answered it twice already. So somebody else can tell you that. Yeah. Okay.
Can you talk about stone-pressed olive oil? And also, when I did the lubrication formula, I had pretty strong flu-like symptoms that came on fast. All night long, I was okay the next day, but should I have done it again? What's the deal with that?
Well, you say, the diet, the incidence of detoxification on the diet are about 12% of the people are in detoxification at any given time. On the SAD diet, the standard American diet, people are in detoxification about 18 to 20% of the time. So the diet doesn't increase detoxification unless you're doing things to increase detoxification, like olive oil, your pressed oils, flax oil, 95% solvent reactive, or too much coconut cream. Those will cause it.
Mix some olive oil with meat, like in a food processor, maybe a tablespoon or something.
Yeah, but you're going to do more detoxifying if you do that. And I recommend that people who have scar tissue, fibroids, or whatever, or cancer, they have it. Maybe 2-3 meat meals a week. Maybe 1 ounce to 2 ounces of olive oil or flax oil with their meat meal, but no more than that. Not unless I can get them very fat first. Then they can handle more detoxification. Yes?
Can you speak to how eating raw meat, as this lady suggested with the olive oil, might or might not affect leaching calcium out of the bones?
It could. It definitely could.
And what would prevent that? The meat
Eating cheese with it.
Eat cheese with it?
Yeah, because what happens when you take a solvent into the body, whether it's coconut cream or a pressed oil like olive oil or flax oil, what happens is it's 90% solvent reactive. When it starts dissolving, you have lots of minerals, toxic minerals floating. The toxic minerals bind to healthy minerals in food. So it creates a mineral deficiency. If you eat cheese, those fats and those minerals are basically cellularly unabsorbable. But what they do is they allow the body to use the minerals in the cheese to attract all of your toxic minerals into the cheese so that you can save your minerals from your fresh food for building the system. Clay does the same thing, but not as well as cheese does.
Is this any clay, or is it the Aztec clay that you use?
Aztec clay is no good because it has molten mercury and radioactive material. It's from volcanic rock. Volcanic rock is full of minerals that have been cooked to 3,300 degrees. So they're not good. So I found that in utilizing that, I was getting sores and other places in the body toxic. So then I moved to pteromin and cheese and French green clays. Bentonite is 99% of the bentonite is from volcanic ash. Not good.
Oh, it's not good for volcanic.
Pardon?
It's not good volcanic.
Poisonous.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I hope I'm not poisonous, but you just said something about, you got these sores coming from the clay. I remember you saying something about, when you're not detoxing, if you don't feel better after you've detoxed with that particular thing, whether it be moldy berries or rotten meat or just going through a detox. So can you speak more about how you know that it's a detox as opposed to how you distinguish between a detox symptom and, eating something like this clay or something that's not?
Well, you can always believe that if you're eating too much pressed oils, olive oil, flax oil, coconut cream, or too much fruit, you're detoxing too much and not in a friendly way and not in a balanced way. So you're always detoxifying. But whether it's a safe detoxification and a civil detoxification where you will come up, better on the end of it, you need to stay away from those particular food items that will cause that great imbalance.
And so what about detoxing with moldy berries and or the rotten?
Nobody should do that until they've been on the diet a couple of years, Why force the detoxification until you get strong?
Well, you told me to do it.
Yeah. Oh, well, then I must have seen something pretty bad in your system.
But you've been on it for years.
Yeah, 4 years.
Yeah, but when did I tell you to start eating the berries?
It wasn't until after 2 years.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so I could see that you were healthy enough to handle it. Yes. No, he doesn't. This guy's annoying.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering about adding ground flax seeds into a shake or something like that.
Okay, flax seeds, any of those seeds except for chia seeds are very sharp. They go through and lacerate the villi in the intestines, and they cut things to pieces. Not good. Pardon?
Even if you soak them ahead, it's okay.
Doesn't matter. That hull will never get soft enough. Chia seeds you can use as a anti constipation formula. And the chia seeds are like poppy seeds. They're round. They never split and open up with sharp edges. It opens up almost like a volcano, and it puts out this serum into the water that's like a gelatin, unabsorbable. So you mix a lubrication moisturizing formula with it and eat it like a cereal. And most people, 99% of the people who take that move comfortably.
How do you move it? I mean, you put it in a cereal, but isn't that still eating the seed?
Yeah, but you're not digesting it. The indigestible. And it isn't sharp. It doesn't cut anything.
Because you...
Chia seeds.
They come from chia pets.
Not flaxseed.
No, I said no flaxseed. Flaxseed and all those oil brands will cut your intestines to pieces. Chia seeds will not.
What about psyllium seeds?
Psyllium seeds are the same thing. They're sharp, and they will slice the intestines to pieces.
Doesn't anybody have it, right?
Oh, what about oil? Flaxseed oil. Didn't you have...
Didn't I just talk about it? Flaxseed oil, along with, I've just been mentioning flaxseed oil, along with olive oil and coconut cream. It's 90% solvent reactive. It will dissolve your body. And not friendly, so you have to limit it. You have to treat it like a medicine.
Somebody sees it and talking about they make a powder out of them. That's still
It's still very sharp. It's like putting broken glass in your system. Shards of glass.
So now that I have your attention, there's been an allusion to water a lot, but for me, because I'm new specifically, you don't like to hear about water.
I talked about water. I said that water, plain water, is only 10% cellularly absorbable.
So it's wasted.
It will leach all these nutrients out of your blood and neurological system and lymph. If you want to have 100% absorbable nutrients, sodium and H2O, you need to eat things like watermelon rind, tomatoes, avocado, milk, those things.
So you're not suggesting a lot of water?
No, I'm suggesting very little water. The summer, in the fall and winter, I may drink 1 cup a week, 1 cup of water a week. During the summer and spring and summer, I may drink a couple of liters of water a week, which makes about a cup of water a day.
What kind of water do you drink?
Gerolsteiner. Yeah. But it's naturally sparkling water. It means they use the carbon layer, a carbon dioxide layer in the well along with the water, and they pump them in together. It's not a synthetic it's not a synthetic carbon. Now, San Pellegrino and Perrier in the last few years have changed their label. It now says sparkling natural water. And I'm trying to get letters from them saying, hey, are you putting synthetic carbon dioxide in your water now? Because you've changed the wording on it. And they haven't answered back. But better believe that they are.
And what's the name of the water you drink?
Gerolsteiner. 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 Yes?
You said
I'll get you next.
you should stay away from ripe fruits.
Yes.
Well, that's hard to take.
I know. Although you're addicted to sweetness. Yeah. Everybody is. Yeah. Phil, finally.
My mom's a nurse, and last time I went to Kaiser, got a blood test. She said, "Man, I've never seen ketones that high. It's like homeless people have ketones like that." She says, "You got to do something different. This ketosis thing is scary stuff." So, what's that all about?
It's bullshit. Ketones are the byproducts of utilizing a lot of protein in the system. When your body goes into eating itself, into cannibalism, the ketones become very, very high and toxic. But if you're rebuilding your body with raw meat, you could have lots of ketones in the body. Just like cholesterol, you better have high ketones and you better have high cholesterol, or you're not getting well. You're not regenerating cells. You're not sloughing off the old dead cells. You're not sloughing off the old toxic cholesterols.
So, if you're having a lot of carbohydrate, the body doesn't go into ketosis?
No. It'll go into other acid forms of toxicity, like advanced glycation end products, acrylamide, toxicity.
So the fruit stops the ketosis, basically, doesn't it?
No. In the long run, it'll create a worse condition. Because the sugars go in to break down the cells to get the fat out of them. So the ketones will go sky high. You just have to catch it at the right hour. Yeah.
What happens when someone gets salmonella poisoning? What is that then?
Salmonella, there are about 2,600 varieties of salmonella. It's like having a whole variety of birds that eat meat, dead carcasses. Salmonella is there just to clean up. They are your janitors. You have salmonella in your nose, on your skin. Before we took, if you take a look at the natives who don't bathe, their skin is covered with salmonella. Colonies that are incredible. They're not sick because it's eating the dead cells on their skin. We've been around for a long time. Elephants that go around and eat trees, you call elephants toxic because they're going around eating the trees? No, because they are cleaning up the overabundance of vegetation that grows in certain areas. And all vegetarian animals go around eating plants, live plants. If they didn't, the whole world would be overgrown with vegetation. So it's a balance. You look at Salmonella, E. coli. E. coli is one of the most important bacteria there is in the body. It fills the intestinal tract, the bowel. 60 to 80% of your bowel movement should be E. coli. Colonizing there. It breaks down and multiplies. And the byproduct of that is B vitamins and amino acids. Backs up the entire strength of the body. That's why those tribes that eat E. coli eat fecal matter from buffaloes and chickens and stuff. They get very healthy. And, in East Asia, Southeast Asia, you go into the street markets and you see eggs that are black with mold or white with mold. I mean, they stink and they're horrible looking. But people eat them all the time because it makes them thrive. And they eat them raw. They don't cook them. The Chinese have the century egg, which is 25 years old, that's aged in clay like that. And it's all either white or black bacteria mold when it's finished. $1,000 an egg. Who affords them? These old octogenarians, rich octogenarians that want to have an orgasm every day for a month from one egg. And they do. They are willing to pay $1,000 for that. Now they've got Viagra, they'll die. Heart attacks. It's cheaper, but they'll die of heart attacks and bone cancer. The Viagra gives multiple myeloma and cardiac arrest. Man, it's a hell of a way to go out, though. Like Peter Sellers. Do you have another?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Yes.
I got one. So what is food poisoning? Why do people get sick then?
They don't.
They don't?
No. If you look at the surveys that are done by the health department, they've got a list of things to ask when somebody gets vomit or diarrhea. They've got a list. Do you eat raw milk? Do you eat sushi? That's how and if you say yes, that is the reason. No science to it. That is the reason. All 75 cases in that Wisconsin incident in 2002, by survey, there was no scientific evidence. They did not blueprint the bacteria in the intestines of the people and match it with the salmonella that was in the milk. It was relatively small. That's the way they are. They want to blame bacteria for disease because if you really knew what caused it, they'd be out of business. And that's their drugs and chemicals and industrial toxins. Yes, back there.
So I ate a boiled egg once that had gotten spoiled.
That's different. You're talking about a cooked element.
Okay.
Anything that's cooked is going to get disease. Take those cats that were grown on the cooked foods in the Pottinger experiments. 10 years, 900 cats. All those that ate cooked foods had disease. The bacteria will get disease too if it's feeding on it. Its byproducts will be a lot more toxic. So people can get food poisoning, but it's always from pasteurized food. Take a look in the recipe book. The back chapter, it talks about all of the incidents of known so-called bacterial food poisoning came from pasteurized dairy, not raw. One incident involved 197,000 people.
So you're saying I got sick, and I got violently sick, and I really wanted to die. I was that sick for 2 days or so. And that was because it was a cooked egg?
No, I don't. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the likelihood, if you've got an old cooked egg that's been sitting around and the bacteria is fed on it, and its byproducts, its verotoxins, are 10 to 100 times worse. Normally they're easily discarded and they're even beneficial. But when it's fed on cooked foods, it becomes a contaminant, a poison. Now most people just are building up with these toxic substances from cooking. And it builds up, and they go into diarrhea and vomit. That's why on this diet it reduces to 12% instead of 18 to 20%. This diet doesn't create more toxicity, but it helps you get rid of toxicity. Yes?
So, Aajonus, we live up in Reading, and it seems to be a little more difficult. I know people like Ann and Ron are ordering the milk. But if I can find somebody with goats, which apparently there are people with goats or a cow, can I just go there and buy the milk? Just
they'll sell it to you.
Yeah, if they'll sell it to me. I mean, it looks like I'm going to have to say I'm going to feed it to my animals, but apparently that's the way you have to go. But and getting it that way, then that's fine. Then
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But I don't advise goat's milk for many people.
Why is that?
Because it has a tendency to be adrenaline stimulating. So if a person is overweight and has a blood sugar problem or diabetes, goat's milk is preferable. But if you're more acidic and thin, slender, I do not recommend goat's milk. I recommend cow's milk. It's a lot more sedating and comfortable. 2 more questions and we're going to end it.
What if you kefir the milk, the goat milk?
Well, I don't like foreign bacteria. You've got bacteria in your milk. You've got a whole variety and range of bacteria in your raw milk. The colder it gets, the longer it stays cold, the less bacteria you will have active. If you take that milk and you leave it out, maybe put a tablespoon to 2 of honey per quart and shake it up and let it sit, it'll turn into a natural kefir on its own. Let it sit out of the light and won't get bitter. You'll have your own kefir. When you use a grain that is manufactured and cultivated, it is nothing like what it started out to be. And it will interfere with your own bacterial development in your intestines. But people who don't eat a heavy raw diet, for them, of course, they need as much nutrients as they can. So if they don't want to improve their own digestive tract, but want to improve their health in general, then they should use a kefir grain. But if they want to change the environment in their intestines, they need to propagate their own bacteria to help them digest the milk. Okay, yes?
But you mentioned lupus earlier. Would your diet, the regular diet you have, deal with that, or would you advise something different for that kind of?
Lupus is a mean disease. It's very difficult. It's very painful. People can't even lift up a pen. They can't do anything for themselves. So they need people to take care of them. And a lot of people won't take care of them. They won't feed them these kind of foods.
It's painful because of the joints?
Everything is painful. Joints, yes, everything is painful. The skin, you can't touch them. It's almost like MS, multiple sclerosis. Advanced multiple sclerosis. Yes?
As we age, we lose hormones, evidently. And so...
that's because you don't eat raw meat and raw fats. That's all.
So, being on this diet, that takes care of it. So.
Yep, takes care of it. Yeah. Unless you've had a gland removed.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And if you want to really give it a boost, if you've got a sluggish gland, then eat a raw one from an animal. If you got a weak thyroid, eat thyroid. Yes?
Homeostatic soil organisms. How important are those?
You mean worm casings? Worm shit? That's what most people sell. It's worm shit. Very good. You've got lots of E. coli and their byproducts which are healthful. So, it's I would advise anybody to eat shit and live. Yeah. But when you get it dried, like they have it dried in a pill form, it is no longer active. What you need to do is if you take it in pill form, it's already bound. There is no way you're going to utilize it. It's a farce. But if you take the powdered worm casings and you rehydrate it and leave it in water, it'll become active again. But it takes 4 or 5 days to do that. So you make a paste of it and then maybe have a teaspoon a day or half a teaspoon a day if you want that. Yes. Did you have a question? I thought you had your hand up. Yes.
I have a good question. You mentioned something that I experience. I don't eat till about noon every day, and I think my body goes into starvation mode, but I stay heavy, and I never understood.
It's because your body's eating itself. It's making fats. It's making all kinds of toxic substances. It's causing water retention because of the over-acidity. If you were to eat tons of meat and a little fat, you'd lose the weight.
And I never understood why I held the fat until you're starting to talk about it. So we just hold on to our
Toxicity. Yeah.
that makes us fat.
You keep eating it. You just keep recycling it to hold it in your body. And you've got no nutrients to get it out of the body. Some people are that way. Other people, they'll lose it, you know. But a lot of people do not. Okay, one more? Yes.
You have yummy desserts in your recipe book.
Yes.
And I wonder, where does that fit in? Daily? Once a week?
Like I say, if you have it in the afternoon, if that's your meal, your fruit for the afternoon, that's fine.
Okay.
You could have it every day. If that's your sweetness, once a day. In between 1 o'clock and, let's say, 4:30.
I just have a follow-up question about water. You used to have kidney stones, so obviously the advice is to drink a lot of water now.
And then you create more stones.
Well, I haven't,
Yeah.
but that's my question. You know,
But you're collecting crystals all through the system if you're drinking a lot of water. You want to find out? You want to find the difference? Take your urine on the day that you've drunk a lot of water, and take it on the day when you haven't consumed any water.
Yeah.
The day after. Okay. So one day you don't drink any water. The next day you don't drink any water, and you collect your urine.
Yeah.
Okay. One day you drink a lot of water, and you collect your urine, and you drink a lot of water that day and collect your urine for the day. Watch the crystals at the bottom. See what crystallizes at the bottom in the next 3 or 4 days.
More with water is what you're saying.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So by suggesting not drinking a lot of water, that won't be a problem.
If you drink a lot of water, you're going to have a problem. If you drink less water, less problem.
Right.
Well, you want more fat.
If you're eating fat.
Pardon?
You want more fat.
Yeah.
All right. God.
Well, you want enzyme and vitamin bound fluids is what you want. Mainly the dry mouth syndrome is from all the toxic minerals that go to the brain from cooked foods. Like I said, the brain has the highest concentration of cauterized minerals, so it's like clay, it's like a desert. It just collects and collects and collects fluids and just dumps them. It evaporates them. Where you dump most of your minerals is the plaque on your teeth. The brain is sending out these minerals through the gums and out your teeth. Out the salivary glands. The tongue should be very white all the time. If you're detoxifying. And if you have plaque on your teeth, you're getting rid of lots of minerals from the brain. And that's a wonderful thing. So everything your urine should be brown to orange and not light. Your mucus should always flow. Your tongue should be white, and your teeth should be full of plaque. Everything the opposite. And you should be fat, not thin. You should have lots of cholesterol. And what? I didn't hear that, what?
Ask somebody else.
Let me tell you, I'd much rather be with a happy fat woman than a neurotic skinny woman.
Amen.
Amen. Yes, amen. You won't catch me dating. You won't, unless it's a one-night stand, you won't catch me dating a thin woman. No way.
Too toxic, huh?
Way too toxic. Yeah, they're, nothing but, what do they call that? High maintenance. Can't please them, no matter what you do. Never please them.
American princesses around.
Well, that's a conditioning. Yeah, that's a condition. Okay, folks, this is it. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to start with the poems. It is now 5:17, so we'll start grouping again about 5:37. Okay? Okay, good improvement. Still very fat deficient in the upper torso, but you filled out very nicely along the spine and the ovarian area. The adrenals the right adrenal is fine, the left adrenal is still pretty and debilitated. The pancreas is in good shape now. Still a little hardening on the right side. Thyroid on both sides is a little low, but functioning fine. Parathyroids are good. Tonsil area is good. But still a lot of dryness in this area. Share another thing with you. Did anybody leave? Or is everybody here? Okay. You know lines that people get all over the face? Well, I've been experimenting because I started getting deep grooves because of 3 years of detoxifying the minerals out of the mouth caused a drying of the tissue, so my lips started shrinking and shriveling. So after I was bedridden for so much after the accident, I started slapping pieces of meat on my face, and one night, I just did it one night, and 10% of the wrinkles went away. So I started doing it a couple of days a week, and it was getting rid of 2 to 3, 4% each time. So just putting meat on your skin. Yeah.
Crocatio-facial.
Yes. Yeah. That's exactly it.
Any particular kind?
Well, I like sirloin. That's all I buy, so that's what I put on my face. It's the sweetest. So if everybody's lick my face, it'll be sweeter. But I don't know.
How long would you keep it on there?
Like 5-6 hours while I slept at night. Yeah, overnight. And what I did was, to keep it on, it's difficult to sleep, without it falling off. Yeah, because I put one across, because I've had these since I was born, these heavy circles. I knew I was coming into a difficult household, so I was always tense. So I put it over I put one piece over there, one piece around the eyes, and then one piece over the nose for all this. Oh, and this scar tissue from Appendix X, from having the cancer that burned a hole in my nose and my forehead and here. The scarring from using it 4 times went about 50%. The scarring on my nose and forehead. So, it's pretty miraculous stuff. But what I did was I used a ski mask, a silk ski mask, a black silk ski mask to hold it on my face.
And then you eat it the next day?
No, it's too dry. I throw it out to the vultures and the crows, and they'll eat it. Yeah. They say it smells like you. So that's a great hint if you want to get rid of, some of your lines and wrinkles. Yes, definitely. You don't have to go through the surgery. You may smell like meat for a day in the face, but okay. You still have lots of metals in your intestines and in the lower part of the body, especially around the ovaries. Quite a bit of scarring there. Looks like you cleaned a lot of the metals out from around the heart, but a couple of inches away from the heart, you still have a lot of intense metals at the bottom of the esophagus and the gland that's right there, the thymus. So that may cause some acid reflux and some burning. And the liver is better. It still has metal in it, but the gallbladder is full of metals. So I'm going to recommend that you have about 7 to 8% cilantro in your juice now. Have a tablespoon of coconut cream right before you drink the juice. Half a tablespoon of cow's cream in the juice. Recommend that you have 12 ounces the first thing in the morning, about 4 to 6 ounces around noon, and in the evening around 5 ounces. Like maybe 5 to 6 o'clock, only 5 ounces. And you can have a tablespoon of the coconut cream before your noon juice as well, and half a tablespoon of cow's cream in the juice. But the juice at about 5 o'clock, around there, between 5 and 6, don't have any coconut cream in it. And you don't need any cow's cream either. And I suggest that you put a hot water bottle under your armpits, because you have some indications of carcinoma development in your left breast. So you may as well get that melted and getting out of the body, because if it starts building a fibroid and starts dissolving it, in a pretty aggressive way, you're going to find that you have, discharge. Oh, and another thing, I've been experimenting by taking buffalo dung and put it on some people's carcinoma, skin cancer, and within 2 weeks it stopped the cancer. One woman had a huge area on her chest, and she wouldn't do it, which was regretful, because she put a black salve on it and turned it all into scar tissue. And I said, if you turn that into scar tissue, the cancer is going to go inside instead of dumping its poisons out, the dead cells out. So that's what happens. So she's in bad shape now. So if you can get anybody to play with shit, do, because it really will eat, the dead cells. That's what E. coli does. It helps digest and break down dead cells.
You can order it from North Star by saying.
They won't give it to anybody. No, she'll sell it to particular people, and then they have to distribute it to other people. So you have to have somebody who's in good with her, and then they get it and then distribute it among other people. Yeah. Or you run around and see a cow poop and grab it and use it. We'll put it in a glass jar. I like to have it in the bowel and treat it like a sausage. You cut it and tie it off so it stays fresher. And the E. coli is more active when it doesn't get exposed to air, oxygen. So.
Does it matter what animal? Cow, goat, lamb?
I've only experimented with buffalo. Yeah. Well, also sheep and some goat. Yes, I have experimented with, but mainly buffalo. You still have a lot of bile in the upper torso, and it looks like that's why you're still very debilitated and not lipidated yet. In other words, enough fat to keep everything supple and working up to prime. So you might increase your meat a little bit and some butter with honey. Okay. All right.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Okay.
My name is Marcia.
Marcia? Hi, Marcia. Okay. Relax your hands. Let them fall limp into my hand. Okay. The right and left ovary looks fine. A little bit protein deficient, but they're pretty stable. Both adrenal glands are very debilitated and very protein deficient. The pancreas is a little hardened on the left side and a little hardened on the right side, so there's a pancreatic problem. Parathyroids are overworking. The parathyroids are working fine. The thyroids are working fine. The tonsil area is very scarred, but it looks okay. Lymphatic activity there. Even looks like there's a little bit of this gland working. Did you have your glands removed, or you have them?
I have all
Tonsils.
my glands.
You do good.
Tonsils removed.
Yeah, so it has a lot of heavy scarring there. But your lymph system is making up for it on the right side, but the left side isn't as good, but it's okay. Very weak left side of the spine, especially from the shoulder all the way down. Lots of bile and lymphatic congestion throughout the system. To help get rid of lymphatic congestion, which most people have from eating margarines and hydrogenated oils and peanut butter, as I said, those oils don't dissolve and get fluid until our body temperature reaches 102, 105 degrees. So taking baths anywhere from an hour to 2 hours at a time will help make it fluid. Then if you have a drink before you get into the bath, right when you get into the bath, about 1/8 to a half-inch circular slice of hard green pineapple mixed with 2 to 3 ounces of coconut cream, which is 4 to 6 tablespoons, 3 tablespoons of butter, and 1 tablespoon of cream, and honey if you like, up to a tablespoon. That will work in the system to help break up and keep the hardened fats from getting hard again when your body cools down. And if you really want the process of eliminating it better, then as soon as you get out of the bath, move very slowly like you're in slow motion or you'll pass out from dizziness. And when you get out, Move very slowly. Get dressed with wool or silk underwear, and then cover that yourself heavily so you stay hot. And then take about a 45-minute walk, and that will get the lymphatic softened over many years. Because the lymph system feeds every cell in the body except for the blood cells. What that means is every cell in the body is starving, plus it takes all of the waste products out of the body, all of them. So it has to neutralize them, it has to dissolve them, neutralize them again to send them out, either the sinuses, whether it's the throat or lungs, the skin, the earwax, the eyes, vaginal cavity, everywhere. Now, my analysis of why women live 20% longer is because they discharge 20% mucus out the vaginal cavity. So they're 20% less toxic, plus they have more fat in their system to bind with the poisons. So there are two reasons that women live 20% longer than men, and that's it. So we want all these discharges, we just have to make sure that they're good. So the lymphatic congestion can be relieved slowly. So if you did those baths, 3-4 times, one or two times a week, every 3 to 4 days, it would be helpful. How long have you been doing the diet?
I haven't.
You haven't.
Just today.
Because you have a lot of signs of tumorous development or fibroids in the right lung, in the bronchioles. So you need to get that lymph cleaned as soon as possible so that you can start breaking that down. It's even starting to harden. Lots of metals. But be on the diet 2 years before you go into doing anything other than the baths to relieve the lymphatic congestion. And you might feel very weak and sluggish, after one of those baths. Just when you get back from that walk, you take a nap. A good nap. Eat the meat and butter, a lubrication formula. In your juice, I recommend that you have no cilantro, just a straight 85% celery, 15% parsley. Clean for building, strengthening you. Okay, and about 14 to 16 ounces by weight of meat a day, and I recommend about 75% red and 25% white, and that can be either fish or fowl, seafood. It's up to you. You can go as high as 85%, but don't let too many weeks go by like that. Okay? Hi. What's your name? Belinda. Hi, Belinda. Okay. Even though you have lots of fats and protection, you got metals all over your body. Did you grow up under an airport or in a factory town or on a farm?
Did a lot of farming and traveling.
A lot of farming, a lot of pesticides and agricultural products. You've got one of the most metal poison systems I've seen. So I would suggest you not lose more than 10 pounds.
Okay.
And try to keep up that weight, because in this diet you have a tendency to lose weight, and you don't want to do that. Okay, because you'll be unprotected. This starts getting into your brain and irritating it, then you're going to have problems. Okay. Nausea, vomiting, severe weight loss, that kind of thing. But right now the body's just containing it all in the fat. So if you start losing the weight, it could be a problem. Okay. If you lose more than 10 pounds. So keep it up. Otherwise, even though there's lots of toxicity, it's mainly in the fat, and the only system that looks like it's having a lot of problems is your lymphatic system. It's congested with toxic substances, and it's not feeding the body as well. and breaking down the toxins. Otherwise, it's, believe it or not, it's pretty healthy. Been pretty protected. Some difficulty in the gallbladder, lots of scarring in the gallbladder. Liver looks okay, but looks like a little hardening in it, a little cirrhosis, but it's not bad. Kidneys are okay. A little congestion in the heart. I recommend that you have, you can vacillate 80 to 90% celery, 10 to 20% parsley. Do that for about a week or 10 days, and then change it to 85% celery, 5% zucchini, and 10% parsley. It looks like you've got some psoriasis going on. There's the center of your back right into here. It could be deep tissue. It's mainly on the right side, a little bit on the left. Looks like there's some kind of a fat deficiency right here in the spine, so that may cause a little soreness up in the upper part of the spine and in the neck, and some swelling because of it. So you can put a hot water bottle. Rather than putting it at your neck and getting these lymph glands to deal with it, it's better you put it under your armpits and make these lymph glands deal with the neck problem. That way you won't go into goiters and you have a more difficult time because those glands up there aren't working well. So you need to stimulate these to work. So you're how tall?
5'7".
5'7", so I recommend you have about a pound. How old?
I'm 60.
60. So anybody that's over 65, I usually say, cut down on meat consumption. But since you're only 60, then you eat a whole pound a day, which is 3 cups. And ratio for you have symptoms of some anemia. I'm not a doctor in diagnosing anybody, but what I see is some symptoms of anemia. So I'm going to suggest that you eat about 85% red and 15% white. And try to eat them. You can eat them apart or separate, apart or together. You might feel a little bit more balanced if you eat them together at each meal. 85 and 15 at the same meal. You'll feel more balanced. Okay? And lots of tomatoes. Help your lymph system too. And you could do the baths. Definitely. But if I were you, I would make your solution mainly with, let's say, 2 tablespoons of honey, 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, 2 cups of tomato, and a teaspoon of vinegar, and 2 tablespoons of raw cream. That would be good. You have a tendency to be over alkaline. Yeah. So that'll help regulate you.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank
Hi, I'm Terry.
Hi, Terry. Hi, Terry.
Hi. I've lost 100 pounds in the last year from the weight loss surgery, and I don't have my gallbladder and my uterus or tonsils.
Well, you have a lot of swelling in your tonsil area, so your lymph glands are working pretty well there. Your parathyroids are overworking. Your left thyroid is overworking. Your right thyroid is a little debilitated. The right kidney is pretty debilitated, probably from the medication and surgery. The pancreas feels okay on both sides. You must have endometriosis because you're still forming the hormones.
No, I have ovaries, but no uterus. So.
Oh yeah, so that's it. Okay, so you're still building because these are very strong. The hormone production. So you have your ovaries. That explains it. Lots of metal poisoning in the right kidney, all throughout the torso and brain, chest. still you've protected yourself with all that fat. So it's a good thing. You have a tendency to be very overcritical. You know, that's for creativity. That's not for yourself or other people. That's to keep you being creative because you get bored easily. So if you're trying to manipulate other people into changing for you, you're going to have a bad time in relationships. So it's better you find an art form and you can always change. Just never judge it. You won't like it the next day. And that's okay. That's how you keep creative. So don't use it to be critical. Overly critical of other people and yourself. Lots of metal poisonings in the femur joints. About half of your lymphatic system is congested, so the baths will be good for you. Gallbladder is necessary when we were cave people and we would butcher an animal and eat 10 to 20 pounds of fat in a 24-hour period, because the liver could not make that much bile to be able to do that. We eat pretty regularly and steady, so a gallbladder isn't as important. The gallbladder doesn't make bile, the liver does. The gallbladder just stores bile. So without a gallbladder, you still don't have to worry about it, since we're not cave people and eating, 10 to 11 pounds of meat or 20 pounds of meat of fat in one day. So that's not going to have a great bearing on you, except for the channels that were cut in this area. You're going to have poor lymphatic drainage and circulation into those areas.
No, I drank some of the milk today in there, and I made in it with some of the honey in it. And since my surgery, I get a pretty severe reaction to sugars. So anyway, and then my heart started racing really bad and getting really shaky, and I actually had to take some lactose stuff.
No, you just sit down, deep breathe slowly. Inhale to a count of 5, hold it for a count of 5, exhale to a count of 5.
Okay.
It's just, usually when you're taking milk, it pulls metals and chemicals and drugs out of the system. The American Indians, a lot of tribes, if they got bitten by an insect, or any kind of a poisonous creature, and they had a lactating animal around, they would grab milk and drink it, and it would pull the poisons to the stomach. So that's what's happening. And and if those metals start getting into the blood on the way out, the heart has to beat heavily, because it cannot store in the brain or heart. It has to keep it moving, and the only place it can move fast and dump is through the intestines. So it's a good thing. You just sit down and let it happen till it's over.
Okay.
You have lots of molds in your nails, in your cartilage. So it looks like you're moving toward rheumatoid arthritis. So you need lots of lubrication formulas. Don't lose any more weight.
No, I'm not. I'm real stable. I've gained a little bit.
Good. And lots of butter. Butter's going to help you a lot.
Okay.
And I suggest you use the pineapple as your lymphatic breakage to help you get that moving. Juice, I'm going to recommend 80% celery, 20% parsley for maybe a couple of weeks, and then cut it down to 85% or up to 85% celery, and the parsley down to 15%. You need about a pound of meat a day. Lots of signs of anemia, some bone marrow problems, so I'm going to recommend 75 to 90% red meat and 10% to 25% white meat. I'm going to definitely suggest that you have a nut formula every 10 days.
Just once.
Yeah, once every 10 days.
I've been eating nuts just like crazy every day. I've been doing massage for about 8 years. I've been eating nuts like crazy.
Yeah,
don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not unless it's with the...
yeah, I'll change it.
Suck an egg.
Okay.
Fastest pre-prepared food in the world is an egg.
How many times a day should I do that?
Well, just one nut formula every 10 days, but egg you could probably do, 10 eggs a day.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Blueberries are good for you. Blackberries sometimes. Raspberries okay. Walnuts is the only nut for you for about 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Do not eat any almonds.
Oh, I've been eating them like crazy.
Once in a while, some pecans, but mainly stick with walnuts.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jill, could you do me a favor and bring me another vegetable of yours? Yes, thank you. Hi, your name?
Michelle.
Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Okay, let them go limp in my hand. Okay. Good basic health. Both kidneys are not in good condition, though. A lot of hardening on the right kidney. Doesn't look cancerous or anything, so that's fine. But you have a lot of fat in that kidney, so it's probably protecting it. It's not hard, so it's a good thing. Pancreas is very debilitated on the right side, relax. And on the left side, it's okay, a little hardening. So it looks like your main problem is pancreas and kidney. Lots of metals in the left kidney, lots of metals in and around the heart. A little bit of hardening, but it's okay. Some hardening in the diaphragm area. Lots of metals there. Tonsil area is very shriveled, but still functioning. Did you have them removed, or did you have them? You have them? They're drying out. It's like, almost look like beef jerky. Also, part of the thyroids, parathyroids are doing the same thing, especially on the left side. So you need at least a lubrication formula, moisturizing formula once a day. Like I did in the book, I have lubrication moisturizing formula. Moisturizing is for the women because it's dainty and it encourages them to be moisturized. And the men, they like the macho things, lubrication. That's why I have two names. To recover your systems, just lots of metal poisonings. Why do you have so much metal?
I've been taking algae for a long time.
And where did you grow up? Where you
Southern
raised?
California, and then
What part?
LA area,
Oh,
and then Bay Area too.
yeah, inordinate amount. It's about half of what I see when people grow up under airports, so not that bad. So I'm going to recommend that you have about a pound, maybe and a quarter of meat a day. Lubrication formula at least once a day.
What is that formula? Or just look in the book?
Yeah, just look in the book. Yeah, it's called Lubrication Moisturizing Formula. It's on page 147, I believe. And I would get stable on the diet for several years before I would start removing this poison, all of this metal from your system. Like I said, you're in pretty good health, pretty stable, but if you start messing with it until you get a lot of good nutrients in your body, I don't care how healthy you might be, it could damage the RNA and DNA of the cells and make you weaker. So I'd say be on the diet for, a year and 3 months before you start any detoxification of metals. So I'm going to recommend a normal juice of about 85% celery, 15% parsley. Once in a while, you could put 5% cucumber just to cool the body in the summertime only. You're pretty chilled already all year round, so don't want to do that in the fall and winter time. Always eat honey and butter with your meat meal. Ratio of butter honey to you is 8 to 1. 8 butter to 1 tablespoon of honey. The other people that I said honey and butter mixture, 7 to 1 that were up here. And only have 2 meat meals a day.
How much red again?
I didn't say. I'm trying to figure it out. You're like between a rock and a hard place here. I would say have your red and white always together. Could be as much as 90% red and 10% white. Don't go over that ratio, but that would be a good ratio. But have it at the same time. You'll feel a little bit more balanced. So a lot of cynicism here, so lighten up. Left side of the spine is very healthy. Right side is a little weak from the about 2 inches above the waist down to the coccyx. So have a chicken with some beef will help that. Stick a hot water bottle at your spine while you're sleeping on one of your sides. That'll help lower spine. And also hot water bottle under the arms and at the neck sometimes. Just get circulation going because you have that heavy congestion, from the nervous system going down to the kidney. So need to get that nerve going to the kidney cleaned up, going all the way down the spine. So hot water bottle at the neck, along your spine while you're lying on your side. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi.
A musician.
Yeah, well, stage tech. I'm Sean.
Hi, Sean. Okay, relax. Okay, I sure wish you'd get rid of those brass bracelets. You're taking in a lot of rust and mold. It's starting to create sores up your arm. Also causing a little hardening of some nerves. It's not affecting your brain though, but it's all up your arms. What's that?
Bruise.
Injection?
No.
Just a bruise.
Just a bruise, yeah. Something fell on me yesterday.
Something's coming out. It's pretty nasty too. It's caused a hemorrhage. Could be mercury. Boy, it's darkening around the elbow, the pit of the elbow.
From teeth? From fillings?
No, this would have to be from vaccines.
I just had a vaccine recently.
There you go. Okay, a lot of bile, a lot of dryness. You're very fat deficient. Very leathery inside. A lot of lymphatic congestion along with it. Red blood cell count seems to be very good. Your system has a tendency toward over-acidity, which means you need a little less red meat, maybe 75% red meat and 25% white meat. You need about 1.5 pounds a day. Always eat red and white together and don't eat red alone. You can eat white alone, but don't eat red alone. You might find yourself very irritable, over-anxious. Tendons are very tight, so the lymph system isn't feeding the bursas well enough, and the bursas aren't feeding the tendons well enough. So hot water bottles at the neck, under the arms. Pretty good basic health, but lots of poisoning. That's pretty good for somebody as thin as you are.
What kind of poisoning?
Lots of metal poisoning, and you've got something very acrid. It could be just the mercury swimming in your system right now, causing like ulcerations in the nerves and throughout the system. Let me give you an idea of how poisonous mercury is. 3 years ago, a lab technician dropped some pure mercury, liquid mercury, on her glove. It ate through, and she died 3 months later. And they treat it when they make it into thimerosal, so it's about 5 times less toxic than that, but it's still very toxic. So it'll go in and make sores like this when it comes out. Last year when I came here, I was in a sling. I don't know if anybody remembers that. I was in a sling because I started a mercury detox from this bursa right here. My whole arm turned gray and black as soon as I left here, and I had to go to San Francisco and do another workshop and see people. But I was in a sling that whole time. I still performed, I still did the workshop and saw patients, but John had to help me move the camera up and down because I had severe pain in this arm and I couldn't even lift up the camera. But it just turned this whole arm gray. This still partially gray here. And when I had that damage from the black and blue mark, it started the bursa detoxing the mercury from all the injections that I had in this arm. So you see how black and gray this is, the spot right here. But it was deep gray. We're not talking like a bruise, which is black and blue. This was gray, the color of mercury, and it smelled just like mercury. So it can cause a lot, and that's on a good, healthy system, where I had lots of good fats for a very long time and proteins to deal with it. He's not doing as well with it, but only a little's coming out at the same time at that spot, but he's got it all over in the system causing internal sores. So the best thing to arrest mercury, thimerosal, is eat an egg, like every hour to an hour and a half, followed by the first time a tablespoon of cow's cream, the next time a half a tablespoon of honey and butter mixture. For you, 11 butter to 1 honey. That's about my ratio. I do about 14 to 1. And do about 2 meat meals a day, a cup and a half each. I think I said red meat 75%, white meat 25%. And always eat them together. Have a lubrication formula once a day, and you can split it up between the 2 meat meals or have it all in the evening following your meat meal. But have eggs, in those times when you're not having other meals, have eggs. And have 1 to 2 juices a day, 12 to 16 ounces at a time. You also have some lymphatic congestion, so those hot baths will be good for you. Or, you can sleep with lots of hot water bottles, too, the whole night. Okay, you're welcome. Hi. My name's Barry. Barry? Hi, Barry. Okay, you can go limp. Okay.
Yeah, I'm shaking.
Yep. People, I scare people.
Nah.
Bite. Okay, testes are doing fine, the adrenal glands are fine. The right side of the pancreas is debilitated and some problems. Lots of metals in the right kidney. Lots of metals around the heart, in the heart, and the vessels going to the heart. Did you have a heart problem? You didn't have chelation therapy?
No.
Why do you have metals just forming in those veins? Do you get rapid heart beating?
Not a lot. Not really.
Well,
I think a lot of nutritionists could be throwing it off or something.
Yeah, if you start having heart palpitations, sit down and relax and enjoy it. Okay, because you've got to get rid of those metals. They're in the arteries going right into the heart. And it's very extreme. Lots of lymphatic congestion, so you have a lot of hardening tissue. You have symptoms of going into MS, which is hardening of the nerves. and that'll cause loss of muscular tissue reaction. Looks like very early stages of it. I'm not a doctor diagnosing it, but that's what I see in people who have MS. Similar symptoms. You're much healthier than other people that I've seen. The coccyx area is very debilitated, especially on the left side. Might have some sciatica problem there. The other glands are working normally. The upper glands, they're not overworking like the testes and the adrenal glands. So it's pretty normal. You're drying out a lot more in the brain than you are anywhere else, and in the right shoulder. So a hot water bottle under your right arm would be helpful. If you're lying on your right side, a hot water back here and a hot water bottle in the front is helpful. Lubrication formulas 1 to 2 a day. Milk is going to cause off and on problems for you, but they're good problems. Not happy problems, but good problems. It's going to help you get rid of some, it looks like some gangrenous tissue in the intestines from some kind of chemical there. I can't tell what it was. It could be a solvent. Did you work with machinery?
No.
Around machinery?
No.
What do you do? What did you do?
I've had 4 different careers, but none of them have been mechanical.
Mm-hmm.
It's more mind work.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of supplements.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I take a lot of supplements.
Okay, you just poisoned yourself.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. So that may cause a lot of indigestion at first. So eat some, when you have milk, what you might do is have an egg and some butter and honey about 10 minutes after, or 2 eggs, a tablespoon of honey and butter 10 minutes afterwards, and then about 15 minutes after that, you have a cup of milk with a tablespoon of cream, tablespoon and a half of cream, and about half a teaspoon of honey. Start trying to pull that out of the system. It's called looks like your gallbladder is completely hardened. Like I said, the gallbladder is not a big deal, but your body stored a lot of toxins from your supplements in the gallbladder. But if it decides that, you're not going to have it removed, you want to deal with it, it's going to get pretty nasty. Vomiting, diarrhea. But let me tell you, you'll feel cleaner and more relaxed than ever. Because it's burning up about 50% of your fats that you're consuming in a day. Just keeps absorbing them, drying them out. So I'd say, 2 lubrication formulas a day. Vegetable juice, 90% celery, 10% parsley. Do pranayama to make sure you get enough oxygen in that area so you won't get as nauseous when your gallbladder starts detoxifying. Now, because it's so raised and toxic right there and hardened, I'm assuming it's going to detox. If it never does, how great.
And then the gallbladder?
Yeah, but if it does, you're going to have diarrhea probably a lot and some vomiting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Another person I saw that had this kind of indications, he had diarrhea for a year and 3 months. Didn't bother him because he felt good every time he went. He got more of those poisons out of the system. And that's funny because he was a heavy supplement taker too.
Mm-hmm.
He took a lot of liquid mineral supplements. Good. But there are alkaloids in any any supplement. Okay.
You said I was drying.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Like I say, this is ripping your fats. 50% of the fats you eat are just not even... They're trying to protect you from the damage from the liver. In the gallbladder. Mm-hmm. So that's why I say I'd like you to have 2 lubrication formulas a day. Fatten yourself up. Good 40 pounds. Yes.
40 pounds.
You guys know what I look like now.
You're welcome. Let me know when we hit 10. Your name again?
Catherine.
Catherine. Hi, Catherine.
Hi.
Okay. Metals all over your system, everywhere. So you look like you were a lathe operator. Did you take a lot of liquid mineral supplements?
No.
Where were you raised?
San Jose.
Yeah, a lot of agriculture.
It was sort of covered over with concrete.
But all the whole area around there was agriculture when you were growing up. So the wind drifts. Did you do any leaded glass or?
No.
What did you do? What did you do?
Psychotherapy.
Never heard of that contaminating metal poisoning. In San Jose, were you near the airport?
Not really.
Because the airplanes have to dump their fuel before they land so they don't explode.
A lot of dental work as a child. That's probably where it came from.
Lots of injections with mercury as well as the mercury in the teeth. But this isn't just from that. Vaccines?
When I was a child. Well, I've been trying to gain weight for a long time.
Well, you're not digesting proteins. The whole left side of your spine is atrophied. The right adrenal gland is hardened like cirrhosis. Pancreas is on the left side is a little hardened. On the right side, it's very debilitated. Kidney is full of metals and hardened tissue. Liver is not working very well. Esophagus is all hardened. Looks like tumors on it, or fibroids. Parathyroids are working very well. Thyroid's working okay. The lymph glands around the tonsils are pretty good. Recommend that you have 80% celery, 10% parsley, 5% cucumber, and 5% zucchini. I'm going to recommend a half a tablespoon of cow's cream in each juice. Put in the juice right before you drink it. Pound of meat a day, so it's 1.5 cups twice a day. Meat ratio should be about 80%, 80 to 85% red meat, 15 to 20% white, and always eat red and white together 90% of the time. You'll be much more balanced, less irritable, less panicked. Do you get heavy-headed and headaches?
I can. It's not like a regular thing, but the head does seem to have tension.
Yeah. You've got a lot of metal coming from the brain stem all the way down to the trapeze muscles. And in your ears. Lots in your ears.
And this is more than just mercury?
Yeah. This is a lot of different compounds. And you've got bile mixed with it because you didn't have enough fat. The body will use bile sometimes to bind with poisons. Bile is to digest fats, not to bind with poisons. So bile is an acrid substance that helps disassemble fat molecules for proper utilization. So it can be made into all different types of cholesterols, for lubrication, for energy, for protection, for cleansing. So when it's used to bind with poisons instead of, dissolve the fat and digest the fat, to utilize the fat to bind with the poisons, the bile does it. So wherever these poisons are, it creates an irritation throughout the body. So there's a constant tension in the system, and the body doesn't relax easily.
Mm-hmm.
So
one thing I wanted to ask, I've had a uterine fibroid.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't understand what you were saying earlier about protein intake and uterine fibroid. But the left ovary seems stressed.
It's very tight. Is that where you have your fibroid?
No, I mean it's in the middle.
No, it feels like it's in your left. Relax the thumb. No, it's on both. Right in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fibroids normally are very difficult to remove. However, I saw one girl remove them, and she's on the diet like 2 years, and all of a sudden, overnight, her fibroids just disappeared.
Wow.
Tumor in her breast didn't. It shrunk. It took 2.5 years to get to that point, but just one morning she woke up and her fibroids were gone. Just like that. So, but normally it takes a long time, 5-6 years to debilitate them. But she allowed herself to, she was as thin as you, she allowed herself to put on 60 pounds.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So.
Well, the only thing is like I want to put on weight, but it seemed the liver wasn't processing the fat very easily, and so...
Oh, it looks okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's hardened in about 1/3 of the liver, but 2/3 of a liver operating is plenty.
So can I do the lubrication?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, even if it makes you nauseous and sometimes you don't digest all that there is, still good.
Okay.
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 So pound of meat a day.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I like meat.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
A little funny, really bugging that helping. Right.
Yes. If you put coconut cream, it's no longer a lubrication formula, it's a detoxifier.
My name is Tula.
Tula.
Yes.
Hi, Tula.
Hi.
Lots of bone marrow congestion. Normally you look pretty healthy. Metals all over the system, especially in the lungs. Were you a smoker? Did you grow up around a smoker?
Yeah, I used to smoke.
The two right upper lobes in the lung are full of heavy metals and crystals from smoking. And in the bronchus right in the center, also. Top of the liver, lots of metals, all from smoking. Normally people don't keep the ash with the tars. You stored the ash along with the tars. So you have a lot more heavy metals from the burned tars. You weren't able to throw it off. Lots of lymphatic congestion because of it. Poor circulation. Baths. But I suggest that you be on a good diet for, 2 or 3 years before you start forcing any detoxification. And if you can, start growing some tobacco and, take it green and, crush it up and put it in a jar with some water in it so it starts molding and turning fermented, and then have some of that, and it'll help you start breaking down some of this tar congestion that's in your system. And you need those molds from the tobacco to do that. So you have about 2.5 years, maybe 3 years to do that, to get to that point where you can do that. I wouldn't do it before. You may get very depressed if you do. You want to smoke again. Lots of signs of anemia. So 85 to 90% red meat, 10 to 15% white. I would say 75 to 80% of the time eat the red and white together. Don't go 3 days without eating the two together. You're very creative, good singing ability, but you're so critical. Again, that's for your creativity to be discouraged, to keep you creative so you don't get bored. It's not to beat up on people or yourself. All the glands are working pretty well. The pancreas is a little weak and debilitated on the right side. On the left, it's okay. I recommend that you have 16 ounces of vegetable juice the first thing in the morning with a tablespoon of coconut cream before the juice and a half a tablespoon of honey and butter before the juice, and then drink the juice. In noon time, no juice. Or if you have juice, no more than 4 ounces or a couple of tomatoes. In the evening, another 16 ounces of vegetable juice with a tablespoon of coconut cream and a tablespoon of honey and butter mixture. Honey and butter mixture for you should be 11 to 14 butter and 1 honey. You also have a lot of, looks like sores in your abdominal region. Could be in the vaginal area, or the cervix. Do you have any pain there?
Yeah.
When was the last time you had sex?
Oh gosh.
I'm just curious about the pain.
About a year.
Okay, so that's probably why you haven't experienced it. What I would suggest is that every 5 days you have a substitute the morning juice for a cup of green cabbage juice. Even though you don't see the pink or blood, it's being discharged. There's a slight ulcer in there. It's probably about the size of my little finger. So something you may not even notice unless you check at the right time, probably when you're urinating. You may have a lot of pain in your lower back when the kidney starts dumping especially the right kidney starts dumping the toxins into the spine. So use a hot water bottle on that area. Take it easy. When that's happening, just get through it.
Yeah.
Baby yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to do. Okay, you're welcome.
This is number 10.
Okay, let's take a break.
She was
Is there anyone else who has
Oh, 10's next one. Okay,
has
10.
to leave early? Well, you already did yours.
Yeah.
You gonna do one?
No.
Me?
Okay.
Okay.
Freddie?
Freddie. Okay, Freddie. Freddie the freeloader. Okay, relax your hand. Yeah. I named my Petus after Freddie the freeloader. So, you have a history of overactive testosterone, overactive testes. Right adrenal gland is pretty debilitated, but still functioning. Lots of leathery tissue, though, in that left adrenal gland and the left side of the pancreas. So it looks like some cirrhosis of the tissue there. Too dry. Yeah. It's absorbing all of your fats. Part of that left kidney is also hardened and like leather. Your throat, sinuses, all throughout the face, the mucous membranes are all hardened. Lots of bile everywhere. Lots of lymphatic congestion in the lower and upper part of the body. Midsection is okay. Poor digestion and lots of adhesions in the left torso, especially around the esophagus. I see scarring here. Somebody who's done some smoking.
pot.
Yeah. Because it hardens, unlike the, you know, the tars in marijuana are 16 to 20 times more than a cigarette. And you're burning that at 1,250 to 1,400 degrees. So it acts like, you know, amber. You know what an amber is? It's a jewel, a stone. That's resin from a tree. And that's what marijuana acts like. The tars and resins from marijuana hardens like a stone in the system. And it doesn't get sharp and crystally like some, you know, stones do in the system. It stays more rounded. But even though it doesn't cause as much severe pain, it can certainly block the area. So taking fresh green marijuana, doing the same thing, breaking it down, mashing it up, put a little bit of water with it, let it ferment, and then eat it. But I would do the diet for about 1.5 years before you think of doing that. And if I were you, I would do 2 lube formulas a day, 1 with each meat meal, do 2 meat meals, have 1.25 pounds meat a day minimum, so that's 1 3/4 cups twice a day minimum. Vegetable juice, about 80% celery, 20% parsley. You need all that chlorophyll to help your lungs work better. Lots of baths, lots of hot water bottles, lots of relaxation, lots of fat. But have more butter than cream because you don't handle cream as well. And on the in the neck on the left side, up around the ear, you've got looks like a TMJ problem, metals all in this area. So your TMJ might act up and your ear might start getting inflamed if it starts dumping here. And it will go down into the lungs, probably upper bronchioles. So that's good when you start dumping all of that toxicity. And it's mostly heavy metals. Lots of cadmium in it. Were you a painter?
No, I'm a carpenter.
Good fruit for you would be pears, unripe green pears. Once in a while, let's say once every 6 weeks, you could have a medium ripe one. Apples would be good. Berries would be good. Any kind of berry, except for strawberries. Strawberries once in a while would be okay. Okay. Michelle, Summer? No, Chris. Both hands. Let them go limp. Okay. Signs of rheumatoid arthritis in both hands, especially in the left hand, right thumb. Severe protein deficiency in the ovaries, both of them, especially the right. Swelling, a lot of water retention. Right adrenal gland is okay. On the left, I assume your left adrenal gland is okay. The right one is pretty deficient. Pancreas is okay on both sides. A little hardening on the left side. Thyroid is working okay on the left side. Parathyroid's okay. Tonsil area is very scarred. Lots of metal poisonings everywhere. Lots of solvents in your system. Right thyroid's barely okay. Parathyroid's okay. Very poor circulation in the right kidney, gallbladder, liver. Lots of lymphatic congestion. Lots of hardening in the esophagus and the thymus on the left side. Heart's okay. You have a contamination of mainly bile with some alkaloids, but mainly bile. You should be much heavier with a condition like that. Were you?
In college.
Yeah. It creates a very annoying condition, difficult to relax. Do you have any joint pain?
Not when I'm on my drugs.
Yeah. Lots of lymphatic congestion, so hot baths, hot water bottles frequently. It's going to be exhausting, but you need to break through it. More cream than, or about equal cream to butter. Lots of eggs. A pound of meat a day, 3 cups, 1.5 twice a day. Vegetable juice. I recommend 80% celery, 7% carrot juice, and the rest parsley. Put half a tablespoon of cow's cream in the juice. First juice should make that about 12 ounces. A juice around noon should be about 4 to 6 ounces. It's a tablespoon of coconut cream at that time and half a tablespoon of cow's cream in the juice. And I suggest you do an egg every hour and 15 minutes to an hour and a half, followed 10 minutes later, 10 to 12 minutes later, with either, and rotate, alternate. Half tablespoon of cream and half a tablespoon of honey and butter mixture. Butter should be about 14 to 1. So it's like only 2 tablespoons of honey per pound of butter. And even though you have massive signs of anemia, you need to eat more white meat to help get rid of your pain, some of the rheumatoid arthritic symptoms. And I would say for about 6 months, 60% red, 40% white, mainly chicken or any kind of fowl. Turkey, ostrich, doesn't matter. Baths, at least twice a week. Every 5 days is probably a good time for you. You go 5 days, have a bath, 2 days, have a bath, 5 days, have a bath, 2 days, have a bath. That would be a good cycle for you. And about once every 16 days, I'd like you to have an entire 8 ounces of carrot juice with 4 ounces of cow's cream and 2 ounces of coconut cream. That may cause you to get nauseous, so you may not be able to eat anything for maybe 4 or 5 hours after that, but that's okay. You can always take an egg if you start getting very nauseous. Take an egg and force vomit if you can. You want to get rid of it. And even with this joint deterioration, you need to take about a 50-minute walk every day, 5 days a week. But don't take 2 days off in a row. Well, once in a while you can, but not often. Pears would be good for you, unripe green pears. Papaya, green papaya. Custards you could have once in a while, afternoon. Rind of watermelon would be very helpful. Better than tomatoes. However, tomatoes are very good for you. Raw, of course. And you need, let's say if you take about 2 cups of tomatoes and cut them up and blend them with 3 tablespoons of cow's cream, 1 tablespoon of butter, half a teaspoon of vinegar, 1/4 teaspoon of ginger juice, and 2 tablespoons of honey, and blend that all together. And have that like once every 3 days. You could do it as often as every other day, but sometimes it'll just make you too acid. Okay.
Was that
You're
3
welcome.
tablespoons of cream or 3 teaspoons of cream?
3 tablespoons of cream. You're welcome. Next. Yep. Your name again?
Skip.
Skip. Hi,
Skip.
Oh,
Skip.
Do you want me to write this for you?
Please.
Okay, hold on.
Relax, let your hands go limp into my hand. Yeah. Okay. Pretty good basic health, however, lots of bone marrow problems and lots of signs of anemia. You need to eat about, 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds a day of meat. You have all kinds of smoke damage. Are you a smoker?
Yeah.
It's everywhere, all up in your chest. I mean, it's in your throat, in your lymph glands, in your neck. And it's very hardened. It's causing you to go into leather. These are the signs that I've seen with people with lung cancer, pretty advanced lung cancer at a young age. So, I hope I scared the hell out of you.
Mm-hmm.
He's young though, it's hope.
Well, how old?
26.
It's not young when you have lung cancer. Lots of tars. You also do marijuana?
A little bit. Not anymore.
Looks like a lot of marijuana. Tars. It stayed up in the brain. Mainly the regular tobacco tars stayed in the right side of the chest and some in the left side of the chest. But all the marijuana tars are in the brain and in the left clavicle area. Lots of lymphatic congestion because of it. So you have all these resins that have just hardened throughout your system and blocking everything. Since you have good basic health, you could turn this around in about probably 10 to 12 years. It's going to take a while. It's not going to be an overnight thing, but I don't see why you couldn't recover. It always makes me nervous when I see lung cancer. I'm not diagnosing that you have lung cancer, but it looks a lot like people that I've seen who've had lung cancer. So it just may take you a while. I smoked 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filter a day, and I smoked marijuana every day for 2.5 years. My lungs were as in bad a shape as yours, and it took me a long time. I had so much pain, I lived on marijuana. And then when the marijuana made me feel worse, I had to stop it. So I was forced out of it. And I loved smoking. I just loved smoking.
I'm done with the marijuana.
Yeah.
It's the cigarettes that...
Mm-hmm. I loved smoking cigarettes. Just had to give it up. Lots of metals everywhere because of the resins. hardening of the kidneys and the pancreas. So you've got a lot of smoke damage. Testy, left adrenal gland's okay. Right testy's a little hardened. Right adrenal gland's okay. Right thyroid's very hardened. Some cirrhosis, it looks like. On the left side too. How much do you smoke a day?
Probably a pack.
Yeah.
Not
What
filter.
kind?
Camels.
Yeah. You're more macho than I was. And then were Lucky Strikes. After about 3 years on the diet, I suggest that you grow some, tobacco and start, rotting it, making it fermented, and then eating a little at a time with a little bit of vinegar and a little bit of wine, a good raw wine.
Okay.
So when you make the mixture, take the marijuana and tobacco, do one a week, don't do both of them in a week, and take about 3 or 4 leaves of the marijuana and just a section of a tobacco leaf, because those are really big, maybe a circular slice 2 inches by 2 inches, and then mash that up in some water and maybe put a little honey in it so it starts fermenting quickly. And then put a 1/4 teaspoon of wine in it and about 3 tablespoons of water, good drinking water. The Gerolsteiner would be a good one. And then drink that in the afternoon, somewhere around 3 o'clock. Okay? After you've had, about a 1/3 of an inch thick circular slice of green hard pineapple with about 2 tablespoons of coconut cream. I don't want you to do it too fast. Only 2 tablespoons of coconut cream, 4 tablespoons of butter, and 1 tablespoon of cow's cream. I'd like you to mix that mixture in that whole thing, blend it together, and drink it. May taste a little funny, but you'll probably enjoy it. And that'll help that. Meat, I'm going to suggest that you have always red and white meat together, 60% red, 40% white to help rebuild the lungs. Very important. You need a lot of white material, a lot of white meat to replace the cells in the lung, because it looks like they're hardening pretty quickly. Have a lubrication formula or a half of one with each meat meal. But the lubrication formula for you will be a big one. 4 eggs, 4.5 ounces of butter, 2.5 tablespoons of lemon juice, and 1 tablespoon of honey. Did I say how many eggs?
4.
4, okay. Good. You have up to 5, but 4 will be the average. Blend that together, make sure all the ingredients is room temperature or warmer so that the butter doesn't clump on top. That's evenly mixed. So you get an even moisturizing formula, lubrication formula. Vegetable juice. Did I say that? I think it was pardon?
No.
Another rock and a hard place here. 80% celery, 5% pineapple puree, which means you blend the pineapple. Again, it has to be hard, unripe pineapple, and you pour that into the vegetable juice. And the rest cucumber. The silica from the cucumber will help your lungs, help bind with some of the crystals that are forming from the tars. You ever seen a lung that's from a smoker?
Sometimes, yeah.
Crystals throughout, especially if they're menthols. Now, when you take a hot bath, I suggest you do it for about an hour and a half, no more. When you get out, move slow motion. I mean, you just move. You know, as an actor would if you were pretending to be a machine. Move very slowly, get warm, sit down for about 10 minutes, and then go out and take a walk. It doesn't have to be a brisk walk, but take a walk. You need to get those tars softened so you can clean them out of the system. Otherwise, it's going to stay in the lungs and cause leathery tissue, and that means tumor development.
Okay.
Hot water bottles under your arms at night, as often as you can.
Okay.
Take 2 days off a week from, the hot water bottles, and never 2 days in a row.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hi. Laura?
Laura.
Hi, Laura. Are you apprehensive? Okay. Also, you're using, you're using oils that are damaging you. Are you using any kind of
Olive oil, but I haven't used it in a while.
No, I'm not oil for eating. Fragrance oils.
Okay, yeah.
Don't. It'll cause even more disintegration of your tissue because they act as a solvent. Those are whatever you're having, they're distilled. Mm-hmm. So the cell it just penetrates the cell. It eats right into the wall. Mm-hmm. Okay. So even Young's oils are terrible. Mm-hmm. Any of those, what do they call that?
Essential oils.
Essential oils, yeah.
Essential oils, okay.
Yeah. Lots of metals. Throughout the brain, the chest, the stomach, the liver, everywhere. The least place where you have metals is in the lower part of the spine, on both sides. A lot of protein deficiency, but your glands are working. Well, this is one of the better working systems I've seen with this much metal poisoning. You have about half that normally appears in people that live in an industrial area or under an airport, except in the brain. It's average for somebody who grew up under an airport. You've got lots in the ovary and the adrenal glands have a tendency to make you irritable, be very unsatisfied. The lymph glands in the throat are wonderful. They're working very well, protecting your brain as much as it can. But your right lungs are in pretty toxic shape, so are the left. The bronchioles, hardening of the esophagus. Lots of metals in and around the heart, but there's a little hardening. It looks like in the left lower lobe of the lung. Could be tumorous. Lots of bile stored with that metal. So, juice-wise, you're also using some heavy perfume that's just tearing my eyes apart. You're using oil, Susan? Yeah. Burning my eyes. Can you imagine what it's doing to you? Just don't know it. Going to recommend that you have 1 8-ounce glass of carrot juice once every 10 days with 1 ounce, 1.5 ounces, which is 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 2.5 ounces of cow's cream, which is 5 tablespoons. And about a half a tablespoon of lemon juice once every 10 days. Normal juice would be 80% celery, 5% carrot juice, 5% cucumber, and the rest parsley. Baths would be very helpful for you, but even hot water bottles are more important. So you could have a bath about once every 10 days that lasts about 2 hours. Don't suggest that you get out and take a walk, though. Rather, you just get out and go to bed. So you could do it in the evening if you want. And have that carrot juice mixture with the lemon juice in it before you get into the tub. And take the hot water bottles with you. And I would use about 5 hot water bottles. 1 between the legs, 1 at each hip, and 1 under each arm. And the 1 under each arm you could rotate and put up near the upper shoulders. Pound of meat a day, 1.5 cups twice a day. Honey and butter with each meat meal, about 4 to 5 tablespoons with each meat meal.
Honey,
yeah, it's about. No, you're going to have 8 tablespoons of butter, 1 tablespoon of honey. Is the ratio, and then you have about 3 tablespoons of that mixture. 3 to 4 tablespoons with each meat meal. Pears are good for you. Papaya, custards is good for you. Eggs, I would, every other day, I would do a juice, then a meat meal, and then every hour do an egg, followed by a 1/2 tablespoon of honey and butter. The third time, a 1/2 tablespoon of cream. Then start with the butter after the eggs again, 3 more. Then have your evening meat meal with 3 to 4 tablespoons of honey and butter mixture. And then every hour have another egg with the same alternate. A 1/2 tablespoon of honey butter mixture, and after the third one, a 1/2 tablespoon of cow's cream. Until you go to sleep. And you got to baby yourself. Ultra critical. You're worth it. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
What about lotions? So I use lotion every day.
Use the Primal Facial Body Care Cream. Page 145 of the recipe book.
Great stuff.
Yeah, it is. Next. How many more?
How many more?
2.
2, probably.
3, 4.
Now, are you guys going to do the whole of those sessions? The consults?
You doing a full consult with me or just this?
Just this, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so but this is maybe, so she could do hers in order with the...
Yeah, it should be with the full consult. You don't do it here. And be sure if you're having a full consult... Oh, we have the... Never mind. We have a tape recorder here.
Can we hold on a second?
Yes.
You can if you want to.
Okay, your name?
Shan.
Shan. Hi, Shan. Okay, relax your hands. Lots of heavy metals in the torso, in the abdominal region, in the liver, in the gallbladder, in the spleen, in the pancreas, kidneys. Most of it's centered in the torso. A little bit excess in the, extreme excess in the left adrenal gland. Also a lot of bile. Need a lot of butter. Probably the ratio of butter to cream would be 3 butter to 1 cream for your meat meal. So 3 tablespoons of butter, 1 tablespoon of cream with each meat meal. And have about 14 weight ounces of meat. And about 75 to 80% should be red meat, and 20 to 25 should be, or 25 to 30 should be white meat. Recommend that you have juice, %60 celery, 15% zucchini, 15% cilantro, parsley, and 10% zucchini.
You already got zucchini.
Pardon?
You mean parsley? Oh, no, not parsley, zucchini and celery. You said already 15% zucchini.
Zucchini. What was I after? Did I say carrot?
No.
Okay, you need about 10% carrot.
Cream?
Also very, very critical. Pardon, what did you ask?
I said with cream, the juice?
The juice, no. I don't want you to have cream with it. What I would like you to have, this is unusual, but I'd like you to have an egg in it. It may cause some diarrhea, but it's a good thing for you to do. Just whip your egg in the juice. Don't put it in a blender and blend it that way. Just whip it in the juice. Okay, that's the fat you need with your juices. But only do the egg, the morning one and the noon to 1 o'clock one. But only have 2 juices a day, because you have a tendency to have symptoms of diabetes, sugar problems. It looks like all of your glands are working, however, the upper ones are debilitating, protein deficiency, in the neck and the chest. So be sure and eat your meat every day. And I recommend 90% red and 10% white, and eat them together. A good thing for you would be to have a cup of red meat and 1 oyster twice a day. And that'll help get rid of some of the alkaloids that are in your throat. And in your lungs and your bronchioles. Do you have asthma?
No.
Any kind of allergies? Breathing problems? Mainly the right side? No pain in the chest? I'm not talking about heart, I'm just talking about pain in general. If you do, don't be frightened, because you've got a patch of metal that is really intense right there. Could cause some back pain as well as chest pain. And it may feel very sharp. Do you get ear infections, especially the left?
Child.
Still have
Probably
those
missed
alkaloids.
half of my second grade from ear infections.
And you still have a lot of toxicity in that left ear, a little bit in the right, but mostly the left. So is that bad you missed that much school from it? Because it is that bad. The juice will help you eliminate it. Honey and butter mixture for you should be 14 to 1, 14 butter, 1 honey for a week. Then the next week it should be 7 to 1. Alternate. 1 week 14 to 1, the next week 7 to 1. and at least 3 tablespoons with each meat meal of honey butter mixture. And 1/2, make it 3/4 of a tablespoon of cow's cream along with it. You can even use 1/2 teaspoon of coconut cream with the meat. A teaspoon. 1 teaspoon of coconut cream. And I would stay away from fruit. I just have the carrot juice as your sweet.
My question on fruit.
Yeah. Yeah, starting to deteriorate your bones.
Michael.
Okay, Michael, both hands. Let them go limp. Okay. Very healthy looking here. Still lots of bile in your torso, lots of metal in the torso and brain, but about 5% improvement from the last time. Right testy looks like you've got a heavy metal problem there, and it's causing a tattooing of your testy. So that must be mercury to cause that kind of a stain.
One of them never came in.
Ah.
That's what you're saying.
So the mercury prevented it from growing, or damaged the RNA and DNA. A vaccine. It had to have been what your mother got. I've never seen anybody store it in.
She was prescribed methamphetamines, uppers, and I came out 2 months early, so it never formed.
Yeah, but they probably gave you some kind of vaccine right away. Some heavy congestion in the duct between the gallbladder and liver. Lots of heavy metals in the lower part of the liver. Lots of heavy metals in the upper right lungs, lobes of the lung. In the esophagus on the left side, heavy bile all through the chest. I would pretty much do the same, only you're still not getting enough butter. So
After talking to you today, I figured it out. I can't believe you eat as much as you do.
you just need a little honey with yours. You know, you could do a 14. You could do a 14 or 10 to 1. It's a good ratio for you. You might alternate. 1 week have 14 to 1, the next week 10 to 1. But there's a lot of improvement. It's just that you're just not getting quite enough fats. And how much milk are you having?
3 gallons a week.
3 gallons a week? It's not working. So it's not lubricating your system and pulling the toxic minerals out as easily as it should if you're having 3 gallons. So I recommend that you put about...
Is it cow or goat?
Goat.
Oh, no. No goat for you. Yeah, tough luck.
Really?
That's probably why, the cow will start pulling out the heavy metals. So what you could do is have a tablespoon and a half of honey and butter mixture before you have the milk. And you'll probably do much better with it.
So can I stay with the goat for just... All right.
You can try it.
Okay.
In a year, if it doesn't work. Okay?
Is it that much different?
Yeah. Oh, definitely, yeah.
You're too hyper for goat milk anyway.
I like
it. You like to be hyper.
Yeah.
That's why I was hyperactive when I was a fruitarian. I liked it. Because I was so sickly and so weak my whole life.
Why does everybody say goat milk is easier to digest?
Pardon?
Why is everybody always saying that goat products are easier to digest?
Oh, it is. It absorbs it through the body so rapidly you don't get as much benefit from it.
What's my meat ratio? Red and white?
Right now, I would say about 75% red. It could go up to 85%,
Okay.
but always eat them together.
Okay. So I've been doing about 100% red.
Another reason too hyper.
Okay.
Buzzed out. You like all that high energy, don't you?
How much improvement do you see over the years, 3 years with Michael?
Well, usually if a person's doing the diet 100%, they'll average 2.5 to 3% a year improvement.
So, and that's, he's showing that?
No. Over 3, you've been on it 3 years?
No, just, Jill, how long? 2 years?
More.
Oh, really?
But he doesn't go 100% all the time.
Right.
Uh-huh. So what I saw was about 5.5%.
About what?
Pardon? 5 to 5.5% for him. Yeah.
But symptoms can change faster than those percentages.
Pardon?
But symptoms can change faster than those percentages, right? I mean,
Yeah, definitely.
even though it may not show up as...
Yeah. I don't read pills.
You don't?
No, mechanics know they're too toxic. I'm not going to get it on me.
Who's going to read me?
Oh, we don't care about Phil. But you're going to come back.
In case I have some sort of mishap in my business, but I'm going to try to get here tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. All right. Relax. The hands go limp into mine. Good. Okay. Relax your thumbs. Good. That's good. A lot of hardening of the glands still. Mainly the testes. Part of the left adrenal gland. Right adrenal gland is very hard. Left kidney is very hard. Liver is pretty hard. Poor circulation in the thymus. Circulation's improved considerably throughout your body. I would say you've cleaned up about 10% of your metals in the last year. That's pretty good.
Overdosing on berries.
You're not quite rebuilding well enough. So you've still got a weak throat and chest area here. So more protein. Going to recommend a pound and a half a day with 2 lubrication formulas. Each lubrication, or make one batch of lubrication formulas. So it'd be one day be 3 eggs, the next day be 4 eggs. Do 3.5 ounces of butter, which is 7 tablespoons of butter, 1/2 tablespoon of cream, 2.25 tablespoons of lemon juice, and 2 teaspoons of honey. And break that up into half and have half with each meat meal. And rather than have it directly with a meat meal, I'd like you to have the meat meal and have maybe a couple of sips, during the meat meal, and then wait a good 10 to 12 minutes after you finish the meat meal and down the rest of the half. So that way your proteins will get to the liver and strengthen the liver a little bit faster, because if you don't have that, you're likely to be very slow in digestion with that heavy of a lubrication formula with your meat. And meat should be about 65% red and 35% white. And almost always eat them together. Vegetable juice, just make it a straight, clean, 80% celery, 15% parsley, and about 5% zucchini. Once in a while you could use cucumber. And again, stick with your berries.
I've been cheating. I have berries and cream for breakfast. And it's not very vegetable juice very often.
So that's not a good thing to do. So, if you want to be a lot more, focused and direct,
Yeah, I've been pretty
a lot
confused.
more relaxed, yeah. So, I wouldn't want to be confused. So, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't get a ratio for my red and white meat. Do you remember?
Yeah, I thought I gave it to you. I thought I said 60% red, 40% white.
Okay.
And eat them together almost all the time. You have a tendency to get irritable if you'll just have red meat because the liver's going to start dumping some poisons. That'll make you irritable.
Nice.
Okay? What happened to those two ladies? Did I read
They're
them?
going to have
Full counsels. Okay. All right. I guess we're finished.
All right.
Good.
Well, thank you, Aajonus.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much for